tem que se preocupar. Meu foco é ela. Na minha mente, quem tá com o cinturão na cintura realmente é ela. E sábado à noite ela vai ver o vídeo pra ela.
Listen, I have to focus on my fight. That's all I care about. That's all I focus on. In my mind, she's got the belt. I need to take care of her. Like, that's how I approach a fight. So on Saturday, you'll see.
And Halo, can you respond to her answer?
Just people yelling just random stuff right now. Yelling out, let's go.
Until you beat him. I'm going in there. I'm still the new kid on the block. I know I have stuff to prove. I know that I'm not done yet. And I'm going to smash Caitlin's skull on Saturday night.
Wow, she's gonna smash her skull.
She's a hell of a fighter. She's a God-fearing woman. I have nothing but respect for her. But Saturday night, there will be blood.
Oh wow, just like that. Like, oh, there will be blood. Damn.
You're totally depending on gravity. You can't even punch once.
I'm better than you ever were, honey. And have you seen these elbows? Você só tem isso para oferecer, apenas isso.
That's all you got. That's all you got.
BJJ black belt. And why have you 2 belts? He said, he's no judo.
She's just trying to talk over her. That's all she's trying to do is talk over her.
Okay.
Saying something in Portuguese, I'm not really sure what that is.
You don't know what's coming for you.
Você vai ver a força ser ruim quando acaba.
You're gonna see how it's gonna be over at one point. You're gonna run out of gas.
I'm gonna run out of gas. You're in for a long night, honey. Sleep good tonight. Sleep. Pra você vai ser difícil dormir bem olhando essa tua cara feia. Pra mim vai ser muito difícil dormir bem.
It's gonna be, listen, it's gonna be hard for you. It's gonna be really hard looking at you.
Saying that it's gonna be very hard for her.
Porra, se tua mãe não achar, né? Só ela que acha.
Your mom don't think it's pretty. I mean, only your mom, probably.
Oh wow.
I can't think I'm pretty too.
No, this is not a beauty contest here. This is an MMA matchup, so I don't know what that all is about.
No, I didn't hear that, and I don't have a response.
This question is for Juliana Penny. Another one. You said yesterday that Raquel wasn't a good representative of the
Yeah, shout out to you, my boy.
Regain that title on Saturday
Shout out to you, my man.
What would you do better to represent that division better?
You know,
Shout out to you.
Good Morning America. I threw the ball at New York. I threw it in Chicago. I went to the games for the Ducks, for the Anaheim Ducks. I was all over the place. I was at every single UFC event. I was doing the most and bringing attention to the women's division. And I feel like at the end of the day, it's important to get more women a part of the sport, to grow mixed martial arts for women, and to set the stage for little girls and give them something to look up to. So for me, I felt like I did a good job when I had the belt, and that's what I'm going for again.
Thank you. And for Khalil, right over here, you said, or
as a UFC announcer with a front row seat, I've been known to get pretty
So for me, it's like I've overcome that so many times. And at this point right now, it's still a challenge. The challenge is not done.
All right, so
Right here, and we got to face ourselves on Saturday. So it means a lot. Continuous work. I'm continuously working, and I'm going to continue to work.
all right, so Khalil Roundtree is going off about basically how he's going to keep on trucking, he's going to keep on going. From what it sounds like, seems a bit of a coping mechanism of sort of knowing that he's the underdog coming in here and doing all of that. But we're going to react more to that. But first, Cali Crash Out episode number 2.
Nearly 70 suspected white supremacist gang members in the San Fernando Valley are facing charges tonight after a massive federal investigation. Authorities say the gang has strong alliances with the Mexican mafia and the Aryan Brotherhood.
And as Samantha Cortese reports, prosecutors say
I'll tell you what's really crazy about that. A lot of people really have no idea that there is an alliance between that group and the Mexican mafia. It's a very strange relationship that a lot of people really don't know about, right? But that's the prison and street politics that we have in California. And as a result, this is what we have. So when you are this particular group, right, it lives in California, you're becoming a minority. At one point, you were the majority. If you guys remember, George W. Bush's family used to be from Compton. So put that in perspective. What kind of demographics they had going on back then and how the aspect of white flight affected them in their middle class or working class neighborhoods, such as Compton, Inglewood, and Watts, etc., which are now historically African-American neighborhoods that became now majority Hispanic, which again goes into the conversation of illegal immigration and things of that nature. But that's another story, and that's neither here or there, but kind of relates in a way, but not so much in this one. And by the way, there's a hidden message behind this that we're going to go over as we continue on.
the gang members are responsible for drug trafficking, weapons violations, and loan fraud across the valley.
This morning, we unsealed an indictment charging 68 members and associates of the Peckerwoods Gang, a white supremacist criminal organization.
Peckerwoods. Now, that's insane that they say that, right? Usually that is sometimes a derogatory term or some kind of term to describe, I guess, a white gangster from California, and sometimes not so much on the racist ideological side of things, right? Sometimes they just had to roll with certain people, and as a result, the swastikas and all these other symbols just happen to come with that gang life, and that particular gang being white supremacist groups.
The federal government says this is the largest neo-Nazi takedown in Department of Justice.
Look at that. These are all the names of the people that you have right here. By the way, guys, I'm still reacting to the UFC press conference right now. I'm currently still watching it. Jose Aldo is talking right now. While we are doing that, we are also reacting to this news coverage of what had happened recently. So, all right, so here we go.
Justice history.
This group.
Oh, what I was saying was that look at the names of the people right here, right? Well, actually, you can't see all of them, but there's a combination of people that are young, that are old, and then some of them have Eastern European names. Some of them even have Italian names. And then some, the majority of them obviously have all Anglo names. Obviously, that would be one of the requirements to join this particular group. But some of them look like normal people. So kind of put things in perspective of what people may sort of stereotype what a criminal is, let alone a white supremacist.
History.
This group has as its mission to plan attacks against racial, ethnic, religious minorities. They fund that through.
Now, listen, this is the part where I wholeheartedly disagree with, and I'm going to tell you why. Okay. how can you say this, right? Where is the proof that what they are trying to do is create some sort of racial holy war and attack innocent civilians? Look, the only reason why I vehemently disagree with this is because, look, understand this, right? They are no different than any other criminal organization. In that meaning, in that sense, their whole entire goal is what they mentioned earlier. They were trafficking guns, they were moving drugs, fentanyl, and this and that. Those are all standard. I believe that. Now, this putting on, let's say, an indictment on them with terrorism or things of that nature, man, it's a little bit scary when they're overcharging them, but let's just be real. There's something going on with that. And we're going to look at another video after this one as well to sort of see the same play and the same narrative that they're trying to push.
Through various criminal means, including financial fraud, including drug trafficking, and amassing wealth in order to further the enterprise.
The group, comprised of men and women, is based in the San Fernando Valley and mark themselves with SFV tattoos, which they also use to mean searching for victims. The DOJ says members collect Nazi paraphernalia, including...
Well, obviously, these are all just standard in terms of what it is that they display of their heritage or whatever. Yeah.
Replica Nazi uniforms and posters of Hitler. The name of the organization is a slur in itself, originating in jail against white people. And it's in jail they have formed a criminal alliance with the Aryan Brotherhood.
They will pay proceeds of this criminal activity to Aryan Brotherhood members incarcerated. This is known as a form of taxes. By doing so, the Peckerwoods have greater freedom to commit criminal activity outside of prison. In addition, they benefit from the Aryan Brotherhood's alliance with the Mexican Mafia.
In their 4-year investigation, agents say they found evidence.
So did you hear that? The Mexican Mafia. Now, once again, that's very unusual for a lot of people. At the same time, it's just the politics that has been going on here in California. That just happens to be the closest group that they can associate with. And that's how it's always been. And a lot of people may not understand that, but I think we can elaborate more as we go on with this one.
Of crimes including commercial drug trafficking, 97 pounds of fentanyl, illegal firearms, identity theft, and even fraudulent COVID-19 relief checks.
They even set up a storefront, a fake drug treatment center, used to write false documents to get members of their group off probation or parole, defrauding Medicare and insurance providers.
Samantha.
Now, look, all of those are standard for the most part, but the aspect of terrorism is a little bit scary, though.
Cortese, KTLA 5 News.
LA's largest takedown of an extremist group ever. Dozens of alleged members of a white supremacist gang based in the San Fernando Valley have been indicted. Good evening, everyone. I'm Annabelle Sedano.
And I'm Robert Kowalczyk. And tonight for Colleen, prosecutors say this group embraced anti-Semitic and racist ideologies. Investigative reporter Eric Leonard has more on the case for us.
Okay, so when they mentioned the anti-you-know-what part, and to what extent, though? Right? Like, was it a motivation for them to attack certain people? And if so, I'm curious, what is the evidence behind that?
And why police decide to take action today. Eric.
Hi, Robert. Well, federal prosecutors used racketeering charges here to go after this group that's accused of being part of what amounts to the San Fernando Valley chapter of a notorious national white supremacist prison gang. The feds allege group members here did a bunch of typical organized crime things like selling fentanyl and meth, dealing in illegal guns, and committing bank fraud. But they say their larger motive was eventually to carry out violence against Jews and other minorities.
This was one of the largest violent extremist takedowns in LA, this city's history.
LAPD officers, FBI, and DEA agents served nearly 30 arrest warrants this morning, including this one at a motel in Sherman Oaks that targeted accused members of a San Fernando Valley white supremacist gang whose name we're not using as it itself is a slur.
Okay, so pretty much almost the same thing that the other news clip was showing. But this right here, this part, what they read the screen, because I don't want to say it, I'm a little skeptical about that. And forgive me if I am, right? Because every gang in California, whether it's the whites, the Mexicans, the Asians, the Latinos, every one of them, one thing they all have in common is that they want to make money and they want to get out the way. You understand? They want to make money and they want to get out the way. The best way to explain it is this, right? Are they in the motivation of, let's say, integrating or, let's say, creating chaos as a rogue participant? What do I mean by that? And what do I mean by rogue participant? Well, meaning that, are they planning on being a terrorist, right? Because if you're a terrorist, obviously you have nothing to live for. But when you're a criminal organization, you're trying to integrate, whether that would be by means of illegal activities or legal activities or a combination of both. I think, and this is my own personal opinion, these guys, their whole entire motivation is no different than any other group, which is what? To integrate and to make as much money as they can. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'd like to see what kind of evidence the feds have in terms of committing acts of terrorism against minorities. That's what I would like to know, if they have information like that. If they don't, well, that's what it is.
68 people indicted, accused of membership in this group that's tied to a prison gang.
So it's always important to understand that the alliance between the Mexican mafia and these guys have always been historically in prison, which is what they had just mentioned right here.
Essentially, a local chapter of the Aryan Brotherhood has for many years tormented these neighborhoods in the San Fernando Valley.
The feds say the allegations of gang involvement and extremist ideology among the...
So notice how the difference between the last clip and this one, right? What did they say in this one? Their whole entire MO for this one is, well, it's not only just criminal activity, but also violent extremism. Okay. And again, they're trying to build a narrative. They're trying to build a particular case. They're trying to build mechanisms of prosecution that is going to be within the leverage of the feds, because obviously this is a federal case.
Those charged dates back to at least 2016.
The Aryan Brotherhood has a history of domestic terrorism, to include racially motivated attacks.
29 of the accused were arrested this morning. More than a dozen others were already in prison or jail, and agents are searching for 26 others. According to the indictments, members of...
So there's still 26 people that are out at large right now. That is crazy. That is crazy to think about. So 26 of them are out right now. And they gathered about 68 people. I got to tell you, that number is quite normal in most California gangs. I mean, obviously, there's some guys out there that are within the thousands, right? Like the rolling 60s. Obviously, these guys are probably within that number. But for most LA gangs and California gangs up and down the coast, that is really all that they have. That's all that they have, is just right around that number by average, by 100, by the very minimum, maybe 50. So 100, yeah, that's about standard. And then they're really cracking down on everybody that has conspired. So let's get it.
The group sold all kinds of illegal drugs, including meth and fentanyl, to make money. They allegedly dealt in illegal guns and more recently were accused of fraudulently obtaining COVID-19 loans and relief payments.
Wow, COVID-19 loan. Okay, so that type of crime is synonymous with, let's say, Nigerian scamming groups out in London, right? And it's crazy that they're the ones that are sort of doing that here. Quite insane, quite insane. But hey, listen, you get it any way that you can, right?
They say the case took on additional urgency last year with the arrest and separate indictment of a man named Ryan Bradford in Reseda, who pleaded guilty earlier this year to being a felon with a gun.
In his home, a treasure trove of white supremacist paraphernalia, including.
All right, so the press conference of Khalil Rountree versus Alex Pereira for UFC 304 live in Utah this weekend has now concluded. I'm going to react to that, but we're going to finish this first. This video, then one more video for Cali CRASHOUT episode 2, and then we're going to get to the reaction for UFC 307.
Including replica Nazi uniforms, posters of Adolf Hitler.
U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada says the material also included plans for violence against Jews, the same motivation allegedly.
Now, again, I would like to see the evidence of that and where they found such motivation, because I don't know, man, like they're not really known for doing that. And if they do, well, then you got to wonder what sort of organization they morphed into. Right? Has it become a lot more ideological, or has it been a combination of ideological / street mentality?
Behind the actions of the others arrested today.
In fact, when we searched his home, we found a notepad in the home that had written as its New Year's resolution, quote, "Bake every single Jew."
The indictment does not accuse members of this group of any specific acts of violence against Jews or other groups.
We're not going to wait around for a tragedy to occur. We're going to take action right away. And in order to do that, we use every tool in our federal toolbox to address that. And that's what we've done today.
Were they planning something?
Next question.
Those arrested today are making initial court appearances in federal court this afternoon. They're all expected to be.
So notice that the media person asked them, well, were they planning something? And then they said, well, next question. And that could mean a various loads of things. For one, the other reason could be is because they don't want to reveal to the public yet, right, what has happened or what type of information they have regarding the case. So it's a little too early right now, right? That's sort of where they're at. Okay. But once again, their whole entire prerogative is to say that, well, this is what they're planning to do, but do you have proof of it? Because these guys asked you and you act as if you don't know. Or you may know, but you can't reveal. And either one of those two can be true. Right now, we just don't know which one that is.
Held in jail with no bail. The federal racketeering or RICO charges that were brought in this indictment can lead to very lengthy prison terms, up to life in prison for those convicted. Live in the newsroom, I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard, NBC4 News. Back to you.
All right. So that right there is the reality of that situation right now. So what we got going on right now is we're going to react to the press conference that had happened, and we're going to do that in exactly 30 minutes mark of this particular live stream. So that's 1 minute and 20 seconds from now. All right, so we are on and cracking in just about less than 10 seconds from now. All right, so here we go. We're going to react to the press conference right now and what I just saw. Raquel Pennington and Juliana Pena were probably the star of that whole entire show right now. Why? Because it was great banter that they had going on. I've never really seen anybody go at Juliana Pena like that. And it's expected with Raquel Pennington. I mean, let's just be honest, right? This is somebody that has some serious high levels of testosterone, and there is one good reason why that is, but let's just say there's a good reason why she is champion. With Alex Pereira and Khalil Rountree, nothing really there, just mostly respect. Khalil Rountree is sort of pouring his heart out. Alex Pereira is just stoic as always. Jose Aldo answering a lot of questions in Portuguese that none of us really know. And then Kevin Holland is sort of trying to pacify Roman Dolezzi as they were sort of bantering back and forth at each other. Kayla Harrison and Caitlin Vieira were sort of going at it. It's typical Kayla Harrison business. I mean, a lot like Ronda Rousey in the way that she goes after you, just very verbal and I'm the best. I have these accolades, so therefore you can't mess with me. So great fight, by the way. All these fights right here, great records on them. Roman Dolezzi is going to be a great test for Kevin Holland, as Kevin Holland is what you would probably consider at this point a gatekeeper. I'm going to give this fight to Roman Dolezzi based on the fact that Roman Dolezzi, I think, is just the upcoming fighter, a little bit more well-rounded. Okay, let's take a look at some of his past fights right here. Went to a decision with Anthony Smith, 36 years old. In the current moment of time, Nazardine Imavov went to a decision with him, went to a decision with Marvin Vittori. Jack Hermanson knocked him out, knocked out Phil Hawes. Kyle Dawkins, the brother of the Dawkins heavyweight guy, performance of the night. So this guy is a knockout artist, and Kevin Holland here has to be very careful with how he's going to approach fighting this guy. With Kevin Holland, he's very tricky on the ground. You never know what he's going to do, what is going to happen. I would imagine that at most, this fight is going to go to a decision with Roman Dolezzi in the favor of that. So, the Alex Pereira fight, I'm just going to say it flat out, right? I think Alex Pereira is going to win this fight. Let's just be honest. Khalil Rountree is going to fight him in a Muay Thai kickboxing stance. And guess what Alex Pereira does best? Unless, of course, Khalil Rountree, you know what? He may very well surprise him and tries to take him down, at which he's probably going to be successful at, maybe in the beginning of the rounds, just to kind of throw Alex Pereira off. But as it goes on, I think Alex Pereira is going to eventually knock him out, and he has 5 rounds to do it. So he's a better striker, even if Khalil Rountree was able to take him down all throughout that fight. I honestly think that at some point, Alex Pereira is going to knock him out. So let's go with Alex Pereira, 2nd round knockout. Raquel Pennington versus Juliana Pena. I'm going to go with Juliana Pena by decision. Now, Raquel Pennington is a hard-nosed champion. Very, very tough. Can grind. But I think Juliana Pena is just the much more well-rounded fighter, and she's going to take this fight right here. Jose Aldo versus Mario Batista. This is a tough one to pick because Mario Batista is not really all that experienced in comparison to Jose Aldo, who's 7 years elder, but has twice as many fights. But at the same time, he's not as damaged, right? Let's take a look at the record of Batista. Has a win over Ricky Simone, Guido Canetti, Damon Blackshear, just a couple of fights ago. Benito Lopez, submission. Brian Kelleher, a submission. A decision win in his UFC fight night against Walker and Hill. Okay. And then Trevin Jones. gets knocked out by him. And then Corey Sandhagen. So, okay, so he's lost to some decent people. This is what makes this fight sort of very interesting. But you know what? I may have to go with Mario Batista only because he's younger. He is a guy that is used to being at 135. Jose Aldo is a little bit older at 135, and he has sunk down from 145. And you never get better as you get older when it comes to weight. And he decided to defy all the odds with that. And I think at some point he's going to have some stamina issues as the fight goes on, considering that, by the way, this is in high altitude in Utah. Did I even forget to mention that? Yeah, it is in high altitude in Utah. So let's put that in perspective right there. Okay. Let's see here. What is the next fight after that? Kayla Harrison versus Caitlin Vieira. I'm going to go with first round submission by Kayla Harrison. They're going to clinch up. She's going to judo toss her into the ground, get an arm bar, or maybe a rear naked choke, or at very best, a ground and pound from either the top position where she got her back turned or in the full mount position. Preliminary cards with Stephen Wonderboy Thompson versus Joaquin Buckley. I'm going to go with Stephen Wonderboy Thompson by decision. I just think that he's the better striker. Joaquin Buckley is very wild, but I don't think he's going to knock out Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. And as a result, I think Stephen Wonderboy Thompson is going to have the advantage in the striking and the point fighting system in this. Austin Hubbard versus Alexander Hernandez. Very tough fight. I may have to go with Alexander Hernandez, but that's only because I think he may outwork Austin Hubbard. Austin Hubbard is known to have quit in his past fights. Whereas with Alex Hernandez, 14-8, right? Almost like a 50-50 record he's got going on right now. And he fights at the 155 division, obviously one of the toughest divisions out there, right? On a 2-fight losing streak against Damon Jackson. Decision, by the way, very deceptive. And then wins a decision against Jim Miller, who, by the way, has more octagon time than anybody. Gets submitted and knocked out before that Jim Miller fight. So he knows how to bounce back. Okay, that's one thing you got to understand about Alex Hernandez. He knows how to bounce back. And Austin Hubbard, okay, he's had some issues before, right? Some controversies. Let's see here. All Vince Nichelle losing via decision post-career. Okay. Yeah, so he had a little bit of that controversial issue. I don't know. This guy that had quit? Let me see if he where was he? No, I'm thinking of a different guy. Sorry. Okay. Well, let's break down his record. So he's coming off of a win, coming off of a loss from a submission, and then decision after decision after that one. This fight's going to go to a decision with Austin Hubbard and Alex Hernandez. It's going to go into a split decision, and I think it could go with either guy. Now, who's going to take it? I'm going to tell you that I'm going to give it a draw on my personal end, but on that, it's going to be one of those fights where, depending on which judge it is going to determine the winner. Like, in other words, if they think that Alex looks better than Austin, then yeah, they're going to go with that. Or if they think that Austin looked more dominant than Alexander, they're going to go with that. Yeah, so somewhere along those lines. Cesar Almeida versus El-Kheer Potierra. 185. Interesting matchup. By the way, Marina Rodriguez versus Yasmin Lucindio. I might have to go with Yasmin Lucindio in this one. A lot younger, better record. And on top of that, this is high altitude. And the 22-year-old may have the advantage on this one. Okay. fighting out of Ukraine, this dude right here. The duelist. Let's take a look at his fights in Topology. So far, 2 wins and 4 losses in the UFC. Not an ideal run. Standing guillotine by Michel Pereira. Carlos Ulberg has knocked this guy out. He's got a win over Mauricio Shogun Rua. And then Cesar Almeida, 36 years old, 5-1. Okay, has Glory kickboxing experience. Last loss was against Roman Kopylov. So, man, I'm going to have to go with this guy by unanimous decision. I think it's going to be very difficult to sort of finish him off in this one, but I think that the altitude is going to affect this fight altogether. Again, a lot of these fights are going to be predicated on how each person has gotten on with high altitude training. And a lot of these fights have been short notice. So try to understand and put that in perspective. Okay. So that is the prelims, the early prelims. We got Ryan Spann against Ovince St. Preux. I'm going to have to go with Ryan Spann on that one. A lot younger, less damage. And I think that he's going to go in for the kill and possibly get the knockout. And again, take into consideration high altitude in Utah. If not, maybe Ovince St. Preux is going to bring his veteran savvy. I mean, let's be honest, they're both veterans at this, right? But Ovince St. Preux has been in championship rounds with John Jones, understand what that's like, and maybe that's going to lend him some positivity in this matchup against Ryan Spann, who hasn't fought in that high level yet. I mean, at least not in the way where Ovince St. Preux has fought for a title, but this is where Ryan Spann sort of shows where his worthiness is. Carla Esparza versus Tisha Pennington. I'm going to have to go with Tisha Torres, as she was once known. Okay, so I'm going to have to go with Carla Esparza. Court McGee versus Tim Means. I'm going to have to go with Court McGee. He lives in Utah. This is a place where he is literally accustomed to. On top of that, I think that he is going to use the hometown advantage to his favor and his well-rounded skills on top of that. I'm going to go with Court McGee by decision on this one. So that's it. That's all we have for UFC 307. What else do we got going on here? So I'm going to talk more about UFC 307. I'm still going to continue on with the Cali CRASHOUT episode. Obviously, we covered the neo-Nazis that have been indicted by the feds earlier on. This one right here, let us go to this video, and then we're going to go to another video and be right back.
Joining us, I'm Laura Painter. Carly is tracking weather impact days in just...
If you've purchased a faulty car, you can get a massive payout like this and get your entire car loan paid.
Just a moment, but first, in just within a week, 2 different instances, 2 women were hit and killed while riding electric scooters in Sacramento. First, on August 29th,
So when I looked at this at first, I thought my initial reaction was, okay, is it people dying while riding, or is it because they're riding this and then they got hit? And then when I saw this clip, then we found out.
32-year-old woman died on Alhambra Boulevard in the middle of the day. The second happened Wednesday night on Franklin Boulevard. An 18-year-old woman died. Police are reminding everyone to be safe when riding or driving near e-scooters. ABC 10's Alicia Machado joins us in studio now with the latest. Alicia, such a tragic story. You learned more about one of the victims, right?
Yeah, Laura, a UC Davis first-year psychiatry resident was killed in one of the crashes. The director of her program tells me she brought out the best in people and wanted to help underserved communities with mental health.
A life taken too soon. 32-year-old Gio Jairo Sosa, known as Gio, killed while riding an e-scooter in East Sacramento just last week.
We're still a little bit in shock, to be completely honest.
A first-year psychiatry resident physician at UC Davis, she was 2 months into her residency. Gio moved from the East Coast to California for the program. A bright future ahead.
Her patients loved her, and I'm not at all surprised.
Yeah, very tragic indeed.
And her supervisors loved working with her. They loved teaching her. She was a phenomenal doctor.
Residency program director Belinda Banstra recruited Gio into the residency program. She says Gio had a passion for psychiatry and uplifting underserved communities.
She just fostered, connection with people. And so I think those are the things that we remember her by.
Sadly, Gio is not the only life lost on the road over the past week. On Wednesday evening, an 18-year-old was hit while riding an e-scooter near Franklin and Cosumnes River Boulevard.
Oh man, an 18-year-old, that's crazy.
Boulevard in Sacramento. Thursday, the Sacramento County Coroner's Office identifying her as Kaylee Xiong. Sacramento police hoping the community can take precautions to prevent more tragedies like these from happening in the future, encouraging both drivers and pedestrians to be mindful of what's around you.
Motorists, you are driving thousands of pound vehicles around and you're sharing a roadway, literally sharing a roadway with scooters who
You know, that is a thing that a lot of people may forget sometimes, right? Is that you do sort of share a lane with bikers and with people on scooters now. Now, can you imagine in the future where we start sharing with flying cars or flying hoverboards? Who knows?
you might just have a helmet or nothing on at all.
The risk of death for pedestrians and scooter riders increases as the speed of drivers increases. The average risk of death for a pedestrian struck by a vehicle is 10% at an impact speed of 23 miles per hour. It jumps to 50% at 42 miles per hour, according to the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety. Sacramento PD reminding drivers and scooter riders to limit their speed and do what you can to remain visible.
And in both cases, police tell us the driver stayed at the scene. Now, the UC Davis Department of Psychiatry
So that is a thing, huh? You got to stay visible when you're out on the road.
organized a GoFundMe to help support Gio's family during this difficult time. We'll have a link up on our website, abc10.com.
All right, how about this one right here? A 44-year-old cold case.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Aspire can help you have fewer attacks and
of Helen Terry.
She was stabbed to death in her South Sacramento apartment back in 1980. ABC.
Wow, we're talking about 1980, bro. 1980.
TN's Luke Clary is live in the studio with more on the case.
Well, Chris, Laura, this was a brutal crime that went unsolved for decades. Thanks to new evidence and a joint investigation between the Sacramento police and the district attorney's office, a suspect is now in custody.
And
a 27-year-old.
That is why you can never underestimate any cold cases whatsoever. Even the Tupac case right now with Keefe D, all of that still going on.
Mother murdered in her South Sacramento apartment on Wyndham Drive, where she lived with her one-year-old son. It was 1980, and the shocking crime landed on ABC 10.
It was on the bathroom floor that her body was found with multiple stab wounds.
The police investigation did not yield enough evidence to identify or charge a suspect. This man told ABC 10 he didn't believe Terry had any enemies.
And she would have told us something happened wrong. I don't know. I don't like it. We're going to find out, though.
It would take more than 40 years.
It doesn't matter how long ago it was, how far you try to hide. Our detectives will do everything in their power to locate you and bring you to justice.
The Sacramento Police Department announcing the arrest of 81-year-old Robert Terry.
Wow, he's 81 years old. The dude that they found was 81 years old. But hey, you got to face justice sometime, right?
For homicide-related charges. Police say he was involved in a paternity suit filed by the victim, Helen Terry, over child support for the one-year-old. In 2016, the department reopened the case as part of a cold case initiative.
Wow, so 2016 as a cold case initiative. 2016, and then 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 20. So literally 8 years later, from a cold case from 1980 and then 2016, and then 8 years later, 2024, they finally solved the case over a settlement or a lawsuit or some sort of filing for child support of some kind. Hey, remember, this is how the feds were able to open up that case against Diddy, was through those lawsuits.
DNA evidence pointed to Robert Terry as a suspect. It took another 8 years to proceed with charges when the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office cold case unit took it up.
This investigation is fresh again. Now this person's in custody.
The coverage.
So once again, break it down to you again. This happened in 1980, only for them to find out in 2016, or reopen the case, and then 8 years later, they were able to find this murderer. After a cold case, 1980 to 2016, and then from 2016, 2024, they were able to solve it.
At the time in the Sacramento Bee was graphic. It said police theorized Helen Terry's 1-year-old boy crawled on the floor while his mother desperately fought the assailant.
Wow, that's crazy, man. So as he was crawling on the floor, oh man, this is sad. This is crazy.
Who stabbed her 13 times before dragging her body into the bathroom. The newspaper reported that the killer wrote the N-word on the bathroom door and vanity mirror. ABC 10 reported in.
Wow. Wow. Look at that. Look how far back it went right here. Look at the video quality on this.
1980, that she was found on the floor with water running into an overflowing bathtub. Complaints of a water leak from the apartments below led to the discovery of her body and her little boy.
Our detectives didn't give up on this case. They didn't give up on Helen. They didn't give up on that one.
And look at this cop right here. I'll bet you this guy wasn't even born when this had happened, right? And here he is, right on the case, doing the damn thing and trying to solve it 44 years later, and not even 44 years old, or even half of that at his age.
1-year-old boy that's now an adult in the family, and that's why we're here today.
And as for that little boy who is now an adult, the Sacramento police did not share any information about where they are, or even if they've had contact after the arrest. The suspect, Robert Terry, remains in custody at the Sacramento County Jail on homicide charges, and police encourage any witnesses with information to come forward. Laura.
A disturbing but important investigation. Luke, thank you.
These mushrooms make you feel better.
On that one, to really emphasize the fact that this matchup is a surprise. But is it really? Because the reality of the so-called competitive architecture that you yearn for in the UFC doesn't really exist. But what they do have is sort of this roster that is vast in every weight class, and for a good reason. Number one, the UFC has to pump out a lot of content on a monthly, yearly basis, weekly basis, on top of the fact that they have to put out content that is related to the matches that is upcoming, whether it's a fight night or whether it's an international event or a pay-per-view or all of the above, because there are events that are international pay-per-views and special super fights all rolled into one. There's events like that. But most events are either one of the three that I had just mentioned. Well, that is very demanding, considering the fact that the UFC is being incentivized to put out content for ESPN, because what ESPN sees out of it is creating highlights. And not only that, adding those highlights into the vast library that they have in their sporting catalog that is within their app systems. So as a result, you got to build a bigger roster. And by the way, way bigger than in the context of what you understand the UFC's roster to be if you were a fan in the 2000s, or better yet, maybe even in the late 90s or early 90s if you really went back that far. But for me, I can tell you my first experience with MMA was in the late 90s. I understood MMA for what it was. It was adding grappling with striking, and growing up doing taekwondo and wrestling, it was a perfect fit. Although I never really trained jiu-jitsu until maybe 2009 or 2010 when I moved out in Sacramento, from the East Coast of Sacramento. But that's neither here or there. So a lot of people are complaining why this matchup is going on. They don't like it. And for the reason being that, well, you want to talk about integrity within a competitive architecture, many people would put El-Kheer on top of that list. So why is he not fighting then? Well, this is where the UFC needs that vast roster of people. We're talking about 500 in comparison to, let's say, they had maybe 10 guys per weight class in the 90s to the 2000s. And then when Spike came along and other TV deals, maybe the roster got bigger and bigger. And now 2024, we're talking about a 500 to 600 man roster, of which they cut guys on a daily and a weekly and this and that. You can follow, I believe it was a page called UFC Roster Watch. I believe that's what it's called, but they let you know the guys that are signed and the guys that are being let go, and it'll give you a perspective of what it means to be just another meat in the grind of things, right? Or I'm not really sure what the expression is on that, but understand this. Khalil Rountree, a lot of people don't like this matchup. For one, because of El-Kheer. They believe that El-Kheer should be fighting, but why is he not fighting? Again, various reasons. Visa issues, perhaps maybe issues on not being able to make a certain date or not make a certain contract, or maybe disgruntled with pay or contract negotiations. It could be a various amounts of things that only I can speculate for your own entertainment, but in reality don't really have the true answers, because right now it is being discussed behind closed doors as to why he didn't get the fight. And there's, once again, multiple reasons that is very difficult to point at one particular culprit. And the reality is that Khalil Rountree is a great matchup for Alex Pereira. Not only that, it's favorable towards Alex Pereira. It's going to give him a tune-up of some sort. But at the same time, here's something you got to understand. Khalil Rountree is also an exciting fighter. But Alex Pereira is a big star right now, and one can argue that they're giving him these easy fights to build his career up more, or just literally sustain the amount of output and the amount of activity that Alex Pereira wishes to do. And again, in this business of combat sports, you can never really pinpoint out one reason or another as to why one fight is happening over another. But these are the speculations that I'm giving you, and I hope that we're going to continue on with this story with more information as the days go on. Inshallah. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, mic check 1 2 1 2, guys. So right now we are currently live. Just right after I had just played you guys all of that, I figured I'd put on episode 2 of the Cali CRASHOUT podcast in here while we are previewing UFC 307. And by the way, we're going to be here all night long up until the fight. Right now in the West Coast, it is approximately 2:31 right now in the East Coast, West Coast. So we have about 1 hour left before we have the prelim fights for UFC 307. So I will be here. Fake Assure says here, didn't Ankh have the October 26th fight lined up before Khalil got offered the title? So Fake, I got to tell you, the reason for that, I believe, has something to do with some visa issues that Ankalaev may have. And not only visa issues, but perhaps issues on certain matters such as just not making it in time, right? Obviously, the fight just didn't line up the way that it should have. That may have something to do with it. But yes, Ankalaev is supposed to have this fight, but he didn't. And you know what? I think that this builds the fight even more. Because okay, tonight, I'm going to tell you flat out, if you didn't watch the preview show, right? I'll just tell you flat out right now. I think that Alex Pereira is going to win easily. Khalil Rountree has never shot a takedown in his whole entire UFC career. And guess what? Him winning is predicated on grappling. And he doesn't want to do that. So therefore, how is he going to change anything new or present any new threats towards Alex Pereira? And in Alex Pereira's case, Ankalaev is not just going to stand with you. Sure, he'll stand with you because that's the first thing that you do when you fight. But eventually, he's going to go in there, ankle pick you, Ankalaev, ankle pick Ankalaev. No pun intended, just trying to have a little wordplay with his name there. But yes, he's going to ankle pick you, single leg you, double leg you, grind you to the cage, clinch you up, take you down, and make it a very hard fight for you if it's not going any easier for him on the feet with Ankalaev taking shots from, let's say, Alex Pereira. So he's going to have an arsenal of weapons that you're not going to be ready for in this fight that you have tonight. It's only a showcase for Alex Pereira just to keep Alex Pereira active. And in turn, it also gives Alex Pereira this mystique. Oh, all of a sudden, he's got 10 fights within a matter of 18 months or something like that. That's all that they have going on for this one. So we're going to start the Cali CRASHOUT in about 5 minutes or so. Stay tuned. Stay tuned for the Cali CRASHOUT. In the meantime, what we have going on right here, I'm going to play you a video that I had recently regarding MMA Guru. This is a treat right here. So I will be right back for Cali CRASHOUT episode 3. And then after Cali CRASHOUT episode 3, we will proceed to covering UFC 307 live from Utah as I'm doing it right here in West Coast, California, USA. Let's get it. Nina Drama versus MMA Guru. We're going to talk about it. There's a couple of dynamics that I would like to speak on with this. It is this: the base versus the degenerates or the media plants. And in the other side of this is the traditional media versus the YouTube space of the MMA community. And these are two important topics to talk about, because when I'm talking about the base versus the degenerate feminist world, I'm talking about, let's say, Andrew Tate, fresh and fit type of content. You look at that content, right? Fresh and fit. What type of scenario do they have going on? They usually have a bunch of feminist women debate a whole bunch of topics regarding masculinity and traditional roles in modern society. And as a result of that, what what you have is sort of this divide in the world right now. And we're seeing it play out in the middle of the MMA Guru versus the Nina drama beef. That is what we have going on. Why is it that we are seeing this play out right now? Well, MMA Guru, for all the credit that we can give the man, he's giving people like me, he's giving people like No Chill MMA, he's giving people like MMA Joey, Tracy, Lucas MMA, all these guys. He's giving every single one of us an amazing opportunity to be part of a sport that we all love. Now, granted, there are some people that have competed in the sport, such as myself. There are people that have trained in the sport and still do. I'm that person as well, even though I don't compete actively. So I understand the sport from a technical aspect, also from the business aspects of the promotion, believe it or not, because of the likes of MMA Guru or MMA Joey. This is a very important media type of content that we need in the world of MMA to balance things out. Now, as somebody who has been to college, has gone through and got a journalism and public relations and communications media degree, you got to think to yourself, the way that MMA Guru and MMA Joey and these guys are going about it, they're giving everybody opportunities. Because even if you have, let's say, credentialed merits to journalism, it's not a guarantee that you're going to get a job at MMA fighting. And you know what? Even if you got a job at MMA fighting or MMA junkie, there is no guarantee that you're going to make more than the YouTuber. In fact, people like MMA Guru make more than the YouTubers. I'm sorry, make more than the traditional journalists. So MMA Guru makes more than most traditional journalists. Why? Because they work for a company. They have to pay overhead costs in order for them to get that lighting, in order to get that studio, in order to get all of these things perfected, right? You look at Ariel Helwani right now, he's sort of working independent aside from getting a Yahoo deal, but in reality, he doesn't have the backing of MMA fighting or Box Media to get him set up with his lights, with his studio, with his desk, and all of these props that they have going on. They can't do that. Well, he can't do that for himself right now, at least not in a way that MMA fighting and Vox Media has done that. So you look at somebody like MMA Guru, it's low budget, but the content it's hot. Let's just be honest about it. Whether you like him or not, and me personally, there's a lot of things that I disagree with MMA Guru on, but in this particular case, I'm sorry to say, but he's absolutely correct when it comes to this situation right here. You want to know why? Understand this. Nina Drama is somebody that is used to having this Los Angeles style transactional relationship. And what exactly do I mean by that? A transactional relationship meaning that, what can you do for me? Can you get me on this particular channel? Can you get me on with the UFC? Can you get me Sean Strickland interviews? Can you get me to Orange County to shoot and film Sean Strickland shooting guns in the middle of some random desert range in Palm Springs or whatever part of Southern California Sean Strickland decides to delve his little hobbies in? And Nina Drama wants to get a part of that, so she gets it. Why? Because she's traditional media. She's transactional in her relationships, and I can go on and probably accuse her of doing nefarious things in order to get to the position that she's at. She is literally what you call an industry plant. And that is the battle that is going on right now. Now, here's the thing that you got to understand about Nina Drama, right? She fires back at MMA Guru, saying to MMA Guru, you know what it is that I do? I use my assets, right? She literally mentioned this and said this flat out, that she uses her assets. And you know exactly what I'm talking about, because I'm not talking about her portfolio in her business transactions or her past and future endeavors she has going on when it comes to investments, whether that would be crypto or regular paper money. That's not what I'm talking about. So you know exactly what I mean by assets. And again, not talking about any properties she owns or anything like that, because that's actually the real definition of an asset. But either way, she admits that. So let's talk about that. Is it right for you to use your looks in order to get to where you need to get to? Well, it goes beyond just using looks. You see, males, for the most part, they use your looks to a certain extent. If you are a decent looking guy, or if you are what some people would consider, let's say, even a pretty boy, right? Let's just be honest. A lot of people are going to want to hang out with you. They want to kick it with you. They want to be seen around you. Probably because, I don't know, you attract positive attention. Perhaps maybe it's because you, well, there could be multiple reasons. We would have to delve into psychology and try to understand why certain people are the way they are and why they hang out with certain people for that. But that's a whole different dynamic in terms of relationship psychology, right? So we're not going to delve into that, but you kind of see where this is going, right? Well, look, men and women use your looks a completely different way, right? A completely different way. Because as a man, you can use your looks. By the way, check out the Sacramento Bridge behind me as we are passing right now. So this is what you get out of my channel, is nothing but unpredictability to the max. So we're going to keep going until the sun goes down and talk about this Nina Drama versus MMA Guru situation, because this is the hottest thing on the internet right now, and I want to continue talking about it. So Nina Drama claims that she's using her looks. A lot of males out there, they go out and use their looks in order to obtain whatever it is that they need, but in a different way. You see, as a male, you can use your looks without having to expose your body in a certain way. Now, is it different if, let's say, you are a fighter? Obviously, you have to have your shirt off. That's a given. That's part of the competition. But even in Islamic terms, that's considered your aura, meaning that what is allowed for a male to show as opposed to, let's say, a female, right? But we're not going to get into that. What I can say is that there are just some things that males can show and females can't show, and that's just what it is. And the fact that Nina Drama is notorious for exposing a lot of herself in multitudes of ways, you got to ask yourself, my goodness, you know what? If she didn't do this, where would she be? If she started just putting on, let's say, a sweater, you think you really want to see Nina Drama? Well, I don't really care for her channel. In fact, this is the only reason why she even comes to my radar is because of MMA Guru. And let's be honest, MMA Guru right now is way hotter in terms of numbers, in terms of viewership, and maybe even in terms of YouTube revenue over, sorry about that, over Nina Drama. There's no doubt about it. He has more followers. So now you got to ask yourself, why is that? And the reason being is because MMA Guru touches a certain demographics of people that, quite frankly, are never going to be able to get around somebody like Nina Drama or people that are within her circle. That is why MMA Guru is going to win this by default. Because you got to understand something, right? Let's talk about dynamics. There are more losers than there are winners in the world. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if your friends on your social media or your skewed view of the world in terms of what you view in social media have made you forgot. But there are more people that are desperate out there than there are people who are winners in life. And that's just a God-honest reality. So this is where MMA Guru is going to win. Nina is an industry plant. On top of that, she doesn't really do anything in terms of real MMA content. And of course, some can argue and say, you know what? She brings something different to the table. Well, what exactly is that? Flirting with a bunch of fighters and promoters? Because really, let's just be objective. That's just really what we see out of this. And you're talking to a guy that disagrees with a lot of aspects that MMA Guru gets into. I really disagree with his worldview. I disagree with the way that he looks at the world. And quite frankly, there's just a natural disposition of conflict that we have, me as a Muslim male and him as a pro-Western type of figure that he likes to sort of fancy himself as. And this is why he has a certain kind of support that he has over Nina Drama as a result of that. And you got to understand that. You got to understand that MMA Guru is independent. Not only is he independent, he's not taught or behind the scenes have producers in his ear to tell him what he should say and what he should do. Nina Drama has. Nina Drama, it's funny that her name is Drama because, quite frankly, before this beef with MMA Guru, she never was about the drama. She never causes drama, which is why the UFC invites her. This is why people like Luke Thomas, they don't get invited. People like Jesse on Fire, he has to go to the fights himself to pay on his own money, but never as a media member. And then on top of that, MMA Guru, this is a guy that's never going to be invited to a UFC event. And if he does, you know what's going to happen. A lot of Dagestani supporters are going to beat his behind. A lot of people that are supporters of Muhammad Makayev are going to go punch him in the face. They're going to do all types of things to MMA Guru, and he knows that. And that's the reason why he don't come outside. So that's one criticism I have about MMA Guru. You can never say that he's a G. He claims to be from London, from the south of London, and this and that, but he's never outside. You look at my channel, I'm outside. I'm right here. I'm in Sacramento. I go to the hoods. I go to my hood. I go to the hoods of Sacramento and around the area. And I'm good in these places. MMA Guru doesn't do that. But as far as Nina Drama, what I will say is that she has a very limited career. I'm going to tell you why. Because of the fact that she has a career predicated on her looks, you got to understand something, right? Looks fall off at a certain age. It just does. It just happens. There's nothing that you can do about it. I get this whole argument with people where they say men age better than women or women age better than men. In all true to God honesty, there is no real data to say one way or the other. And I think all of it is anecdotal evidence, and it all varies from person to person because by the end of the day, we are all different. So her career is going to be limited. What's going to happen when she gets older? You see, there's a lot of actors and actresses out there. I don't want to mention any of their names or anything like that. But the one thing that you can rest assured and understand about certain actors out there is that when you reach a certain age, you are no longer that handsome fella in the 1980s or that handsome person B, person A from the 2000s. It's now 2024. We all fade at some point. At some point, Clint Eastwood did not look like the geriatric man that he does right now. And at some point, Nina Drama is not going to be Nina Drama the way that you know her to be right now. With MMA Guru, listen, you see all the comments that they say about this guy. I'm not going to pile into that. You're this, you're that, you're fat, you're, I don't know, you got a shaggy looking beard, you got, I don't know, a little hat fro or whatever it is, right? It doesn't matter. If that is what he is, it's not going to get any better as he gets older, and you don't have any expectations of him being one way or the other. And again, the way that I'm ending this video or the way that I'm segueing this video is literally on the topic of aging. And how superstars are perceived when they get older. Which brings me to what Suge Knight said about Tupac in one of his last few episodes, maybe 6 months ago, about Tupac. You know what he said? He said it's probably a blessing and a curse for Tupac to have died. You know why he said that? He said because it's a blessing that you never got to see Tupac become gray. You never got to see Tupac gain weight, lose the six-pack that you know him to be in this iconic image that he has going on. And he compared it to Marilyn Monroe. So that kind of answers your question about who ages better, whether men or women. I don't think it matters. It varies by person to person, right? You never got to see Tupac with gray hair. You never got to see Tupac as an older man, less aggressive, less abrasive, and less combative in the way that he died. You never got to see that because in every gangster's life, at some point, man, you become a lot more calm, a lot more subtle, maybe even a lot more domesticated at some point because you can't be an animal forever. Just like you can't be a superstar forever. And whatever made you a superstar, whether it's looks or whether it's physical abilities or this and that, all of that is going to fade away. And that is one thing that we can guarantee with Nina Drama. So if you ask me, in all true to God honesty, who's going to have more of the better career? Well, I'm going to say that it's going to be MMA Guru. Because without the UFC, Nina Drama is nothing. You see, MMA Guru never got a press pass with the UFC or got an invitation to the UFC, other than the fact that they used some of his clips to do a McGregor documentary, which, by the way, was very big for his channel. Okay, let's just be honest about that. It was very big for his channel, but nonetheless, it really did not give him any favors with the UFC in terms of access towards the fighters. Other than his own relationships with the actual fighters themselves, whether that would be either Sean Strickland or Sean O'Malley or maybe even Dricus du Plessis, right? He built that relationship organically on his own without the UFC. But it doesn't mean that all the other fighters are going to want to be down with him. Of course not, right? It's only going to be a selective few, just like me. Obviously, I know a few fighters in the game. I'm not going to know them all, but the reason why I know them is because obviously I've ran across them, built a relationship with them, trained with them the way that MMA Guru has with Dricus du Plessis, even though he doesn't live in South Africa, which kind of makes me wonder why doesn't he train with local London guys? But that's another story here or there, and I think we know the answer to that. Maybe it's because, you know what, he's afraid that he may get jumped, and that's a great possibility. So that is all that we have for this particular segment right now. I'm going to end it with there it is, Old Sack. I always love driving here, and I wanted to share this with you guys at the end of the video. Well, you know what? I know a good way to solve that. How about I just pause that stream right now? Thank you, my man. Thank you for the support and also the kind advice. But yes, nonetheless, we are here. Here's the rest. Here's the rest of Old Sacramento before we go into Cali Crash Out, Episode 3. And after that, it is UFC 307 live into prelims. Like and subscribe, yeah? All right. So we are about to begin the Cali Crash Out stream in less than 2 minutes. So I just wanted to make sure that I have this on the right, let's say, timestamp of some sort, right? So I promised and said that this was going to start at 1 minute and 1 hour and 35 minutes of the live stream. We are at 1 hour and 34 right now as we speak. So in 60 seconds, we will be back with Cali Crash Out. And don't forget to like and subscribe, because this is going to be one of the most epic streams that you will ever witness. I promise you. There's no streamer in the MMA world that is doing what I'm doing right now. What I'm about to show you is my environment around the California area, whether that would be in the Bay Area, the Sacramento area, the Valley, or all the way down in SoCal, Los Angeles, San Diego. We're going to do it all. We're going to do it all. We're going to give you some news clips, some crazy news that you don't get around the world because, hey, California is a crazy place, and we tend to offer you some real crazy stream. So here we go. Cali Crash Out Episode 3 is about to start. Following this will be the UFC 307 live stream. Do not forget to like and subscribe, because we are about to begin right now. The first news that we're going to get into right now is a murder or unaliving of a 60-year-old Daly City man that started a dispute in a gym. So he was a custodian telling this young man to not vandalize the gym. And as a result, he wanted to go do something about it, followed this 60-year-old man home and shot him dead in front of his front yard. Let's check out this news clip right here.
Made their first court appearances today in a murder case. According to the San Mateo County District Attorney, it all started with a dispute at a local gym. The victim was shot and killed outside his home on South Mayfair Avenue in Daly City last Sunday. Today, ABC 7 News reporter Dion Lynn spoke with those who knew the victim well and has...
Now, for those of you that don't understand anything about Daly City is a city right outside of San Francisco, as you see right here on the screen. Now, what's significant about this city is there's a huge Filipino population, Filipino American to be exact, Phil M, as they like to call each other. But nonetheless, it is a Filipino neighborhood. The man that was the victim here was a 60-year-old Filipino man. And from what I believe, the shooter was with his mother, out of all people. You'll see it right here. We'll continue reacting to it.
As this story you'll see only on 7.
He's like an older brother or an uncle that always is bringing things and thinking of other people and sharing things with them. So
that kind and generous spirit makes it hard to fathom why 60-year-old Rolando Yango was gunned down right outside of his Daly City home Sunday evening.
He's a nice guy. This neighborhood is really nice neighborhood.
This neighbor caught the incident on his surveillance camera just after 7 p.m. You can see the vehicle Yango was driving. Seconds later, it's followed by another car, and multiple gunshots can be heard. Daly City police arrested 50-year-old Zaib Afridi and her 21-year-old son, Marji Afridi, outside their apartment.
So he's 21 years old, and the mother was obviously, a lot older. But nonetheless, it's just crazy that the mother went and drove the son to murder someone. Now, again, this is not really that unusual, let's say, in the gang world, but I don't know if this guy has ever been known to have been a gang affiliate. At least the news has not said anything remotely close to that yet.
Complex about 2 miles away. The DA's complaint shows Marji Afridi was charged with murder and multiple enhancements. His mother as an accessory to a felony. Mother and son made their first appearance at the hall.
Okay, so being an accessory to murder, I don't think that's going to get the same amount of, let's say, I don't know, traction as actually doing it yourself. But either way, this is tragic. This is just very tragic for everybody, right? Think about this. The son goes to jail, loses his life. The mother loses her whole entire hard work. You could imagine this is an immigrant family that moved here, just like the victim and their family. It's just sad overall. It's a sad, sad situation for everybody as a whole.
Of Justice in Redwood City Wednesday afternoon. The San Mateo County District Attorney tells me the incident all started at a nearby gym. A friend of Yanga, who requested anonymity, said Yanga worked maintenance there part-time and that Marji Afridi was a member known to cause trouble. When Yanga approached the young man...
Now, I got to tell you, I'll give you a little side story to this, right? So obviously what is going on here is a situation where there is a gym dispute. Now, I used to go to this gym. I'm not going to mention which one it is because I'm not trying to give them a bad rap or anything like that. But it was a fitness gym, not a mixed martial arts, a boxing or MMA gym or anything like that. There were a lot of guys there that were extremely combative. And I'm going to be honest with you, as an Arab guy, I'll tell you straight up, it was just Arab dudes that was wilding out like this. Most of them that were just, constantly getting into stuff for one reason or another. Maybe it's just the testosterone in the air or it's just a cultural differences. But yeah, that's my little experience in public gyms.
And over an alleged vandalism in the bathroom, that's when things...
So there you go. There was an alleged vandalism going on, and the man, 60 years old, decided to do something about it, which ultimately cost his life.
Escalated.
I feel really so sad for them.
In court, Zaib Afridi's private defender requested an Urdu translator. The pair will return to court next Wednesday. In Daly City, Dion Lim, ABC 7 News.
Okay, so from what I understand, they were asking for an Urdu translator, which tells me what? Obviously, he's not Arab. I thought at first he was Arab. He's actually, from what it seems, maybe Pakistani. So, yeah, that's a little interesting right there. I know that region and that part of Daly City, there's a lot of Pakistanis. There's a lot of Afghanis that live in the Bay Area. So it checks out everything that they're saying when he said that he's Urdu. Because at first, when I saw this news clip, I thought he was an Arab kid. But yeah, that's neither here or there. All right, so the next news clip we're going to get into is down in Loma Linda, which is in Southern California. Let's take a look at this news clip right here as we head down to Southern California and cover this one right here.
This fall, switch to a TurboTax Live expert and we'll beat the price you paid your pro last tax season.
We have breaking news from Loma Linda. That is where San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies shot and killed a man.
Yeah, KTLA's Carlos Herrera is live on scene with those details. Carlos, good morning.
Megan, Chris, good morning. The deadly shooting happening in the neighborhood right behind me. We're right near Taft Street and Redlands Boulevard. Investigators cleared the scene here just moments ago. Let's get you over to some pictures because detectives worked through the night, more than 12 hours since the shooting happened, and they're trying to determine what exactly happened here and caused the deputy to shoot and kill a man. They were interviewing witnesses and collecting evidence. It was around 4:30 p.m. Thursday when deputies responded to a 911 call here in the 26,300 block of Snowden Avenue. What started as a routine response quickly escalated. The agency hasn't released much information about what happened after that, but we know they encountered the man, and at some point, a deputy opened fire. That man died at the scene. Brianna and her husband moved into the neighborhood just a few months ago. We spoke with them. She tells us she was walking her dog in her backyard when she heard the commotion.
I noticed that the yelling was a police officer, and he was holding up his firearm, and he fired his weapon. It was more than once, but
So I got to tell you, the fact that that officer had decided he was going to shoot more than once is going to raise a lot of red flags. Obviously, anytime that an officer shoots somebody, it is never a clear-cut situation. Here's another thing, especially if that person is a minority and that minority has a certain activist group behind them. Let's say somebody like Benjamin Crump or somebody that is from, let's say, a Rasa activist movement. I mean, that cop is not going to go easily at all. They're going to try to push the issue on that. So let's learn more about this.
I did not count how many times. Definitely worrying. You know, it was very unexpected coming out and seeing something like that happen.
She doesn't know much about the man who was shot. She knows that he lives in this neighborhood. No one else was harmed. It's unclear if the unidentified man was armed at the time, but we've learned what appeared to be a knife was located near the man's body. It has now been booked.
So the fact that this man had a knife, I think, is going to play a significant role in how a lot of people are going to perceive this particular news clip, right? Now, a lot of people are going to say that, well, you know what, you should never do this to an unarmed man or this and that. There's a George Floyd situation. There's a Mike Brown situation. There's the Trayvon Martin situation. But this man has a knife. So it's going to be hard to try and prosecute this cop, considering that he was trying to protect himself in the line of fire. And look, if you don't want to get shot by the cops, you got to make it very clear. You got to make it very clear. Like, look, I'm not armed. I'm not hostile. I don't have anything that can threaten you. This is one of the things that a lot of people really need to understand when they are dealing with cops, right? They need to understand that in order to come home safe, man, you have to really make sure that you're not putting them in a certain danger that's going to provoke them into action in a negative fashion. But either way, that's what we have going on here.
As evidence, again, as we come back to the lab, this is an active investigation, and this will take several more days for authorities to determine.
So obviously the investigation is ongoing in the current moment of time. And what they are trying to do as a result of that is try and understand where and how this shooting happened and how they can somehow put some clear pieces into some of these puzzles.
Determine what exactly happened here. We'll hope to get those details to you and bring them to you as soon as they are available. For now, Chris.
All right, so the next one we're going to go to, obviously it's still in Southern California. This is Pomona. A couple attacked by a pit bull. Let me tell you, one of the things that really scares me about going out in the park is people that don't leash your dogs, because you never know what a dog is willing to do when the situation comes about, right? You just don't know what the dog is thinking. And there's a reason why people are told to leash their dogs. But let's take a look at this news clip right here and see what's going on.
Attack caught on camera. A couple in Pomona say they were simply out walking their Yorkies when this dog came out of nowhere and attacked. The couple says the pit bull's owner allows this dog to roam free in the neighborhood and has been a danger for months now.
And you see, that is the problem right there. Whenever you allow a dog to just roam freely, it's never that good. And you know what? A lot of these dudes that have this type of dog, I mean, they're usually like gangster type of dudes, thugged out type of dudes, right? But if you see, let's say, one of these military looking guys, those Tim Kennedy, Brian Stan looking type of guys that have a German Shepherd, you kind of know that that dog is trained. He's trained to kill, but he also has a certain level of restraint, unlike some dogs like this one.
And they're worried the dog could attack small children. KTLA's Angelique Cockadey is live in Pomona with a story you'll see only on 5. Angelique.
Rick and Cher, I spoke with a couple earlier this afternoon. They're still a bit shaken up. Their bite marks still visible. But listen, they're going to be okay. Their big concern now is for the children in the neighborhood.
The dog just didn't want to stop. It just kept going and going.
That's Brian Garcia, and that's his right hand. 5 days after he says a neighbor's pit bull in Pomona bit him while he, his wife, and their 3 Yorkies were out for a walk Saturday morning.
I felt it and I saw it, but I guess I just had my adrenaline rush, so I was still pushing it away.
The attack caught on camera in this chilling video. You can see the couple walking seconds before a black pit bull races towards them, lunging at Shanicia Hernandez.
Yeah, so look, as I mentioned earlier, when I mentioned there's some guys out there that are, let's say, military trained guys like Tim Kennedy or Brian Stan that have a pit bull, you can almost trust that, hey, you know what? These are going to be responsible dog owners, right? Their dog is trained, and not only that, the owners are highly trained special forces guys, military guys, so you know they're going to have those dogs in check. Now, when you got some hood-ass dogs with some hood-ass owners, they're going to be exactly like how the owners are, which is wild, free, nobody really tells them what to do, and they're going to attack at their own accord if they see fit for whatever reason. So that's what we have going on here.
What do I do? And then I was like, well, I'm just going to scream at the people to come get their dog.
And that's exactly what she did. After the dog sets its eyes on Brian, you can hear Shanicia begging the owner for help, which took 30 seconds.
Look at Brian over here. Brian over here kicking the dog, as he should, man. I mean, look, when you got a dangerous dog like this coming at you, yeah, man, you better do what you need to do and do what you need to do. So that's just really what it is. So you can't really blame homie for doing this right here.
Every time I walk down the street, but it's scary. It's very scary.
Neighbors saying they aren't surprised by the incident and that the dog and its owner have been a nuisance for months.
Her son moved into her driveway because he doesn't live inside the house.
Tents line the inside of the fence, which Brian says the dog can push open, but that calls to police and animal control have gone nowhere.
They said that
well, that's kind of the reason why it really didn't go anywhere, because look, animal control is supposed to be there, right? And obviously, I think the police are the ones that are supposed to call animal control. But how can you get to animal control if the police are doing other things?
They couldn't do anything.
Leaving neighbors in fear the next time could be worse.
This neighborhood is a lot of families. They walk in the afternoons, walk their little dogs, they walk with their children. And next time it might not just be a little bite. It might be a child fighting for its life.
Now, I did reach out to the Humane Society as well as Pomona Police Department. Neither one got back to me. But if you do have a concern about a dog in your neighborhood, your first step should be calling your local animal control. For now, reporting.
Well, yeah, that's that with this one. So next one we're going to go into an arson. Couple of stories that we have here regarding arson and fire. One in Sacramento, one in LA. This one is
A
going to be in
serial
LA.
arson suspect accused of setting at least 4 fires in downtown Los Angeles is in custody tonight. One of the fires caused
Look at this, just absolute boldness, right? Now, look, there's cameras around wherever you're at nowadays, right? And the boldness of this guy to just go in there and set this place on fire is just insane. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. All this news clip that I'm showing you right now is literally up to date. It's not even weeks old, not even a week old, a lot of these. So these are local situations that are going on right here in California. This is why we call it the Cali Crash Out Episode 3. Let's get it.
millions of dollars in damage. The suspect was arrested after police say he set a pile of trash on fire yesterday, and they noticed a similar pattern.
KTLA 5's Rick Chambers joined.
Damn, bro, homie set a bunch of garbage on fire? What's going on with this dude, man? That's insane.
This live from downtown LA with more on how arson investigators caught up with their suspect. Rick?
Yeah, Cher, this is a guy that LA City Fire was anxious to get off the streets. As you mentioned, 3 of these fires were relatively small in size, but the other caused a tremendous amount of damage. And all of these fires had the...
Now, you see, what the thing with arsonists, right? They have a thing for setting things on fire, burning things up. And sometimes their whole intention isn't really to burn everything to the ground in that particular matter or anything like that. It's just more so with, let's say, causing just a little bit of damage, but not to the damage that this particular arsonist may have expected right here.
potential of putting lives in danger. This early morning blaze on July 19th along Kohler Street in downtown LA is one of 4 fires now being tied to suspected arsonist Victor Marias. Heavy flames spread to several commercial buildings between 7th and 8th Streets, causing more than $7 million in damage and injuring a firefighter.
Wow, $7 million of damage while injuring a firefighter. This homie is going down for this one for sure, right? They're not going to go easy on this homie for sure.
Arson investigators quickly made entry into the structure while it was still burning to find and extract the hard drive that held all the security surveillance footage of the fire actually being set.
Now, you see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I tell people that you can no longer commit crimes the way that you did back then in the 90s and mid 2000s, the way that you can now. Back then, if you wanted to set something ablaze like that, it would be very difficult to find who that person is, because guess what? A lot of things get burnt away. And you guys remember Menace to Society, right? In the beginning of the scene where he shot that store clerk and then he went into the back and stole the camera's tape footage. It was an actual tape footage, right? Well, nowadays, there's hard drives in your Ring camera, in your cameras that are in the security surveillances around different buildings in different cities. It's just not the business to commit crimes in this modern day and age.
That surveillance video showing the
However, it doesn't mean that you can't get away with it, but that's just the reality of it.
31-year-old Marias approaching the building and then allegedly torching paper and cardboard stored behind a fence. In September, the same man was seen prior to a fire along Willow Street.
Residents provided the investigators with video footage that showed the suspect gathering garbage throughout the day, placing it at the front door of the business. Then later that evening, the suspect returned and lit the trash on fire.
So you got to ask yourself, right? What is this guy's motivation? Is there somebody here that he doesn't like or somebody here that he hates? And why is he doing this for whatever reason? I mean, you never know, right? You never know of the motivation of people, but by the end of the day, this is what it is. Perhaps maybe he just grew up as a pyromaniac and it just carried on into his adulthood. And here we are a couple of years later.
Then yesterday, October 3rd, Victor Marias allegedly returned to that same location on Willow, gathered wood and debris from a nearby garbage can, stacked it against a power pole, and set it on fire before casually walking away. And it turns out Marias is already on probation for arson. That one in August of last year, where Marias can be seen nonchalantly pouring an accelerant on the wall of a building along Palmetto Street, then use a lighter to ignite it. Earlier today, his case went to the district attorney.
With the suspect facing multiple felony charges of arson of a structure and arson of property, along with a probation violation.
We expect to see Mr. Marias in a courtroom on Monday morning. Tonight, though, he's being held without bail. In downtown LA, I'm Rick Chambers, guys. I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
Rick,
All right. So that does it for that. Now let's go back to Sacramento, by the way, because we have got. Here we go.
Homes after a major fire that broke out in North Highlands. That fire started around 6 this morning. KCRA3's Leanne Denyer shows us the damage and shares why fire crews and family members are grateful that this wasn't much worse.
Fire burned through multiple units of a North Highlands apartment complex Friday morning.
Luckily, everyone is safe there. The other stuff are all gone.
Simi Sandhu lives at the Pepperwood Knoll Apartments. Her nephews do too, and lived in one of the units that burned. One was already at work.
I actually knew some homies that lived in this apartment complex right here, which is kind of wild seeing this in the news. But hey, this is why I'm picking local news, because it's something that I'm trying to present to the world, something that I'm trying to represent to the world. Like, hey, this is what's going on in my part of the world, and I want to share this with you guys. So yeah, it does hit a little bit home, but well, I'm not going to mention whether I know anyone there or not currently right now that has been affected by this, but tragic nonetheless for everybody involved.
She says the other woke up to other tenants banging on their unit.
It was all of a sudden when you are taking a rest, and all of a sudden when you open eyes, it was all over fire. Their new couch, new beds, all are gone.
Sacramento Metro Fire shared this video of the flames. The fire so big, additional resources needed to be called in.
The First and Engine Company did a great job of really describing what they had. 40, 50-foot flame lengths coming off the top of this building. A tremendous amount of heat, so much so that the cars in a carport were starting to off-gas.
Metro Fire focused on getting everyone out, knowing at 6 a.m. it was likely people were home.
Everybody got out, thankfully.
Now, that's the worst right there, is when you know that everybody is home, and it's just really tragic, right? Because look, a fire can just start out of nowhere. You're just chilling 1 minute, and next thing you know, all of a sudden it's just, wow, boom, like that. You know what I mean? It's just out of nowhere.
That was our number one priority. Let's get everybody out of there.
Sandhu says her nephews immigrated from India and were just getting settled into their.
Now, here's one thing that I was sort of concerned about this situation, right? What would have happened if, let's say, all of their documents have been burnt? Right? How do you go about that, right? It would be a very difficult process to prove who you are, especially if you are an immigrant in this country, whether it's legal or illegal.
Their first apartment. While most of their belongings are gone, she says their immigration paperwork could be saved.
And that's very important for us who are living here. Otherwise, no jobs, nothing else without documentation. So luckily they all are safe.
Even more so, she's grateful they are safe.
Absolutely, grateful to God. They are safe. They wake up on the time. Otherwise, it will be a huge damage. Maybe they burn themselves. I'm so glad that they are still safe.
You can just hear the relief in her voice. In all, we're told that 11 adults and 5 children are out of their homes because of this fire. In North Highlands, Leanne Denyer, KCRA 3 News.
All right. So I hope every family that's been affected by that whole situation gets out of that in one piece. Hopefully nobody was that injured or hurt. And more importantly, also, while not being injured and hurt, I hope nobody really lost anything valuable. So we're going to take this back to Southern California right now. We got a couple more videos, and then we're going to head right into the coverage for UFC 307. So here we go. Back down in Southern California, where we have a string of robberies that are going on. And by the way, this is something that's very common in LA. So let's check this out right here.
A sense of security shattered for residents in a Brentwood neighborhood tonight after mass burglars break into at least 2 homes.
They are caught on surveillance cameras crawling through the backyard of one home before busting in and stealing thousands of dollars in property. Mary Beth McDade live in Brentwood with the chilling home video.
Now, first off, I want to mention that I don't know who the people are in this particular case, nor would I even say if I did. But I will say this. This is a common thing that a lot of gangs down in Southern California do in order to get money, right? So I'm not saying that it's a particular gang or anybody that's done this. I'm just saying this is common knowledge. The cops know it, the gangs know it, and even the people in the streets know it. It's just what's going on, right? It's a way for people to gain status or a way for them to obtain a certain amount of wealth in whatever goals they have going on. But yeah, this is very common in Southern California, and some of it is gang related and some of it is just a moment of opportunity for some burglars.
MB.
Yes, and Mike and Sherry, residents tell us that they are getting fed up with all of these recent break-ins, and they're talking about joining forces to try to figure out a way to prevent such brazen burglaries. Security cameras are rolling at a Brentwood home Thursday night as 3 masked men slither across a couple's deck and then...
Look at this. They just slid right through here, right? Just, man, trying anything that they can to get through.
Break into their home through a back window left open for fresh air.
We left for dinner at around 7 p.m. and we got back around 10 p.m. and noticed one of our side gates was ajar, and then looked inside the bedroom window of the house and all our stuff was all over the place.
Simon House called the police and then checked his security footage.
We kind of panicked and started looking through my cameras that had been chiming all night and saw all these creepy crawly guys walking around the property.
He says the men got away with...
My man said creepy crawly guys. That's the way that he describes them. He calls them creepy crawly guys. That's crazy.
With some jewelry, a camera, and pricey purses.
It's a big violation of your privacy and your safety. Yeah, I mean, all the stuff they took doesn't really hold a candle.
I mean, look, you look at this guy. He's like, God bless him, right? I mean, look, this is what they call in LA and in the Bay Area and anywhere in the hoods of the United States. They call it hood tax. This is the best way to describe it. That's what it's called. It's called hood tax, right? You live in an area where it's close to a gang neighborhood or within the vicinity of it. Hey, you're taxing it to the hood. That's really how they see it, at least on the side of the burglars.
And also just the invasion that you feel.
The thieves apparently then went to the next door neighbor's house, broke in through their glass door, and stole thousands in jewelry and other items.
We're getting hit a lot and we're all looking out and it's really scary.
Scotty lives nearby and says homes in their upscale neighborhood are constantly getting targeted.
The house next 2 doors down from mine right here on South Bundy got it about 3 weeks ago. Gunpoint.
He tells us his neighbors were home when the armed men broke in around 9:30 on a Friday night.
They took them upstairs and put them in a bathroom and took all their jewelry and I believe a safe, and they're traumatized.
He thinks people are going to have to start protecting themselves.
That's not something.
Well, this is what I tell people, right? You know, you got to go and be responsible for your own set of safety, right? You can't really rely on the police the way that you think that you can. I mean, if you think that the police are going to provide any help for you, I mean, look, that's just not the reality of the situation. What you got to understand is that the police are there to help you if they can get there and help you. And if they can't, well, that's just what it is. They just can't. And there's nothing else that you can really do about that. So you got to be responsible for your own protection, no matter what.
That people want to do. I don't want to do it. I have a gun. I don't want to use it.
And some residents are also looking into hiring a private security company to patrol their streets. For now, reporting live here in Brentwood, Mary Beth McDade. We'll send it back to you.
Well, you see, there you go. That's what you got to do, right? They said that, hey, you know what? We're going to hire private security to keep up with what we got going on here. So, guys, I really wanted to show you more videos, but I think UFC is about to start right now. You know what? I'll do one more video, right? And this is going to be in Stockton and Lodi, right? So there were more videos I wanted to show, but obviously that's a little impossible right now because we have a real show to get to, which is UFC 307. But one more right here. We're going to take a look at some car chase pursuit in Stockton that ended in a deadly crash in Lodi. Here we go.
2 people are under arrest after a high-speed chase that stretched across 2 cities. That chase started in Stockton and ended in a Lodi neighborhood. Both suspects are now in custody after that high-speed chase with police this morning. KCRA3's...
Look at that. That's the suspect right there. Look at that. Look at the vato right there with his white baby mama from what it looks like right here, man. Oh, man, this is a trip. It looks like one of those situations where she didn't want to be involved in it, but for whatever reason, she just had to. So, yeah, man, here we go.
Anahita Jafari tells us what happened.
A stolen white van covered in dents left tire marks and a wake of damage in a neighborhood on the northwest side of Lodi Wednesday morning.
Well, I just seen the vehicle coming very fast.
Van come around the corner, lose control.
And the girl just dropped something there.
They jumped out, ran,
and then jumped fences.
Jumped the fence.
So they were jumping the fences. Obviously, that's standard of what you do when you are in a pursuit and they're coming after you. That's just what you do, right?
That's crazy.
They were gone.
Parts of the van like this piece are seen scattered all along the road, and police say during the pursuit, the van actually broke through multiple fences. One witness says it was...
Oh, wow, man, they were really desperate to get out of this pursuit, right? I mean, just going through fences and whatnot. I mean, when your adrenaline is pumping and you know that they're after you, man, what other choice are you going to do but run through a fence, right? It doesn't matter about the car. You don't care about the cosmetics of the car or the damage that is going to happen. And as a result of that, you're just trying to get out of there, and this is the result of it.
Is this gate that van also broke through. Neighbors say they have never seen anything like it.
I knew they were running from the cops because I could hear the sirens.
Dozens of police cars flooded the area searching.
No, really, they were running from the cops because they were running from the sirens. Okay, well, thank you for telling us that, Captain Obvious.
Door to door for the suspects who ran from the van after abandoning it in the street.
To just keep the doors closed, the windows closed, and to not go out, and if I was safe with my 2 kids. They did come and ask if I was safe with my 2 kids.
One of the suspects, the driver, was apprehended shortly after by a canine. Hours later, the passenger of the car was also found and arrested. In Lodi, I'm Anahita Jafari, KCRA 3 News.
And police are still looking into how the van was stolen.
All right, so they are looking into how the van is stolen. If we get more further updates on that matter, we will share that in the future. But for now, let us concentrate on UFC 307. By the way, guys, that was just the episode of Cali CRASHOUT episode 3. By the way, Cali CRASHOUT episode 2 is also available on this particular stream if you want to rewind back. I actually do have it on the live stream section of this channel that you can check out, but unfortunately, I didn't really get a lot of views on that. I was doing a live stream spontaneously at a certain time where there wasn't a lot of people that were online to really mess around with some live streams. But either way, here we are, right? I got 2 episodes in one stream plus a UFC event that we are about to witness right here. Right now, I'm just looking at Joe Rogan and Daniel Cormier and John Anik talking to each other right now. So what do we got right here? Caitlin Vieira, Kayla Harrison, Roman Deledzi, Kevin Holland, Jose Aldo, Mario Batista, Raquel Pennington versus Julia Pena, and Alex Pereira versus Khalil the Satanist Roundtree. That's what we got going on in the fights tonight. So here we go. Yeah, my man already got 3 title defenses in 1 year. That's more title defenses than anybody has in the heavyweight division. And obviously, Alex Pereira is not the heavyweight. He's not a heavyweight, but after tonight, he's going to have more title defenses than any heavyweight there have been out there. So here we go. First fight of the night we got going on. Tim Means versus Court McGee, the hometown favorite. As I told you guys, I really think that Court McGee is going to win this one just based on the fact that it's his hometown and he's just used to the high altitude. So we're going to check out and see how this fight is going to play out right here. All right, here we go. Megan O'Leary is doing the intro right now. And not much in a crowd tonight. Obviously, that's expected for the prelims. But here we go. We're about to witness the first fight coming up soon. And I am excited for it. By the way, I'm going to give you guys full disclosure. I did not watch any of the countdown shows or any of the embedded shows in this fight during this week. And you know what? Sometimes I think that's better. And I'm going to explain why. The reason why that's better is because sometimes you're not swayed by the hyper promotion of the fight. In other words, it doesn't sway you into having certain expectations. So in other words, if I watched any of these previews, whether it would be the embedded series or whether it would be the countdown shows, guess what? If a fight doesn't go the way that I would think or the way that I would expect it to go, I would be very disappointed because there's high expectations from the promotion. And you know what? What's crazy about this is that there's a video out with Tracy Lucas and MMA Guru where they talk about how the UFC didn't really do a very good job of promoting this fight. They didn't really go out there and try to push this fight the way that they need to. And I'm going to do a separate video on that. Obviously, that's going to be a separate video for a different time. And I think we're in for a treat on that one, all thanks to MMA Guru and Lucas Tracy MMA with their inspiration to this topic at hand, because it is a great question to ask, right? Why is it that they haven't really put enough effort into promoting? Is it because the Saudis now have came in that they get this money, flat out, flat fee or flat price that they're paid from ESPN and the Saudis? So maybe perhaps the motivation is lost. Who knows? But right now we're just awaiting the arrival of Tim Means and Court McGee right now. So here we go, guys. I'm going to take a look at the entrance right now. I will be right back during the announcement of these two guys' fights. Stay tuned, okay? Oh, wow. Okay, so wait, I just wanted to say something before I get into this small mini break. I was going to say, man, he's a wrestling coach. That is awesome. Tim Means is a wrestling coach while he fights. I got to tell you, that does some positivity for you. Take a look at Bilal Muhammad's head coach. He was a PFL champion while he was coaching Bilal Muhammad to get into the UFC, if you want to put that in perspective. You know what? That's a very good point by Daniel Cormier and Joe Rogan there, that the level of competition has risen up over the years. And as a result of that, I think that the fighters of today are a lot better than the fighters of 10 years ago. When he mentions about the leaps and bounds of improvements that the athletes have made in this particular sport. So it's a good analysis on Joe Rogan's part. Yeah, so Court McGee saying that he's felt like he's never felt better at 39 years old. You got to think, man, at 39 years old, this is going to be a very tough outing for you, right? But hey, listen, some guys age differently than others, right? Something to really think about. You know, not everybody ages the same, so all right. Well, Tim Means is saying that he feels like a new man. Let's see. "39 and 40 years old, two OGs of the game right here." Just very identical, really. All right, here we go. Bruce Buffer. All right, Salt Lake City, Utah. Here we go. All right, here we go. Tim Means being announced, fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Shout out to everybody that's tapping in. Don't forget to like and subscribe, as I am about to give you the most epic breakdown of this fight while this fight is going on. And if you want to watch Cali crash out, don't forget to rewind back, because I got it all on this live stream. So not only are you going to be seeing the play-by-play of this whole entire live stream, you're going to have Cali crash out episode 2 and episode 3 on this particular live stream if you watch it from beginning to end in the future. But right now, in the present, we are going to witness Court McGee taking on Tim Means in the first fight of UFC 307 live at Utah, Salt Lake City. Here we go. Jason Herzog as the referee. Let's get it. All right, here we go. Round 1. All right, Court McGee starting off strong right here with a little cross going in forward, clinching up, close range. That's exactly what Court McGee is looking to do, is he's looking to wear him down. And again, the cardio of Court McGee is absolute stellar, right? You got to understand, this guy is fighting at the state that he lives at right now. He lives in Utah. He's used to training in high altitude. So now he knows how to fight in high altitude as well. But let's see the performance of Court McGee in this one. There we go, up in a clinch position. Nice high kick by Court McGee. A little bit of a labored shot, and I think that's a little bit expected considering that it is high elevation and you really have to watch your... oh, here we go. Is putting together some string of punches here. There we go. Double leg by Court McGee. Gets it. Good takedown. Now he's got his back. Was using his hands to get down on the clinch position. Now he's got his back. Looking to get a rear naked choke here. All right, here we go. He's maintaining that position right now. Oh, here we go. He's on the chin. He's looking to get it. Oh, here we go. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. He's got it. Court McGee got this. He's got the submission right here. But yeah, Tim does have to keep the chin tucked right here. Oh, he tapped. He tapped. I told you guys he was going to get him. I told you guys he was going to get him. For whatever reason, we thought that, hey, you know what? Maybe Tim Means has a chance here, but we just didn't see the extent of how tight this was. Big win for Court McGee on this one. Shout out to Court McGee. Good job on this one, my man. Good job. Wow, okay, so that's why. It was more of a crank than it was a choke, which makes this even more impressive, to be quite honest with you. All right, awesome job by Court McGee right here. He's getting interviewed by Joe Rogan right here. Let's listen to this one. Said he's been doing this for 15 years, repping Utah. Yeah, he's saying that he feels a lot better with his net working. Not his net worth working, but his neck working. There we go. Shouting out his mom and dad for a 45th anniversary. There it is, Court McGee. Great moment for Court McGee right there. That's the ultimate for any fighter to win in their hometown at the biggest stage that he has won right here in the UFC. So big ups to him and his win. On to the next fight as the fights go on. Looks like they're doing a promo on Raquel Pennington's win right here. Let's take a look at this. Saying that she can shed tears by thinking about her journey going into it. She's saying that she's worked from the bottom all the way through the top. Yeah, Raquel Pennington's had some good highlights. Looking back at it in hindsight, especially with all these submission wins, the bulldog choke, the rear naked chokes that she's had. And then a win over Miesha Tate, too. That's pretty big for her career, as you would imagine. Now look at that. Pints of blood coming out of her nose. Yeah. A real hard-nosed type of fighter, though. Oh. Wow, yeah, man. Yeah, Raquel Pennington's a pretty good fighter when she wants to be more of like a guts type of fighter, really. Hmm. Yeah, so her mission is complete, but she's always wanted this fight against Pena. Hmm. Yeah, she definitely has great submissions, right? I mean, just great control time, great what do you call it? Grappling. But her striking is a little wild, but it works. Kind of like Drickus in a way, right? Drickis's striking is a little bit wild, but it works. They said Juliana Pena is ferocious. She is, man. I mean, yes, she did lose to Amanda Nunes, but she's the one that finished Amanda Nunes. And, you know, she's got an argument to say that, you know, she's the best in the world right now. And Amanda just kind of left when she's getting a little bit better. So we'll see. Caitlin Vieira against Kayla Harrison. Yeah, we're going to see how good Kayla Harrison is tonight. Roman DeLezzi also. He's going to have to get through Kevin Holland, which is literally the gatekeeper of this whole entire division. The gatekeeper of 2 divisions. How about that? Here we go. Tisha Pennington right here. The partner of the champ, Raquel Pennington, fighting in the prelims right here. Here we go. Carla Esparza, the former 2-time strawweight champion. That's right. She was the inaugural champion. So she was the first champion of this whole entire division. And then from there, obviously she lost to, what was her name? Joanna. I forgot. I almost forgot how to pronounce her name. Yeah, Joanna Jędrzejczyk. And, well, now she's still fighting. And now Joanna Jędrzejczyk is no longer fighting. How about this? Jose Aldo is fighting tonight, and Conor McGregor could barely get a fight. I mean, that is MMA for you in a nutshell, right? If you've watched MMA long enough, you understand what I mean when I just said what I just said. You know, it's a crazy thought process to really think about. Here we go. They're showing some slap fighting right here. So that rapper that I met in Sacramento, right? You know, when he was doing a video shoot right here, he was showing me one of his homeboys that was part of the Power Slap. I believe he's out here in Sacramento. I never heard of the guy or know him, but I was like, okay, cool. You got a homie that's doing slap fighting. That's cool. Let me show you guys a video that I'm talking about right here with A1 the Rapper, just right before we go into the next fight. I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about. So at first, I thought I was going to get into this video and just do like a normal rapper hip hop interview. We ended up doing a combat sports interview and doing slap content, power slap content, which I would have never expected. But it's one of his homies, so, you know, he was shouting him out, and that's what it is. So we're going to play 6 minutes of this video, and then we're going to go into the next fight. Hold on just a second. Start from the beginning. Shout out to my man A1 from the Bay Area, Hunters Point, RBL Posse, and the Mob.
Oh, good. I brought him back out. I forgot we here. Ooh, you don't even want to know. These is 2015. These is 15. These is 10 years ago. I brought these back out. Oh my God. That nigga is elite, huh?
All right, for those tapping in, Esparza and Pennington are up next. We're going to continue to play this video until the fight happens.
Bro, inside? Bro, inside. My shit out there right now, man. I got like 3 more weeks. I got everything like mid October. It's all good.
Oh man, A1.
Yeah, get him, man. Here he is, man. Rolling him up.
Rolling him up.
Hey, my man. So since I got an MMA page or boxing and whatnot, do you have any particular fighters that you sort of look at? And then this is when he introduced me. Well, not introduced me, but showed me one of his homies on his phone that was a power slap fighter. Are a fan of or look excited to see when, let's say, they fight. Man. You know, like maybe names like Conor McGregor, Khabib, Devin Haney. What are some names in the fight world that you are interested in the current moment in time?
I know Haney. Devin Haney since a kid. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I know him since he was like shit. Bill, my boy. You know what I mean? Bill Haney.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are you Muslim by any chance?
I'm not Muslim. They use term Muslim.
I am. Are you? Salam alaikum, brother. Salam alaikum, man. So my name's Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA. That's on my YouTube if you want to check it out.
How many subscribers you got?
Right now, so I got about only 451 right now. You know, and it's like, well, now it's 459, 8 subscribers later, and this is like a couple of days ago. But yeah, shout out to A1. My first 6 months on, so Tisha Pennington is being walked into the cage right now. So yeah, she's on the prep point. You know, just trying to build it up.
Yeah,
you know, I've trained with some fighters like Uriah, Scott Smith, all these names out here in Sacramento. So, you know, I figured, you know, why not do an MMA page? I also do, you know, hip hop content as well. I react to some no jumper stuff and, you know, stuff like that. So,
okay, that's cool.
What do you think
I just dropped the album too.
Oh, did you? Okay. Let everybody know the name of your album.
Oh, it's called Elevator Music.
Elevator Music by A1, right? Yeah. Okay. What do you think of Mozzie and X-Rated from Sacramento?
I think they cool. I got work with Mozzie. You feel me? I done did work with Mozzie on a few occasions. I mean, I never really was a big fan of X-Rated, but you know, he got some good music. You feel me?
Okay.
That's not something I listen to every day though, but you feel me?
For sure. Yeah, yeah. But he put it down for Sac too, you know?
For sure.
Yup.
My man ain't in the MMA, but he do the power slap shit.
Okay. Okay, so this is your homie. And it was this moment where he introduced me to his homie that does power slap. And then this basically became a power slap / hip hop content. Now that right there is slap. How about that for some bars for you?
One of my fans right here.
Okay, yeah.
That nigga right here, he got slapped.
Oh man, man, yeah, man. You know, Dana White. Slap? Yeah, Dana White is pushing that really hard. It's sort of
he slapped the shit out of somebody.
Ooh, look at that. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's a growing niche sport.
Yeah, it's
you know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of controversy behind it.
Get him to come to the video, but he ain't. You feel me? He ain't around right now, but he from out here though.
Okay.
He from up north. Him and his dad is fans of the music.
Okay. Are you so you're out here to do
editing this footage, right?
What's that?
You editing this or are you just running?
Just running it. What? Why?
Just asking.
Okay, yeah, just letting you know. Because you know it's
you don't edit none of your footage?
No. You know, so that's why, you know, I wanted to, you know, kind of why we do everything raw up in here. You know what I'm saying? Raw, uncut, and real. You know what I'm saying? So
let me know.
Right. You know what I mean? Because yeah. But yeah, man, you know,
that nigga just running, boy. You hear me?
Hey, you know, that's how you got to do, right? You know, just raw footage, but, you know, real at the same time. You know, that's what I, you know, try to emphasize on my content, you know?
That boy started a full-blown interview, boy. This your car right here?
The one behind? Yeah.
Can you move back? Oh, never mind.
Oh, are they,
never mind.
Are you good? Okay. Yeah, man, great scene out here. So what is today's occasion if you, you know, I'm not really sure.
I music video right now.
Oh, you're doing a music? Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's what's up. What is the name of the music video so we can tap in on it when it comes out?
It's called SAC.
SAC? SAC?
Yeah.
Okay. A1 Sack. Okay. And during the fight, I'm going to put the link to that music video that they shot right there for you guys to take a look at. Hey, that's what's up, man. Man, it's all popping out here.
Hey, brother, man. Sorry about your little whip, by the way. I was gonna ask you about smoke tree burger. Nah, I don't even need no tree burger.
All right, well, A1, man, I'm going to let you get to it, man. It was great, meeting you one time. Hey, don't forget to subscribe to Kyrie.
Yeah, cut the camera off, though.
Okay. All right, there we go. So now we are on to the fight right now with Carla Esparza and Pennington. So here we go. Right afterwards, we exchanged information, got connected and whatnot. And so the rest was not for content consumption, let's just say. So here we go. Pennington versus Carla Esparza starting off right now in the first round. Right? That video that I just played was perfect, right? As soon as that video ended, the fight started just as I had predicted it would be, right? Because after you watch UFC for a long period of time, you sort of now understand the time framing that they have going on, right? The type of time slots that they have or the type of pacing that they have in their television programs. So I put that video in there just right in time. You know what I mean? So oh, here we go. She said Raquel could take care of her if she needed to, but at this point, she just said she just likes to fight. So that's a very good position to be in, right? You're ready to go and ready to fight whenever, even though you got all the money in the world, which is what Raquel Pennington has going on right now, being the world champion. But right now, her partner is up in the cage, which, by the way, is weird for me to say as a Muslim male, but either way. Oh, here we go. A little knee right up top as Carla Esparza was coming in. Now, Carla Esparza is trying to come in with a 1-2. They both swing at each other at the same time. Oh, here we go. She might have hurt Carla right there in between those wild exchanges. Now, Carla sort of backing up. Now, Carla does what Carla does and takes her down. Carla is a very, very high prowess wrestler, and you're seeing it right now. And here we go. Carla's still in side control position right now. All right, here we go. She's in a crucifix position at the moment of time right now. Oh, wow. That is a strange position to have her ankles tied up like that. I've never seen that in a crucifix or in a half guard position. This right here, if If she gets stuck right there, I mean, that could snap her off right there, man. There it is. She pushed her off right there. Well done. Well done. Now she's back in side control. Now back at it in a crucifix position. Again, Tisha's just trying to get up as hard as she could, but to no avail. She's not able to get anything done here. Now she's in a north-south position while trying to get into the crucifix position again. Oh. All right, well, that's the end of the round right there. Obviously, that one you have to give to Carla Esparza. Great round, obviously, for Tisha Torres. I don't, you know what? During this night, I'm going to be skipping around calling her Pennington or Torres. I'm just going to call her by her original name. I mean, she is obviously not a Pennington, but whatever. And how does that work? Why does she get to, I don't know. That's neither here or there, but whatever. All right, on to round 2 next. Yeah, real great top pressure on the part of Carla Esparza. You can't count her out, man. You know, the minute that you think you have to count her out, man, no way. Because her wrestling is the ultimate equalizer of it all, right? Whenever she's in trouble in any kind of capacity, she will use the wrestling to get her out of trouble. And that's what she's doing right now. Nice low kick by Torres. From what it looks like, within the level changes that Carla Esparza is trying to fake with, it looks like she's trying to go low. I think it's look like she's signaling to try to take her down with the 1-2 and then faking it. But I think her intention right now, you can read it. It is literally to throw a double leg shoot of some sort, right? To get a takedown attempt. Nice hook. Nice hook by Carla on that one. They're talking about Herb Dean wearing a turtleneck. All right, here we go. Yeah, the midpoint of the second round. Yeah, really just trying to beat the inside and outside of that lead leg kick right there. Yeah. Go a little swing by Tisha Torres there. Oh, nice kick. Back and forth kick on that one. Double exchanges. Yeah, Carla has definitely improved her striking on this round for sure. By the way, guys, if you want to check out Cali CRASHOUT episode, just rewind back. We have it all on the stream, both episode 1 and 2. Nice takedown by Carla Esparza. And she gets the takedown again. A little scramble exchanges here. Here we go. Tisha sort of walking her down right here. Just trying to find something new, something different to bring towards Carla Esparza here. All right, that is the end of the second round right there. Who do you give that to? The first round, it was obvious, Carla Esparza. But for the second round, I don't know. Maybe you'd have to give it to Carla as well because she did get the best of those exchanges. But not only that, her exchanges in the feet were also good, as well as the grappling exchanges. So, yeah, I'd have to give both of these rounds to Carla Esparza. I think Torres needs to knock her out right now in this third round. I think that's the only way that she can win this fight is by knockout. But we will see. We will see if that is the case and that is what she is able to pull off. The coach said, I don't care if she's from here. She is tired. Wow. All right, here we go. Last 5 minutes, which, by the way, is really predicated on what Tisha Torres is going to do. Why? Because Carla Esparza won 2 rounds. And if she doesn't do anything different or knocks her out, it's a Carla fight. All right, here we go. Round 3. Low kick by Torres. There's Carla Esparza going up top with that 1-2 shot. Nice high kick right there by Esparza. I'm sorry, Pennington. Yeah, definitely anybody's fight, but I think it is Carla Esparza's fight to win right now. She can fight defensively for the next 4 minutes of this fight, but Torres or Pennington has to really push the gas in order to convince the judges, but I would go as far as to say that she needs a finish to win this one. I really do. I really think that she needs a finish on this one. Nice low kick by Torres there again. Yeah, just constantly beating up that left calf right there. That is what she needs right there in order to change the course of this fight. And she's doing that. But I really think that Torres or Pennington, whatever she wants to be called nowadays, or whatever pronouns, she has to, yeah, she has to finish her off, man. If she doesn't, it's over. Just some wild exchanges in that last one right there, with 137, 135, 134 left into the third round. Yeah, really good job on landing those leg kicks. I don't know if that's enough, even though she's destroying those legs. It may not be enough. It may not be enough right here. So we got 1 minute left right here. Nice low kick right there by Tisha Torres. Again, just constant leg kick after leg kick on that one. Wow. What a great finish by Carla Esparza there. A real hard-nosed finish right there. Yeah, Carla Esparza won that one, guys. I'll give it to her on this one. Especially that last part right there where she was ground and pounding her and just really laying it on her. Yeah, she definitely got that one. All right, here we go. Waiting on a decision. I do not believe that. I do not believe that. Wow, that was a shocking win. And you know what? They had her husband and the baby come up into the octagon on top of that, and they really were expecting her to win. And there it is, man. She didn't win, unfortunately, so that's what it is. Yeah, it's a very close fight, and you really can't ask Itisha Torres if she thinks that she won that. Of course, she's going to be in favor of herself. While she's being in favor of herself, everybody around the crowd is just going to boo at her. Sometimes hitting someone more than the other person really does affect and help your yeah, it helps how you look in front of the judges. All right, there it is. There's Tisha Pennington right there with that one, and we await the next fight coming up. And there's Carla Esparza with her baby as both opponents hug it out. Oh, but how about this? Joe Rogan is going to interview with her as well. Oh, I believe, okay, because this is her last fight. It is a bittersweet way to go out, but man, you know what? In my humble opinion, Carla Esparza won that fight, man. She won that fight. But by the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? Because she could not leave here with a win while Tisha Torres is still an active fighter. Look at the baby trying to get their hands on the microphone. Oh, how about this? They're going to do a compilation for her. All right, here we go. Wow, a great tribute for Carla Esparza here. That's right. She was in Team Pettis during her Ultimate Fighter run. Wow, very good tribute for Carla Esparza here. That is a good point. Once you do lose that title, people do fall by the wayside, but not Carla Esparza to win it twice like she did. That's mighty impressive, really. Yeah, look, a great tribute, but in all honesty, man, Carla won this fight, and it's a shame that she got robbed this way, but that's just the way the game rolls, man. Yeah, even Joe Rogan got a little emotional there, telling her, yeah, thank you for everything and whatnot. And looked like he was about to be teary eyed on that one. Wow. Oh, Lord. They got the little Phil Collins song playing in the background. That taking off her gloves, retiring. Yeah, Joe Rogan is even saying that she got robbed right here. So, yeah, tonight, oh Lord. Yeah, for real. She's going to get inducted to the UFC Hall of Fame for this one. This is Nick Rodriguez, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu black belt submission ace. All right. Well, on to the next fight. All right, here we go. Live action between Ryan Spann versus Ovince St. Preux. This is going to be a banger of a fight right here. Two light heavyweights right here. This is going to be an explosive fight right here, right? This is one of those fights where dudes are not going to hold back. They are not going to hold back. They're going to throw some bombs at each other, and I can't wait for it. There's Ovince St. Preux right there with a Haitian flag. That's right. He was a former D-line backer in the University of Tennessee, then became an MMA fighter. Yeah, he is a great example of that, right? Ovince St. Preux is a guy that comes into the world of MMA from another sport and really translating it well with his explosiveness. And I mean, look, let's be real, right? He gave John Jones one of his toughest fights. This guy is no joke. But Ryan Spann, he's no joke either. And styles make fights. So this is really going to be interesting to see how this rolls out. That's true, man. You know, if Ovince St. Preux can compete at 40 years old, it is because he understands his body in ways that other people may not. All right, here comes Ryan Spann. What is he coming out to right now? What's my man walking out to right here? Memphis, Tennessee. Okay, so these are two Tennessee dudes going at it. Super Spann. But he trains out in Dallas, though. Okay. Going to Dallas like Klay Thompson. All right, here we go. Ryan Spann's about to enter the cage. That's it. That's what it is, huh? That's really what it comes down to in the highest level of the UFC, right? Athleticism gets you far, but fight IQ and awareness, listening to your body gives you longevity. 41 years old, Oven St. Preux. Here we go. All right, here we go with the intro. All right, here we go. Oven St. Preux just got announced. Here we go, Ryan Spann. All right, here we go. Round one. Oven St. Preux and Ryan Spann. Nice low kick by Ryan Spann right there. Nice little front kick. Ooh, nice low kick by Oven St. Preux. Oh, there's a nice low kick by Ryan Spann right there. He's got to check those kicks. Oh, complaining for a low kick right there. Boom, right there, right in the family jewels. He got him right there. Two Southern boys going at it. Here we go. A nice front kick by Owen St. Preux. It's kind of blocked by Ryan Spann. Oh, he just rocked him right there. He had a little stanky leg going on. I think he felt that, or maybe he's just the way that he was backing up. Oh, nice explosive 1-2. There it is, another 1-2 by Owen St. Preux himself, and they're just going back and forth at this point. Boom. Oh, he just hurt Owen St. Preux right there. Owen St. Preux's looking to wrestle after that. Now, he's got a guillotine on him. He's got it. What is this? He's got it. 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 He submitted him. He submitted him right there. He submitted him right there. Boom. Ryan Spann, real talented. Yeah, for sure. For sure. You know, sometimes you just need to be in the right camp. You got to have the right circumstances and sometimes the right opponent to really show that. And tonight we seen that. So. All right, so here we go. Let's listen into what Ryan Spann has to say. Let's see if he makes a big call out, because this is your opportunity right here. When you get on that mic with Joe Rogan and he asks you, hey, who do you want to fight? Call out a big name, and if it makes a buzz and they answer, you got a good shot of getting that fight. You know, sometimes in the MMA game, it's all about just asking for your opportunity. It's 1 minute and 35 seconds. All right, shout outs to Ryan Superman Spann on that one. Let's listen into his post-fight interview right here. He said, hallelujah. Yeah, sometimes getting the right getting the right shots in when it comes to the strikes and then getting the submission in, it's really essential. So big ups to Ryan Spann on this one. How about that? A real honest assessment by Ryan Spann on that one, right? He said he gives himself a B, right? He obviously sees things in that fight that we don't see, but big ups to Ryan Spann on that one. Great fight and great performance on him. And again, big ups to him for that honest assessment. He said, hey, it was a B performance. To me, what he did was an A performance, but again, he sees something that we don't. And quite frankly, that is what it means to stay consistent and be a winner at all times. So big ups to him on that. Damn, man. He was 305 pounds at some point. That's crazy. Damn, bro, that's deep. Khalil Roundtree has sort of a David Goggins story going on, if you think about it. Yeah, man. Khalil Roundtree really has a sort of David Goggins thing going on. You know, David Goggins was an obese person as well prior to him hopping into becoming a Navy SEAL. And look at Khalil Roundtree. All of a sudden, now he's one of the top fighters in the world after being 300 pounds. I mean, it's crazy that David Goggins is in the side of John Jones when he should be cornering somebody like Khalil Roundtree over here. But either way, it's fine. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, great story on his part. All right, here we go, guys. Yes, self-belief is a powerful drug, man. It definitely is a powerful drug, and Khalil Roundtree got that going on. He said he doesn't want to wait till he's champion to tell his story. Yeah, he said winning the title would be proof to him that anything is possible. It definitely is, man, if you really think about it. Yeah, many people wish that this was Uncle Live fighting tonight, but what if Khalil Roundtree gives us a very, very hard fight, right? And maybe ends up winning on some Buster Douglas type of situation. Now, that could be a possibility. Highest knockdown rate. That's crazy. That's a crazy stat. All right, so what is the next fight coming up right now? So we just had Ryan Spann with that impressive performance where he sort of gives himself a lackluster grading. Carla Esparza loses a controversial decision. Court McGee, first fight of the night, gets a submission win. And what do we got next coming up? Let's take a look at the card, the order of the card. So what we have next is, yeah, I think that's the end of the early prelims. We are 8 minutes away from the preliminary card, which is, yeah, the 5 o'clock preliminary card. Cesar Almeida and Ihor Potora. Okay, that's a good fight as well. All right. And then Stephen Wonderboy Thompson at the end of it. That's a good one. All right. So we got some good fights to look forward to here. There it is, Chael Sonnen right there in the house with Anthony Lionheart Smith, the guy who, by the way, should be light heavyweight champion due to that disqualification by John Jones. How ironic, right? John Jones lost in that same similar fashion, only for him to come back and fight a guy that lost in that kind of way, but never took the easy way out. So make of that as you will. Quite an interesting situation, isn't it? Yeah, she was really crying on that one for sure. I mean, like, really emotional. But again, Carla Esparza losing tonight shows you that there are no fairy tales in MMA. And even though she didn't really lose, but again, you know what Dana White says, right? You can't leave it in the hands of the judges. You just can't, because this is what's going to happen. All right, so it looks like they're going to talk for a while as we wait for the next fight to come up, which is Ihor Potera and Cesar Almeida coming up next. That's going to be a good fight. 8 minutes from now, to be exact, approximately. He said it's just another day, another fight, another organization. Awesome. I mean, look, sometimes that's really how you got to approach these types of situations, right? Stoicism at its best, my boy. Really, stoicism at its best. Yet a 5-fight win streak, you could argue and say that, hey, you know what? Maybe that's the reason why Khalil Roundtree deserves this. But oh, man, a lot of people are citing that Ankalaev is the one that really deserves this one. But nonetheless, that's MMA for you in a nutshell. It's not always about who's the most deserving, but who is willing to show up at the right time, at the right night. And Khalil Roundtree stepped up. And not only did he step up, he also knew that one day he was going to be in this position. He had this self-belief about him, right? Well, I don't know. I don't know if he knew he was going to be world champion one day. I'm not too confident in stating that, but I will say at some point he did think and know that, hey, you know what? I'm going to be one of the best fighters in the world. I don't know about champion, but nonetheless, here we are. All right. So how about that 2 titles on the line tonight, right? A lot of people forget that there's 2 titles on the line tonight. He said Holland is crazy, and crazy in a good way. Chael is wilding for that one. He said there's a tournament going on in the bantamweight division. That's quite interesting. I could see that. All right, so the prelims of this card is quite hot as well. I mean, we got Cesar Almeida coming up with Ior Portora, Alexander Hernandez versus Austin Hubbard, Marina Rodriguez versus Yasmin Lucindo. And how about this? The main event of the prelims, which is Joaquin Buckley versus Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. Now, look, you're going to see a lot of dynamic striking in that fight, right? But I think there's going to be moments where, let's say, Joaquin Buckley is not going to look as elusive and as acrobatic as you would normally see him. Now, this is something I've noticed with Joaquin Buckley, right? Ever since he got that famous knockout against, what was that guy's name? The African guy, Kapasumai or something, or Impa. I forgot his name, but the African dude that he knocked out who now fights in the PFL, that guy. He now has to try and re-emulate that, right? But I think there's also a part of Joaquin Buckley that sort of knows that, hey, you know what? I don't have to try and do all that extra stuff, right? I don't have to do that. Meaning that, like, I can fight my fight normally if I need to and do what I need to do to win. And perhaps maybe that's what we're going to see out of him and Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. Or for all we know, he could come out a lot more elusive with more footwork, heavy style than Stephen Wonderboy Thompson tonight. But you never know. All right, here we go. 5 o'clock now out here in the West Coast. So that means the prelims are about to start. All right, here we go. Now awaiting the prelims. By the way, guys, if you guys are tapping in, don't forget to check out Cali CRASHOUT, which is a segment that I do in this channel where I sort of document all the crimes and all the different crashing out that Californians be doing out here. So check that out for a couple of minutes behind, rewind it, or just stay right here and check out the live stream reaction that I'm going to do for these fights. So here we go. All right, so we're just awaiting the first prelim fights right now, which is Pujara and Cesar Almeida coming up right now. All right, if you guys want me to turn on the microphone right on the comment section below, if you want me to do that, I'm going to show you guys my backyard. If you guys want to check it out, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also let me know some of the comments down below. My man over here earlier said, keep up the good work, my dude. Careful driving while streaming. Yup. Insofar as people selling their bodies, people in MMA space don't have much space to talk. Everybody is selling damage to their body and fighting in their underwear. That was in regards to Nina drama about this. Didn't yeah, he was supposed to be lined up for that one. Yes, I believe that is for the UFC 308 Abu Dhabi card. That is correct. Yeah. Because I forgot that there are two major pay-per-views that they have going on for this for this one. So I like that. He says that we're going to see some offensive action on this one. So we're having a little outdoor action right now as we're reacting to these fights. So let me turn this off right here so that I can take this off.
Tonight, Cecilia continues to take on all comers when he battles Ukraine's El-Kheer. A personal finisher who can
Yeah, this is a dude that has experience fighting Shogun from what I remember. So
he's going to pull out all the stuff tonight to make sure he adds Almeida's name to his legend. Coming up next, it'll be Cecilia Almeida versus Igor duelist El-Kheer.
all right, here we go.
Toyo tires are tough, but you know what else is tough?
What is this? A commercial about bees and all that? How about this, huh?
At Burger King, we flame grill our burgers. Why? Because that's how it should be done. Hot, juicy, smoky, flame grill, and name your way. Experience the flame grill difference with 2 barbecues for just $5.
All right, here we go. Let me show you guys my backyard real quick, and then I'm going to turn the camera off. There we go. Little palm trees, my own palm tree in the background and all that.
Architects. Just got hymns real quick. Hymns? Hymns? Him too. Hymns for ED. Always works for me. Hymns are right now. So simple, so cool. Weight loss by hymns, boys.
All right, so far we've had about 400 people tap in to the live stream. Inshallah, more and counting.
This is Belichick. Talk to me.
So a lot of commercials in between the UFC fights, but you know what? The pacing that they have going on, it's not as bad as what they do in boxing. I think it's a lot worse, right? Like, you look at the Anthony Joshua versus the Daniel Dubois fight in Saudi, I'm sorry, not in Saudi Arabia, that was in Wembley. Right after the Hamza Shiraz fight, they had a big gap between the Liam Gallagher concert, and then on top of the Liam Gallagher concert, they had to wait for Anthony Joshua and Dubois to come out. I mean, look, you know, the pacing is a nightmare. It's a nightmare in terms of media TV productions, but with the UFC, it's pretty clear straight down the line, right? So every fight in the UFC has about, if it's not a championship fight, obviously 15 minutes max, right? 5 minutes each round, 3 rounds, that's 15 minutes. Those 15 minutes that they're actually fighting, they're actually using a half an hour. So each fight is actually worth a half an hour. This is why in a span of, let's say, 11 fights, it takes about 8 hours to complete that whole entire event. So that's kind of just what you're witnessing right now. And then one more time, we'll give you guys a shot of in the backyard.
Whether it's for hair loss,
So
weight loss, ED, or mental health. Be careful. Since providers 100% online. Treatment that works for you. Get started today at PENNINGTON.
all right. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense because while excuse me, while the commercial was going on, obviously the competitors were walking out to the cage, but you didn't see their ring walk. So that's what's weird about the production of the UFC sometimes, is that you don't really see the entrance of the fighters, right? Unless you're watching the pay-per-view portion. Now, right now, this is not the pay-per-view portion. This is the prelims portion, which you're seeing on ESPN. But once you're on the pay-per-view segment, there's none of that. Yes, I was kind of curious to see what kind of entrance music Patora or Cesar Almeida would have walked out to in this one. His last name is Putiera. It sounds Portuguese, but he's Ukrainian. I wonder if he's half or if that's just a common Ukrainian name. I mean, obviously, most common Ukrainian names are Ishki or something like that. All right, here we go. Cesar Almeida. All right, guys, don't forget to tap in, like, and subscribe as we are about to react to the first round between Potera versus Cesar Almeida, the prospect light heavyweight. Taporia, the guy who literally ended the career of Shogun Rua. So, all right, here we go. Round one. Round one, here we go. Give you guys a little view of my backyard right here as I'm doing this on the outside. But here we go. Nice body kick by Almeida there. Yeah, Cesar is quite technical in the way that he approaches his fight, right? You know what he reminds? Ooh, nice little spinning back kick right there by the Ukrainian. Straight shots by Tapora on that one. I'm calling him Tapora. It's Potera. Nice head kick. Nice body kick once again by Almeida. What it seems like is Almeida is going for in the body right there. There we go, just punching the body. He just kind of knows that that's where he's going to throw his shots. Yeah, he does look very relaxed in the way that he approaches this fight. Ooh. There it is, shooting for a takedown right there. This is what you need to do. If you see that a guy like this is very technical in the way that he approaches his striking, you got to throw him off balance by clinching him up against the fence in this position. But great job on Almeida for being able to hold that wizard down. As you can see, he has that arm wrapped around his right arm and was able to use that to sort of alleviate himself away from that clinch position. Nice overhand right by Almeida there. Ooh, okay, he's swinging for the fences in that one. He's like, no more technical. It looks like Potera was attempting a little back fist there. There we go. He was he was attempting a single leg takedown off of catching that kick right there. Nice low kick by Almeida on that one. Just constant with these low kicks right here. All right, now he drives him right into the ground with that takedown right there. Now he's right back up on his feet. He's got a body lock position on him. What Potera might try to do here is try to get his back. But what Almeida needs to do right here, you see, he needs to alleviate himself away from this position by putting pressure on his hands and going 2-on-1 with one of his hands. That's what he needs to do at most. And unclaps away the hands of Potera, and there it is. Here it is. He did a good job on that one. Now they're back up squared up. Yeah, I didn't know Cesar Almeida was southpaw. He's right in the southpaw position, but it looks like Potera is sort of in a pause position here. Now, usually when you see this, what they're trying to do is sort of lure you in or play possum to a certain degree of making them think that you're tired. But really what they're trying to do is lure their opponent into a counter shot. There it is, a takedown attempt. I'm going to be honest. That is a tough round to score on that one. I'm going to have to give that one to Almeida. Yeah, I think I'll give that one to Almeida on that one. What do you guys think? Write in the comment section below what you think. But for that one, I'm going to give that to Almeida on that one. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Yeah, hard round to score. Again, I'm going to give that one to Almeida, but I could see an argument for Patera as well. Nice high kick started out by Almeida there. But take a look at the Ukrainian, though, just really bouncy on his feet. Almeida, I'm not saying he's flat-footed, but not flat-footed at all, but relaxed, right, in the way that he really approaches his striking. Much more erratic on the part of the Ukrainian, though. Oh, what is that? Low blow shot right there. All right, let's see the replay on that one. Oh, yeah, that was an eye poke right there. And on top of that, he had an eye poke on him while Patera was holding on to his wrist. Okay, so a bit of a mass confusion there. He was calling for a low blow, but in reality, what had happened was he got his eye poked. And you know what? I think there's a strategic move on that, right? Look, sometimes I know that eye pokes are illegal, but when they do happen, man, they give the other guy such a sworn advantage that, yeah, the finger definitely went right in the eye. But either way, perhaps a strategic move. So 4:24:17. Oh, what is that? Time. Okay, a little controversy going on here. What's going on? Okay, yeah, that's really going to mess up his eye right there. Again, it's going to alter the way that he's going to approach this situation. Okay, so now it's the other eye. So that means that he's going to have a serious hard time trying to vision his shots or visualize his shots, rather. And I think he's going to try to take the full time out here in order to recover from those illegal pokes. Both eyes now are affected. While that's going on, the referee is asking him to stay in a neutral position because, for those that don't understand, when a timeout happens in MMA due to, let's say, an illegal blow, and in order to check on the fighter, they don't want to give the other fighter an unfair advantage by having their coach nearby and giving them pointers. But okay, so that is the end of the timeout action. Right back in. Again, he gets poked again. But this time, the referee does absolutely nothing. you know what? At that position, I think Almeida should have sworn on him, but for whatever reason he didn't. Okay, now gets a takedown on him. I think the sense of urgency with the lack of vision in Patera sort of put him in this position where he had to do this. Take him down. Now he's in a half guard position. I believe he's trying to transition into a side control or maybe just stay right here to recover. That's usually what will happen in this particular instance right here. Yeah, that's right. That's what he has to do. He has to get a 2-on-1 grip on him. So we're going to find out and see how these eye pokes have affected him. If not, okay, here we go. Guillotine attempt by Almeida here. That does look kind of tight, man. I think that those eye pokes really led him to this position right now. No, he got out. He got out of it. So 2 reasons why he would have been able to get out of that, right? I think there was a lactic acid buildup on the part of Almeida, and as a result, he just was not able to maintain that choke. And eventually, when you're in that position, you're succumbing yourself to letting go at some point just based on the fatigue alone. So to answer that question, TDF joint, are you showing the fights or are you telling the play-by-play? Well, here's the thing, right? You can't show the fights on your channel because ultimately they're going to flag you for copyrights. So I suggest you should just go and start your own channel and see how well that goes for you, okay? I mean, like, I don't think people really understand fair use laws out there or copyright laws or anything like that. I think most of you are very ignorant to that reality. But anyways, while this is going on, Almeida now has the back of Patera. What he's looking to do right here is get a figure 4 lock right around his body or just try to pound him out from this position. In the meantime, while Topuria is in his down position, he's trying to control one arm from Almeida while Almeida is punching with the other arm. And if you notice the way that now he's in a full mount position, transitions right into the mount, and Patera is trying to buckle up. However, Almeida's fully postured up as he's holding down Patera. All right, there it is. That is the end of round 2 going into round 3. So that round easily is Almeida's round. Round 1 was Almeida's round. I think Almeida's round 2 as well. He's got one more round to turn it around. I'm talking about Patera, and he needs to knock him out in order to win. He's not going to win this by points. Almeida could get beat up so bad in the next round right now that if he survives, he would win. That's how up ahead Almeida is in this fight right now. What is this, a Target commercial? All right. Here we go. Round 2 coming up. Again, yeah. Patera, the Ukrainian, he needs a knockout in this one. He just lost both of those rounds, got out-grappled, got mounted on. Almeida had a significant amount of control time up top. Patera, and on top of that, too, his eyes are so messed up right now from the eye pokes, even though they were illegal and he wasn't taking a point away. It's still a disadvantage on his part and a bigger advantage on Almeida's part. That is true, though. A lot of dudes don't really spar with smaller gloves or hit bags with smaller gloves. You know what a lot of them do is train with boxing gloves, and rightfully so, right? I believe that it's probably less damaging on your brain. I mean, obviously, you'd probably want to save that for fight day. You're just wearing, wearing 4-ounce gloves, which is obviously the regulatory. But the problem with just training with boxing gloves is that you are susceptible to eye poking somebody when you get out there and actually wear an MMA glove, because now you're not used to it. You're not used to knowing when to fold or unfold your hand or roll your hands up in a fist or use it as a slap or swinging for a big one right there, and he misses. Looks like a stalemate position that the referee is threatening to break up. There it is. He breaks it up. Just as I told you, I predicted. Okay, nice high kick right there by Almeida. Sorry. Yeah, so now they're right down on the wire right now. Obviously, this is the part of the fight where the lactic acid is really building up at you, and the energy expenditure that you'd have to output or reserve is really crucial at this point right here. And I know for some people, yeah, it's just 2 minutes, but at this point of the fight, the last 2 minutes is a lot. Like 2 minutes can sometimes feel like 10. Depending on the pace of the fight, depending on the person that's in front of you, and depending on what had happened in the fight. And here's the thing. Getting hit, the more that you get hit, the easier you're going to get tired, because then your adrenaline starts pumping up even more. Now you're asking more out of your body in order to respond to this fight or flight situation. And, okay, they break this one up right here. Yeah, Joe Rogan was not in agreement with that breakup right there, because I think they were working while they were on the clinch. And I don't know what the referee was thinking. Look, sometimes, man, you got to understand, referees are human beings, so they're going to make errors, right? When they hear the crowd boo or when they don't like a certain action going on, they're going to go in there and succumb to the crowd's request, which is a weird thing, in all honesty, right? It's like this. I'll give you an example, right? You ever been at a traffic light? Imagine you're at a traffic light, right? And you're at full stop. Okay, so you're kind of just moving forward a little bit. If you notice, while you're moving forward a little bit, even in that red light, the car next to you succumbs to following what you do, because it's a monkey see, monkey do world. And yeah, that's the psychological explanation behind it. But anyways, 40 seconds left into this third round. So here's Almeida attempting a guillotine choke, but then gets stuck in a wizard position as he's got that arm, the right arm of a Patera in that wizard position. Okay, but then he goes and releases it. Sometimes when you do have the advantage on a grappling position and you decide to let go of it, it's probably only because of the fact that you want to reserve energy because look, even if you're at a dominant grappling position, grappling is still hard and it takes a lot out of your body. Okay, now Almeida is down in these last seconds, which I don't think really matters, and that is the end of the third round. All right, so I want to go back to this comment right here that this dude wrote. His name is Fake Asur, right? So insofar as people selling their bodies, people in MMA space don't have much space to talk. This is in regards to the Nina drama beef going on where she basically outed herself to say that, well, I use my body as an asset in order to try and get myself in these media positions. So everybody is selling damage to their body and fighting in their underwear. Well, I got to tell you, Fake Asur, not everyone fights in their underwear. There's some guys that fight in Muay Thai shorts. There's some guys that fight in valet judo shorts, which I guess is what you consider an underwear. But I tell you what, I think having that kind of attire helps if you're a wrestler, because if you grew up wrestling, obviously you grew up wearing tights, and I don't know. I think it's just, you know, a certain familiarity in competition that I think gives a certain psychological edge if you choose to do that. Now, let's say if you're a Muay Thai fighter, that's what you started out with, and then you transition into MMA and you decide to wear Muay Thai style shorts in the ring or in the cage. If that's what you feel comfortable wearing, so be it. I think it gives you a certain psychological edge of just knowing how you feel in those shorts. But what if boxers wore boxing shorts in the MMA cage? I don't know, man. You know, some boxing shorts are not applicable to the MMA cage. It's just not. It's because obviously with MMA, there's a lot of grappling involved. Now you imagine you have those certain glitter that they have on their shorts and whatnot, and you put that in the ring, it's going to get all over somebody's body. Especially when you are in positions where, I mean, not to get graphic, but when you put your middle in someone's face or whatever, but yeah. But to further elaborate on that, I think in some kind of way we all, I guess, have to sacrifice our bodies in some kind of way, right? I mean, obviously some do it for fighting, some do it for a certain job. I mean, look at coal miners, right? I mean, that's a serious damage on your body in and of itself. People that work in certain power plants, even certain people that work night shifts and whatnot. Yeah, there is something that you sacrifice, but it's just a lot more pronounced in the world of fighting. Yeah, so I'm just chilling in my backyard right now while reacting to these fights. I'm probably going to take it inside. I'm still going to continue on with the stream, but I'm just going to continue it inside in just a little bit. So So I'll tell you this in full disclosure, right? I think I've said this earlier, but for those that just came in and missed it, I have not seen any of the promotions leading up to this card or this fight. And I, I don't think that's on purpose, but I did hear a lot of people say, well, you know, the UFC did not really do a good job of promoting it. I don't think that's the correlation or the causation behind it as to why I didn't get to see it. I think it was just my own, personal accord of just my own time and, what I had to do and this and that, as opposed to, just not being able to catch it. But I figured, you know what, coming in, reacting to it as an MMA streamer without seeing any of the previews or the countdown or whatever, I think that's kind of fresh going into it, right? Kind of gives it a different kind of personality. Because oftentimes, look, a lot of these MMA streamers, right, they get stuck and caught up in this world of MMA streaming or just the MMA world or this and that, and then they don't really know anything outside of it. And then I see that with fighters too in the gym, right? Like where they just really don't understand anything outside of fighting, and unfortunately it becomes detrimental to their post-career life. In other words, they don't have an education, they don't really have a skill, they don't have anything to fall back on when, let's say, all things go awry. And I think that's really the overall message and lesson behind it, right? Is just, you know what, being able to, just being able to build personality outside of this identity that you try to build, whether it's being an MMA streamer or being an actual MMA fighter. So, if you really think about it, right? So the reason why a lot of people have this complaint about the lack of promotion or the promotional malpractice of the UFC going into this week, I think all of that, I think, is just predicated on the fact that many people are not interested in these types of fights where it's a squash match. Let's just be honest about it, right? Like tonight, the main event, it's like watching a Mike Tyson fight in the 1980s. I'm not talking about the Mike Tyson fights where you didn't know whether he was going to win or lose, like the Evander Holyfield fight. You didn't know whether he was going to win or lose on that one, or the Lennox Lewis fight. You didn't know if he was going to win or lose on that one. The Tommy Morrison one, you didn't know if he was going to win or lose on that one. So he wins and he loses some, and then, yeah, the big ones he loses. But when it comes to the small fights, like how about Bruce Seldon, right? That same fight where Tupac got killed in Vegas. That was a pretty big fight based on just Tyson's name alone, and he had plenty of fights like that. Conor McGregor is sort of like that too. I think he can attract different different audiences without having another A-side partner. Now, obviously, if he has an A-side partner like Floyd, when they did that boxing match, obviously that does a lot of big numbers. But him alone, he can do big numbers by himself. So, all right, we got to head this right in. I'm like at 1% or 3% rather in this screen, and I got to go charge this laptop. All right, meanwhile, the Alex Hernandez fight and the Austin Hubbard fight is about to commence right now. All right. High, fast-paced fight so far. Oh. All right. Nice left hook. Yeah, so DC and Joe Rogan are talking about switching camps right now. Yeah, there's a great argument to that, right? Leon Edwards is obviously one example of that. Oh, nice. Yeah, Hernandez got a busted nose right there. Oh, nice. Nice. You rocked them on that one. Ooh. There it is, round one. Round one over. I'm going to have to give that one to Alex Hernandez. Hands down, Alex Hernandez got that one. Man, that was a good round. Good round, but better round, obviously, for Alex. All right, here we go. Round 2. Alex opens up with a low kick, switching stances, just moving really well, really adopting to this high elevation. Now, everything that I had predicted of how this fight was going to go with Alex Hernandez is exactly what we're witnessing right now. The only difference is that I would have never expected him to put on this kind of pace because of the high altitude that they are fighting in right now. And the way that DC is describing is with sprints and blitz is really the best way to describe it. The coach of Hubbard saying right there, make him react, make him react. And again, just the overall pace of Hernandez right now is just amazing. Yeah, still switch stancing on the part of Hernandez. Really impressive. There it is. There it is. And Hubbard is not doing he's doing a very good job as well with his footwork and his movement and his feints. The only difference is that Hernandez is a lot faster with the blitz and a stance switching. He just has that number on him. But the strikes are quite even. There's 28 on Hubbard, 30 on Hernandez. But that's according to the stats. There it is. Because from what it seems, every time Hernandez is throwing with those blitzes, you also notice Hubbard is there just countering away, and they're just even with the shots that they're throwing at each other. This is what they mean when everybody in the UFC right now is such at a high level. Ooh, that's a good knee right there by Hubbard. Now that's going to stop him at his tracks right there. Okay, there it is. A sprawl by Hernandez right there. Really excellent takedown defense on his part. Yeah, that's what it is. He's switching stances in the middle of his combinations. It's really good. And it creates a lot of confusion for Hubbard, which is why every time that they're throwing at each other, it's just Hernandez is just a bit 2-step faster than he is. Oh, nice. Oh, wow. That's a good left hand right there by Hernandez. Popeyes. They got the little Popeye commercial going on, and then the Target commercial. You know what? Target, I swear to you, is going to replace a lot of stores that are out there right now. They really are. You just wait and see. They're going to replace a lot of these stores. All right, round 3. Here we go. Austin Hubbard sort of opening up with multiple jabs, leading with it, but still just a 2-step quicker is Hernandez. Yeah, it's crazy how Hernandez still has an energy tank on him, even with this kind of altitude that they are fighting in. I mean, it is really impressive the pace that Hernandez is at right now. All right. So shout outs to the 500 people in the world that are tapping in to this content right here. I think we're on the verge of getting into 1,000 views tonight. Even though we probably only have like one person that's listening right now, because right now the analytics said that I'm at 500 people right now. And that's not bad, right? Because obviously I started off the stream with Cali CRASHOUT, right? With 2 episodes. I may have to just put the episode Cali Crash 2 on private, because I have literally the 2 episodes right here. Episode 1, episode 2 and 3. Episode 1 is the video prior to this live stream. So, oh, nice spinning back kick right there by Austin Hubbard. Here we go. And by the way, for those that are tapping in, don't forget to like and subscribe, but also check out Cali CRASHOUT episode 3. I also have episode 2 in this same live stream. So imagine that. If you tap into this channel and this video right here, this live stream video, you not only get the coverage of UFC 307, but you also get Cali CRASHOUT, where I report on the crimes, car chases, gang warfare that's going on, and every news clip that you could think of from Sacramento to LA and the Bay Area, to show you how crazy it really gets cracking out here in the West Coast, while also covering MMA at the same time. So you will never hear a channel like this anywhere in the world. So don't forget to like and subscribe, as we are now currently covering UFC 307. And right now we are in the 3rd round of Alex Hernandez versus Austin Hubbard. There it is, stance switching again by Hernandez. As soon as he stance switches, he goes and he throws that jab. 1-2. Oh, he hits him with that shot right there. Straight left by Hernandez. Nice transition by Hernandez right there. Oh, that's a nice knee by Austin Hubbard right there. Oh, wow. He hurt him bad on that one. Oh, wow. Good one. Ooh, another spinning back kick by Austin Hubbard. There it is. That is the end of the third round right here. We are about to find out the winner between these guys in a minute. Yeah, this is a great fight for Alex Hernandez, but in all honesty, I think Alex Hernandez won this fight. He won this fight by a margin, in my opinion. But you never know. I mean, look, there's been some really dodgy judging tonight. Let's find out. All right, we're going to find out the decision right now. Man, let's hope this is not let's hope this is not another screw job, okay? By the way, we got about an hour, under an hour before the main card. Alexander won. All right, there you go. So there's no controversy in that. Yeah, there's no disagreeing in that at all. Obviously, Alex Hernandez deserved to win that fight, and so he did. He was just one step, two step faster than Austin Hubbard. Hubbard was in there. He was fighting in a very high level technical matter. And what do I mean by that? Using a lot of feints, using a lot of good footwork. But even with the even skills that they have going on, Alex Hernandez was the faster guy and the more creative guy, and that's what won him the fight tonight. There we go. On to the next one. So we're on to the next fight right now, and you're not going to get any disagreement with me in terms of who won that fight. So all right. All right, so Marina Rodriguez is up next. Yasmin Lucinda next. All right. Very soothing sound that they have when they see the commercial break on the ESPN feed. It's I don't know, but for those that are in the ESPN feed, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah. Yeah. Yasmin versus Marina Rodriguez up next. This is going to be a good fight. And then Wonderboy Thompson and Joaquin Buckley. Woo! That's a real good one right there. Oh. FOTIS LAMBIRIS, how you doing, my man? Hey, how are you doing, brother? Hey, I just wanted to say I don't say anything incriminating. I'm live right now, so. Oh, I saw that you called. That's what I figured. Like, you got to be podcasting live right now, so. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I am. I was gonna. Well, I mean, you are. Well, I was gonna say. I was gonna throw you a link for my StreamYard, but I'm like, well, you are on. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Good, brother.
I'm honored to be live on your podcast right now. So just here live in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You, hey, you know what? Let me throw you the link, real quick on the Facebook, so we can, go live, like live for real. I mean, you're live on my microphone, but you'll be live on your own screen, for this one. Are you watching the fights right now?
No, I wasn't, but I just turned it on now just to watch the prelims.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, so we can, sort of, synchronize. This is good, man. Just a spontaneous guest and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. I can watch the next fight with you, and we can, you know what I mean?
Man, how ironic, right? It's a women's fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Marina and yeah, it's there we go. Okay. I sent the StreamYard link. Yeah, just press on that and then it should send you right in.
I'm gonna hit on that right now.
And then I should see you pop up in the screen. Get some lights here. So now I have to go on camera mode. So let's see here.
There we go. Tap the three dots.
You see it? Here. There we go. Okay. And if we could open that window so we can get even more that light. Good. Did you press it?
Do I open? Yeah, I'm gonna open external browser. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So you see, man, in Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA YouTube, you never know who you're gonna get right here, and yeah, man, we're gonna have my homie from up north. No, not the A minor guy. Yo, that dude is so ruined. You know what I mean? That literally made GSP the greatest, Canadian of all time, easily.
There we go. I'm in now. Right?
There we go. Yes, there it is. Oh, all right. So there it is. Yeah. So we're okay. I'm gonna get off on this phone so I can watch the fight on the phone, and then yeah. So we'll tap in. Are you in?
I'm in. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta hang up.
Oh yeah. Okay. There you go.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Yes. There we go. All right. Oh, okay. So we're in the first round already. So hold on a second here.
Trying to keep you off balance.
Yeah, man. So for those that obviously don't know, introduce yourself, where you're from, what brought you to Las Vegas, and some of the interesting people you've trained with over the years.
Yeah, so my name is FOTIS LAMBIRIS. I was born and raised in Canada. I wrestled at the University of Manitoba there, got into MMA after. I've trained with Nick Ring, Jesse Bongfeld, Jordan Mean.
The communist guy, Nick, the communist Ring.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, man, if Nick's
and
listening
shout outs to
this,
Nick Ring. Heck yeah, man.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Nick is not a communist. He's a free market capitalist, but if you say that, he gets upset.
Well,
and then,
he just looks like one. If you think about it, like, he looks like a guy that could play a hardcore communist leader in a movie.
He does, yeah. Yeah, he kind of looks like Ivan Drago's cousin,
There you go. There you go. Yeah. So that's where the communist joke comes in. But no, man, Nick is nothing but a straight up Trump MAGA pro American, which is strange because he's Canadian as well.
Yeah, he has. So Nick has dual citizenship. So I don't know if he was born in Canada or the United States, but one of his parents is American and he has his dual citizenship, which is surprising because he's always, shitting on Canada, but yet he chooses to live there when he could live in the States. So I don't know, why he's there. There's obviously a reason. I know he does really well in real estate. So he probably has, real estate doing well in Canada, and Nick actually, he just started coaching at an MMA gym in Canada. It's called LFG.
Okay.
It just opened up in Calgary.
What is it called?
LFG.
LFG. Okay, and that is in
Calgary, Calgary, Alberta.
Calgary. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I'm in. So if your viewers don't know, I'm living in the States now. I'm in Las Vegas. And I used to fight in MMA. I don't compete anymore, but I still train. I do wrestling, jiu-jitsu, and I'm at Extreme Couture.
I was about to say that. Yeah, you've rolled around with some guys at Extreme Couture, and that's they have Sean Strickland there. They got Francis Ngannou.
Chris Curtis is there. Brad
Chris
Tavares.
Curtis, yeah.
Yeah, Brad Tavares. What's his name? Thug Nasty was there for a while training.
Okay.
Yeah, there's lots of guys
Mitchell.
roll in. Yeah, Cody Garbrandt's there. Lots of guys are there training.
Okay.
Yeah,
man. Historically, they've always been a good gym because anytime, man, you go to Las Vegas, I mean, it's like very strategic of Randy Couture to have placed it in Las Vegas to get it cracking over there. And he's brought in a wide range of talent for over the years, which is really amazing.
Absolutely, yeah. And that gym, the coaching staff there is world class. Like you got Nick Sick and Dennis Davis.
Yeah. Nick Sick, what's really interesting about him, right? I think he embodies this idea of if you come from a highly athletic background like he did, he obviously has a great understanding for MMA, as a result of that. You know what I mean? Like he picked up MMA, he can coach it, at a very high level. And I think that he's an example of, if you have a brain for sport, there's a great understanding that you're going to have for MMA. When you agree with that, I mean, considering you've also played multiple sports growing up, aside from just wrestling and MMA, I'm sure that's something that you can sort of resonate with, right?
Oh, 100%. You can see playing different sports, you can move in different planes of movement. You got your transverse, your frontal, sagittal, all the different planes. The more sports you play, the more comfortable you're going to get in each plane of movement. You're going to learn how to explode efficiently and stuff, right? And there's different things. I played, college football in Canada too. And one of the things that helped me, with wrestling and MMA was when you're playing football, you learn how to explode your hips differently. And that stuff, some Muay Thai boxers, they don't know how to do that, right? And you could take an NFL athlete and throw him in MMA and he would do extremely well with no experience at all, right? So just all the different sports you do translates into MMA for sure.
Yeah. And Tony Ferguson has mentioned that before. He's mentioned what makes me a great MMA fighter, and he was, especially at his prime with the dynamics that he was able to display, was he was able to formulate a lot of his movements from different sports. That's why he also brought in, I think, a soccer player to work on footwork with him or play soccer with him to sort of build a different, lateral movement of some sort, right? And I just thought about this and I was like, wow, that is, a strong correlation to that. And that's exactly, to, sort of piggyback off what you were saying is literally the, essential aspect of that.
Oh, absolutely. And here's a crazy stat. It was 97% of guys that get drafted to the NFL, they're 3-sport athletes in high school. So you'll never have, like, it's very rare to have an NFL player that didn't play 3 sports in high school. And that just shows you,
Wow.
you know, the benefits of playing different sports. You know, so if you're, you know, if any athletes are listening to this and you're in high school, it's like the best thing you can do is play football, wrestle, and run track, right? Or football, basketball, track and field, or rugby, anything. You could pick up jujitsu in the off season. But like I mentioned before, like, just have, you know, each sport is like touching a different plane. You know, there's frontal, sagittal, transverse plane, different movements, and you get strong and explosive in all those different movements. And sports is dynamic, it's functional, right? So you can't just sit there and lift weights. You got to, you know, develop that strength and that athleticism and different movement patterns.
Kind of like those bro guys that are like, oh man, if I see red, I'm gonna come after you. I've seen, bro, have you been to Venice Beach yet? I've seen a lot of those dudes there. You know, I walked in Venice Beach, right? You know, I started, you know, getting on the barbells, doing Randy Couture, you know, workouts. Because you know the Randy Couture workouts, right? Where you do like, you know, 10, 10, and then 10, and then, you know, and then you do like a squat with it. You know, so, I mean, it's basically, you know, a wrestling-centric style of lifting, right?
Yeah.
You know, not so much like isolated, because obviously you're doing like different parts, which kind of simulates the lactic acid that you feel when you're, you know, when you're grappling. But yeah, man, I went up in there, you know, I went and, you know, was doing those, and, you know, and then I was doing shadow boxing in between. So, you know, so it's like one of those things, you know what I'm saying? You know that the big homie in the room ain't the real big homie, if you know what I mean. You know,
I know what you mean. And anytime when we get a new guy at the gym that's like super big and muscular, I'm always like, I want that guy first, you know, because I want to just let,
because
I
you
wanna see how,
know what you would do. You know,
exactly.
you
I want to be like,
felt
hey,
that
let's see how
already.
athletic you are, you know, like, let's see how athletic you are. Are you strong and athletic at the same time? Because those guys, I'll give it to them. They're strong, but they're not strong and athletic at the same time. And those are always the guys I go against first. I'm like, I want that guy. Give me the biggest guy you got.
Man, because you understand the feeling. Look, to an average person, right, who doesn't train or doesn't, you know, understand the depth of that type of you know, struggle or that type of grind, they look at it like, wow, yo, that dude is big, I'm not messing with him, you know. But you see something different. You know what I mean? Because you've been into mats, you know what it feels like, you know what they feel like. So you can kind of understand in your mind, like, man, you know what? This is not what the normal average person would think. You know that meme where they got a person like Gennady Golovkin, right? He looks all, you know, dorky with the glasses and everything. And then the other screen is some dude that's like, you know, hugged up and steroid up bodybuilder, right? And the meme says like, what if I told you the guy on the left could beat up the guy on the right? And, you know, you know that meme, right?
I know exactly. Yeah, everyone's like, no, you're crazy.
Yeah.
But that's the casual would say that. But, you know.
Yeah. Like they think the professional wrestler looking dudes are, you know, are the scariest. You know what I mean? So.
No, absolutely. For sure. But this Rodriguez no explosiveness on her back right now.
No, not at all. I think she's succumbed to this position right here. And, you know, at some point, you know, some people just get stuck in this position where they feel like, you know what, man, I'm just going to do what I can, or try to get lucky like this and get a stalemate. Wow.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Mark Goddard stood them up.
I know. And in half guard, too. That's like, right. I don't like that.
Joe Rogan was complaining a few fights ago about that. Yeah, he was complaining, you know, big time, because they broke it up while they were working. And that one right there, you could argue they were also working.
Yeah. And I mean, I understand to an extent, you know, sports is a business, right? You know what I mean? So I get it. Like there has to be somewhat of a business aspect of it, but in that situation, it's like, hey, they're in half guard, don't stand them up. If they're in full guard, okay, nothing's happening. I still don't agree with it, but I understand the business model of sports. You know what I mean? So,
but even in amateur wrestling, they reset you for stalemates as well.
They do. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. They'll, and I'm okay with that if there's no action. But like I said, half guard, you can submit in half guard. You can do a lot of damage in half guard. That's kind of a position where I don't think he should have stood him up there. But
especially in MMA, because in MMA, you can throw punches, right? Like, here's the thing, right? If you keep a half guard position in, let's say, a grappling tournament, it would be a hard argument or a hard sell to just, kind of stay there. But in MMA, you can drop punches from half guard. Whereas in a grappling, whereas in a grappling position, man, you either got to transition, go for a submission, or you got to move. You just have to, transition, submission, or move, or scramble. Like that's the. But in MMA, man, you can stall, posture up, and rain punches. And stay in half guard while doing it. You just can't be, you can't be half guard heavy, I guess, in grappling competitions, but it's okay in MMA as long as you're punching. And but they weren't doing that, though. What she was doing was sort of holding her head down and trying to prevent her from posturing up. So, I mean, one can argue that's working, right? Like that takes a lot of work sometimes, trying to, keep somebody from posturing up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, that was a nice takedown.
Oh, okay. You're a little ahead.
Oh, I am. Yeah.
Yeah. The trip you're talking, is it a trip? Is it going to be a trip? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah. She had double underhooks and got the takedown.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Now they're in mount. Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's in full mount now.
And she's just succumbed to this position again. There's no sense of urgency. Like, man, Tony in this position would have been like, bah, bah, bah. Like, you know what I mean? She's not like, I guess she's just trying to prevent posturing.
Yeah, and I don't understand.
There it is. And he stands him up again. Oh,
I don't know. My volume's not on, so I can't hear what they're saying. But even when Rodriguez
he said stay over there.
Maybe did she do something illegal? I don't know, but I don't understand. Rodriguez is on the bottom, and Lucindo has her, like, she's in grapevine, and she's not even trying to fight off the grapevine.
In her eye socket. Sorry. That's what I gathered.
Oh,
they said she put her chin in her eye socket, and I think that's so she lost the mount position because of that.
Oh, I see. That's why. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I mean, that is, what, in wrestling, right? Our coach used to tell us to dig our chin into the person's back, right?
Yeah, all the time. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like they feel that. But man, in your eye socket, though, that's new, though.
I know. The head's such an underutilized tool in jiu-jitsu. I use my head for everything, to create space, to tighten up everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a weapon that people don't think about. And same thing, your chin is so sharp, get it in someone's cheek, wiggle their head a bit, and then you can get your forearm in there.
Yeah, man. And David Leduc, your fellow Canadian, David Leduc knows a lot about that. He's the Lethwei world champion. And for those that don't know what Lethwei is, it's Burmese Thai boxing where you're allowed a headbutt. And some weird rules where if you get knocked out, you gotta, wake up and get knocked out again. Like, no. There's no winners or losers unless there's a knockout. So that's why you'll see dudes with like 10 draws. Like records like that.
That's
like
awesome.
Lethwei records like that. Like, you got 10 draws. What you mean you got 10 draws? Like, you had 10 fights that actually were that hard to decide? Nah, bro. It's just every decision is a draw. Oh man, that's extreme, bro. Oh, there it is. Oh, there's her heel hook.
Yeah, she's going for a heel hook here.
This is what Frank Mir got Brock Lesnar with.
I was actually just talking about that fight about a week ago, about their first fight.
Oh, the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the
Brock
fight Mir got him with the heel hook. Yeah, and then Lesnar ended up winning the second one.
Yeah, and then costing the UFC some sponsorship money by saying, well, I'm going to drink this instead of that. I'm not sure which one was which at the time.
It
but
was
I
cool.
knew that
He's like, I'm going to drink a Coors Light because Bud Light doesn't pay me enough.
Bro, that is exposure with the fighter pay argument right there. You know, if you really think about it. You know, but then that's why they went on a campaign to sort of like smear Brock Lesnar. If you notice, they put the camera straight on Shogun's face and Shogun straight up condemned him. You know, because the translator was like, yeah, you can't be saying stuff like that. You know, there's kids around. You know how it was. This was what I consider the PG era of MMA. You see, MMA right now is in the attitude era.
Yep,
right. You know
I
how
like
they had
that.
an attitude era in professional boxing. This is MMA's attitude era right now. Like, because, you know, all the kids now, they're all brash. They all like to, you know, talk smack. You know, they have to be extra with everything. You know, everything they do is extra. You know, so it's an attitude era in a way. You know, Sean Strickland, Conor McGregor, you know, even Khabib, you know, and what Conor forced Khabib to do. You know, because he basically took him out of his character. That's the attitude era that we're in MMA. You know, but with GSP, Silva, and Jones, that was what you would call the PG era. And then John Jones joined and revealed his mask to the world in the attitude era. Hey, this is the real me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll run anybody over all I want. You know, I'll do all the coke I want. I'll do all, you know what I mean? This is the new John Jones now. You know, but he kind of tames it a little bit too, which it kind of makes him look fake, right? Like rather than just embracing the Hollywood Hogan, you know, role.
Yeah, and John Jones he was in both eras because, like you say, he was started in the PG era where he was kind of a humble wrestling kid. And then he kind of turned into, you know, I guess a crackhead for better words.
Daryl Strawberry.
Yeah.
Right? That's a good comparison, right? I hear that comparison a lot. Daryl Strawberry with John Jones.
Yeah.
Would you say?
My take on Jones is, you know, yeah, he's a wild child, but that's why he's so special. You know, if he were to tame down what he's doing, that would change the type of person he is in the ring. He's just, you know, reckless, right? And I think a lot of fighters, when they start to win, they get too calculated, right? And then being too calculated in fighting isn't good. You almost need a little bit of intuition, that little bit of recklessness.
Kind of like how he opened up against Shogun, just straight up
walked up.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's John Jones in a reckless behavior, but he fought earlier tonight, Open St. Preux. How about that, right? When he fought him, that was a very careful John Jones.
Yeah.
Like 2017, I think it was, during that fight. Oh, this is a split decision. Yasmin Lucinda.
Yeah,
chin to the eye socket.
Love it.
There it is, man. Hey, you know what? That's why it's great to, you know, keep up with these fights, right? Because you always learn something new with what the, you know, current fighters are doing. You're always learning something new. But you know what? Here's the thing, right? Luke Thomas said something to the effect where the MMA fandom lasts only 5 years. Now, obviously for us, it's probably a whole lot longer, but we're not the average person that, you know, I mean, we train it. So, you know, naturally we're going to consume it. But for most people, they say that it's a 5-year average. would you say that's true? Like in terms of attention span in in the fandom of MMA fans?
I would say that's true because I know most of the people I knew, like in the, you call it the PG era, they don't really watch MMA as much now. The old school guys, the GSP, the Liddell, that era. And then now, I work with a couple of younger kids. They have no idea. Like one of the younger guys is a huge MMA fan. He's like, oh, I heard of GSP. And it's like, what? How have you not heard it? I know. He was like, oh, I've heard of him, But that's what I'm saying. And it's crazy. There's lots of MMA fans now that have no idea about the old school fighters.
Well, I think Kendrick smashing up Drake will probably help GSP's profile. Because then they'll be like, well, then who's the hottest guy in Canada right now? Oh, well, that former fighter guy, George something. Oh, let's look him up. GSP. Oh, wow. Carlos Condit fight. Oh, wow. Nick Diaz fight. You know what I mean? Like it builds up his profile, So yeah, George was probably at home, crip walking to, not like us in secret because he knows he can't do that in Canada because then, obviously he'll get static back home, in his own backyard, But yeah, I mean that's what it is it'll raise his profile. But no, you're right. The same guys that I used to watch GSP fights with back in the days, they're just, they're nowhere to be found when it comes to that. And I mean, it's one thing if, I'm not around them as much, but then when I catch up with them, I'm like, hey, did you see the Alex Pereira fight? No. What happened? It was like, man, I haven't watched, MMA in 10 years. I'm like, wow, really? Like, so yeah, you're right. There are people like that, like homies I used to watch back in the days with, you know what I mean? It's just, the interest there is just not there anymore, so yeah, it happens. It happens with most people that it's, yeah. So I think Luke Thomas may be onto something with that assessment.
For sure. And hey, you know what? We love Drake here in Vegas because we don't have state tax because of the casinos. And Drake gives a lot of money to the casinos.
Oh yeah, he does.
We love him here. Just keep making. If you're listening, Drake, keep making shitty bets. I love not paying state tax here in Nevada.
Yeah, it's you know what it is? I just think that he bets with his emotions, right? Hey, so peep game, right? One of my the other guests that I had here, he's a boxing guy in England, right? He's a homie of mine, Zain Musa Boxing Dosage. Shout outs to him. I had him on during the O'Malley and the Canelo fight, right? He's a YouTuber as well, a boxing YouTuber, and he has a big Canelo fan base in his channel, right? So he bet on Canelo that night. He won, but his other parlay was with Sean O'Malley. And he left a midstream. You know what I mean? I wasn't upset about it. I was like, okay, I get it. This is great content. This is what happens when you bet, but at the same time, I feel bad because I told him to pick Sean. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like, you know what I mean? It is what it is, right? But I feel bad because how did I not understand the wrestling of Merab? You know what I mean? Like, how did I not understand it? And I'll tell you why. I was talking out of emotions because I wanted Umar Nurmagomedov to fight Sean because that's a big money fight. Merab is just, he's not. Like, maybe now he is because he won that fight and maybe he can build something off of that. But I just knew that a fight for Umar and Sean would have been big. And that was out of emotions that I
you're 100% right. Because if you look at that fight emotionally, you're like, hey, I want this for him to win. And then the UFC wants O'Malley to win. But if you look at that fight stylistically, Merab's a nightmare for O'Malley stylistically. Like, that's a nightmare.
And he was, man. It was he left in the fourth round, bro. Just like, like this screen right here where you're at, it was just like it went to mine and then, and then his went dark. And I was like, okay, I understand what's going on. I talked to him afterwards, like, hey, bro, you all right? But you know, but that's you know, that's the name of the game. You know what I mean?
But you're betting. I mean, it is what it is, right? I lose more parlays than I win. Big deal. So if your viewers are listening, I took Alex and Harrison, and then I parlayed it with the Jets and the Bills.
Oh, snap. Okay, so all of that has to win.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Wow. So how are the Jets doing right now?
The Jets are 2-2. Why? So what I did is I always look at which 2 football games are the most heavily bet games.
Oh, is it tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah,
oh, no,
tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you have to wait for that. Okay. Okay. I got you. Okay.
And I mean,
okay,
Alex will win tonight, and Harrison, I think, are good. I think those are both easy wins. What I do though is I always look at the 2 most heavily bet NFL games, and I look at what teams people are betting the most money on, and I bet the opposite.
Okay, because there's more to gain out of that.
I just think, because if you look at the statistics, if you look at the most heavily bet games that the public is betting on, so people that go against the public betting, they statistically have better odds of winning than what the public picks.
Okay.
And that's why I do that. And why do you think casinos look the way they look? Because the house always wins, right? The house wins more times.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I just
that makes sense. They do have to find a way. Yeah, they do have to find a way to stay afloat. So here we go. Buckley versus Thompson on right now.
Thompson's hair's looking like mine with the nice gray and white.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man. At some point, he should just call himself Wonder Man, right? But then,
exactly.
Nice takedown by Joaquin Buckley.
Buckley's so explosive. He's an explosive guy.
I had predicted in the in my prediction show for this fight, the preview show that I did, that Buckley was going to use the wrestling, right? But I didn't think it was going to be this early. See, what I had predicted was that they were going to stand up. Buckley was going to try his luck because he's got great striking, elusive striking, very acrobatic striking like Wonder Boy. Maybe he would have tried to do that, but he just went straight away into the wrestling.
Yeah, he did. I think, too, with a 3-round fight, Buckley can keep this pressure. For 3 rounds is easy to keep pressure like that.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job of, just keeping him clinched up in the cage right now.
You see how he hand on Wonder Boy's wrist, and he had it cupped. So he cupped the wrist there so Wonder Boy couldn't wiggle his wrist out. He had it cupped against the fence instead of grabbing it and holding it there. That's an old wrestling. You cup that wrist, it's so hard to wiggle it off. That was nice. I like seeing that by Buckley. Just nice cage control there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he definitely is coming into this fight with a plan. Oh, that's a nice kick by Wonder Boy Thompson there. Sort of grazed his head a little bit.
Wonder Boy's still such a good counter striker. You can't blitz him too many times.
Yeah, man, that is never going away from him. You know, he's been fighting like that for a long time, and it's just, embedded in his DNA to fight like that. See,
is he Kyoshi or Shotokan karate? Do you know which?
I'm not sure which karate style he does. I think I'm gonna say Kyoshi only because I heard him say that him and George have something in common in terms of the karate styles. Now I don't know.
Yeah, George is Kyoshi karate,
yeah.
So then it probably would be. But yeah, those Kyoshi guys are so light on their feet, and they can just take a quick step and just pop in. Their footwork's phenomenal.
And I think that's what accredited George's blast double leg takedown, Superman punch, and also his forward momentum jab that he, likes to implement, especially during the Josh Koscheck fight. There it is. So Buckley definitely has a plan. If you notice, he's fighting like Khabib here.
Yeah, he's pressure, not giving him that distance. That was nice entry, just pressure, fence, chase him down.
There it is. Joe Rogan mentions Dagestan, as I mentioned earlier, that he's pulling the Khabib wrestling style on him. When he did get him down, he would have been able to do the Dagestani body lock on him, where they figure four, two of your legs. But he didn't see that one. No, he I guess was just really trying to land knees on Thompson. That was his main intention from that clinch position right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and see, back to that pressure.
In the post-career of Thompson, I would be very curious to see how he does in combat karate. Ooh, that's a nice kick right there. Because, hey, you know who's champion in karate combat right now? You're going to laugh.
Who is?
Sam Alvey.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's the Tom Aspinall of karate combat.
I didn't know that. That's great. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder how he would do if he went back into combat karate.
He would beat Sam Alvey's ass, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
Yo, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, wait, he's the champ? And then I watched a few of those fights. I was like, okay, you know what? Like, Alvey's not really a traditional karate fighter. Like, he just fights karate rules. Like, obviously, you're allowed to punch. You know what I mean? Like, but when nothing he does is really karate looking.
Yeah, no, 100%. You could technically, like, I could join a combat karate tournament and use boxing. I mean, you can.
That's Sam Alvey in a nutshell in this one.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
But I think it's just styles make fights, right? And I think he landed himself the right fights, and and on top of that, I mean, it's never diminished his experience. Obviously, his UFC experience is going to take him far in in that particular world.
For sure.
There's Chris Weidman right there in the front row.
Yeah, Thompson's out of the Weidman camp, so.
Yeah, they're putting on a pretty good pace for a high altitude, huh? I was really surprised considering a lot of these guys are like late notice calls.
Yeah.
A lot of the fights in this card are late notice calls, man. And that's why I'm really impressed with how some of the fighters tonight have really put on their, their gas tank. Like, because this is a high elevation in Utah.
It is, yeah, absolutely. People don't realize, what that elevation can do to you. Do you remember the Cain Velasquez fight when he fought in Mexico City? He didn't train in Mexico City very long, and that's why he gassed out. Like, the elevation
went there the week of.
Yeah.
He was just like, yeah, you know what? Same time zone as California. I'll be good. No. No, you won't. You know what I mean? Ooh, that's a nice elbow right there.
That is, yeah. When I first moved to Vegas, we live in Henderson, which is on the outskirts of Vegas. The elevation is a lot higher than where I lived in Canada. And when I would go for my runs, it was significantly harder for the first 2-3 months. It took me a while to adjust to the elevation here. And that's what I mean, man. Unless you've experienced it, it's no joke. And that's why those Dagestani fighters, when they're running from little kids in the mountains, you can't mimic that conditioning, the stress on your lungs, stuff like that. You just can't. That's why they all have world-class gas tanks. They've been running as little kids in super high elevation.
Yeah, and then the Soviet style of combat, I think, is also a contributing factor as well, because a lot of what they do, right, they were really highly advanced more than the Western world in terms of combat athletics, right? Like, for example, doing certain workouts that are not like isometric related, right? They're really sports related and combat related exercises, like the concept of dumbbells and whatnot. These guys are just really advanced in that. And yeah, the Dagestanis, Russians, and Armenians and people in that region have been training like that for years. Speaking of Armenians and Dagestanis, how about the rematch between Islam and Arman Sarukian signed for January?
I can't wait for that fight. I think Makhachev is going to beat him up on the feet, because when you look at his striking from when they first fought to now, it's like night and day.
Night and day.
Makhachev's a world-class striker now, and I think he just picks him apart on the feet, and then Arman's not going to be able to get him down. He'll wear him out, and then when he's tired, he'll get him down. I think it's going to be a long night for Arman personally. That's how I think that's going to go down.
Yeah, and I think Arman's striking really needs to improve to really have, to really have a chance in his matchup. Because otherwise, the wrestling is just not going to be enough. Obviously, the wrestling will always be there for Islam, but the striking between the night and day comparisons that you made is what's going to be really scary for Arman Sarukian facing Islam.
Yeah, and Islam can just stay behind his jab in that fight. He can just use his footwork and stay behind the jab, get him frustrated, beat up his face a bit, and then get him to come in reckless and then just pick him apart with combos. Yeah, I just think it's going to be bad. And, Javier Mendez, he's like a wizard, a scientist when it comes to breaking down fights and game planning.
Yeah, he definitely is. And he continues to do that even past Khabib with Islam, and then also with Usman Nurmagomedov as the Bellator champion. That's quite a dynasty to build. And then they're doing it at the toughest division, which is 155. You know what I mean? And that's even more impressive, to really think about.
Yeah, for sure.
But it also shows that, that type of skill can translate in other weight classes as well. Let's say if they bring in a heavyweight, let's say they have a heavyweight do their program. You imagine what kind of threat that heavyweight would be for Tom Aspinall.
For sure. I wonder why there's not a lot of heavyweights out of Dagestan.
Because I think, they have one heavyweight wrestler that's a gold medalist that took on Kyle Snyder. His name is Sajulayev. He's a gold medalist, heavyweight wrestler. So I think that's why, maybe because they're centric more onto the wrestling side of things. I think maybe that's why. That may have a lot to do with it.
Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, Buckley going with the flying kick. Wait till you see this. I know you're a little behind, but
oh no, I just saw that. I'm probably a little advanced. I did see that kick. Yeah. Oh wait, yeah. I did see that kick. Yeah. Oh, because I thought you meant he was gonna do something in like the last 1 second, but no, that that standing kick that he did. Yeah. Yeah, man, Buckley will not be able to help himself. He's always going to do that. He's always known as the highlight guy. So he's going to have susceptibility into doing that. Because look at the highlight knockout that he had against Impa Kasungai, right? That African dude that is now a PFL champion. That knockout was shared by Kanye West. It went viral. So it was like millions of people around the world, saw that. So now he made it into his identity of fighting, because now it's like, oh, wow, I have to be this guy now. You know what I mean? Like it's this weird thing where, let's say you have one friend who's the crazy guy of the group, right? You're like, oh, look at Mike. He's crazy. He's going to go do, a backflip off of a cliff or something like that and into a river and ocean, that guy. So we know him as that guy. He's that guy that's going to, parkour from one building to another. And then you're going to dare him and he's going to do it. He's the guy that's going to drink, 6 kegs in a row. Like, the crazy
that guy
Mike.
always has to do that. That guy can't go out one night and have a normal night. He's
because
like, I got to do. That's his identity.
Yeah, and that's what I'm comparing Buckley's mentality when he's throwing shots like that, because he's very capable of just beating you with the basics, right? Because
Yeah.
he's strong, you know, he's powerful and explosive, but once again, he just can't help himself but, you know, do other things.
For sure. Man, yeah, Buckley's he's just putting that pressure, and Thompson
Yeah.
just. It's almost like, because Thompson, guys who put pressure on Thompson, he used to just use his angles and then, you know, counter strike. But as you get older, your reflexes and that reaction time just slow
Yeah.
down. And it's almost, that's why guys, you know, these counter strikers, they have a window. You know, Anderson Silva was the same way. As his reaction time slows down, you just can't, you know, see and do things like you used to do.
And that is why Floyd got out at the right time before he could meet the likes of Terrence Crawford.
Well, exactly. There's no way Floyd would beat Crawford, and Crawford's younger, you know?
Yeah.
Actually, this was an interesting thing. Daniel Cormier was talking about that. He was talking about when he fought John Jones, he was 36. Jones was in his 20s. And he was saying that's why Jones wants no part of Aspinall. Because like Cormier felt like Jones's reaction time and his speed was just a little bit faster. And when you're younger, you know, your central nervous system's not as worn down. You can just react quicker and faster. And Cormier's like, Aspinall's now that 25-year-old, and John Jones is the 36-year-old. And he's like, that's why he wants to beat Stipe and then get out. He wants to fight a 40-year-old guy that's not going to have as fast a reaction time.
Oh, he just knocked him out. And, bro, as you were saying that, what you just said is the literal explanation of what just happened. Did you see that? That what you just mentioned is the literal explanation of that. I got to mark that down. 5 hours and 29 minutes. Foe goes in on fighters aging.
And then there you go. You just see the reaction and speed difference, and that's what it is. That's why you can never stay on top forever.
Yeah. There it is. 5 hours and 29 minutes into the stream. Foe goes in on fighters aging, because that's, look at that. So, ooh. Because he got comfortable laying behind that cage, which Buckley was like, oh, you know what? There's an open shot right here.
Yeah. He was almost bracing to stuff the takedown there. You could just see him just getting ready to send that double. And then he just kind of, his hands were down. He's expecting the double leg on the fence. And then he gets hit with that right over the top.
Wow. Man, that was a great one, man. Wow.
That's crazy. Anyway, Kai, I'm going to have to let you go for the main card just because I had some family stuff to take care of. But
hey, brother, listen, it was great chatting
I saw
up
you
with
call,
you, man.
and I always return the call. But we got to pick a fight card, and I'd love to like join you for the whole fight card live on your podcast. I'd love to do that.
Hey, man, you just did it right now, but a full one, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, like a real full card with
Like a full card. I'd love
like
to
from
do that. We
top
can
to
even,
bottom.
I don't know if you mix in politics or not with your fight podcast, or you just
Bro,
go.
I want to show you something before you go, right?
Yeah.
This is what I had earlier. I'm going to show you something before you go. This is what I had earlier. So this is the other project I'm working on, right?
Yeah.
So I have this podcast called Cali CRASHOUT. I do it with my live stream. Sometimes I'll mix it with the fight streams, like right now. I did this like an hour before the prelims. I go through the news of all the violence that goes on in California, whether it's like gang-related stuff or car chases, because there's a lot in California. And I'm like,
say it's only an hour, Kai? your podcast is only an hour.
No, well, it's a combination. So this stream that you're on right now, it literally has episode 2 and 3, and then plus the UFC 307 reaction. Because I mean, yeah, that's and right now we're at let's see how many people have tapped in so far. So far, 600 and let me see here. Let me refresh this this analytics right here. What is it? 600. Hold on, it's here we go. 653. Yeah, 54 now. Yeah, 654 people so far have tapped in, and it's not the prelims yet. Well, it's not the main card yet. But yeah, Cali CRASHOUT, check it out. It's on my live stream section of this channel. You know, I cover like crazy news because a lot of crazy stuff happens in California, right? So why not, you know, cover it? So yeah, I definitely don't shy away from politics in this channel. Whether it's gang politics or world politics, I never shy away from it. But of course, you know, with an emphasis of self-preservation, because remember when you know, when you ran across me when I was younger, you know, I really didn't have any regard to self-preservation, right? You know, but when you get older, yeah, when you get older, you have a channel, you know, you start, you know, having things. So you sort of want to protect it a little bit. So, of course, you know, I talk about politics, but within a responsible manner. So,
for sure, absolutely.
Yeah, that's the best way to look at it, you know?
But yeah, I'd definitely, like I said, I'd love to do both then for sure. But I'll touch base with you. We'll find a cool fight card, and I'd be honored if you'd let me, you know, do the whole fight card live.
Yeah, man.
Oh, awesome.
Bro, you just did something really awesome right now, right? When you went into that, you know, monologue about fighters aging, it was like so perfect because that's when the Buckley and the Thompson knockout happened straight away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was like, wow, you know, and this is perfect. And then you broke it down perfectly. And then on top of that, you broke down a lot of interesting technical breakdowns, you know, during the earlier fights. So, man, you know, even if it's, you know, curtains from here for you, man, you know, you've done more for, you know, that amount of time than you would for a full card. You know, of course, I'd love to have a full card, but I'm just saying this was, you know, this was great. And for those of you that want to know what I'm talking about, this is the timestamp of when Fo was going into that, you know, very interesting monologue. So it is 5 hours, 29-minute mark of the stream if you want to find it. So I, you know, I just kind of marked the, you know, the timestamps for this one. So, and Cali CRASHOUT episode 2 and 3 is at the 1 hour and 35-minute mark for those that want to check it out. And then the beginning of the stream for UFC 307 started at 2 hours and 10 minutes. So in reality, I did a 2-hour show, and then now I've been on for 3 hours for the UFC. So
that's awesome, man. I love it. Yeah. You're living the dream, Kai.
Hardcore fan life, right?
You're living the dream. I can see you. I always watch your videos. You're just training. You're crushing it. Podcasting. Awesome, man. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, brother. And happy for you as well. You know what I mean? I got to tap in with you when I get out to Vegas, you know, check out Randy Couture's gym, come train with you, and, you know, and check out all the guys at Randy Couture and maybe make a vlog out of it, you know? I got a rapper in I have a rapper in Hunters Point, which by the way is you know, a very violent part of the Bay Area. He wants me to come out and do you know, a hood vlog with him out there. And I was like, man, you know what? I'm down, bro. Because you know what? You look at Adam 22, right? He's the hottest hip hop you know, podcaster, right? That's what I'm gonna do. You know what? I'm gonna try to double champ both genres.
There you go. I love it.
I'm going to double champ both, you know, both genres. You know what I mean? Because
that's awesome. Kai, the champ.
That's what I'm saying, right? Because I'm like, why not? You know, I know a lot of people in the hip hop community, so why not, you know, mix it with mixed martial arts? Because, you know, I obviously have a passion for both. So, you know, why not, you know, get it in, you know, and representing, you know, the state that, you know, has really gave me, you know, a positive life. You know what I mean? So that's, you know, more so than anything that I'm proud of is, you know, repping the soil, you know?
Absolutely. That's awesome, man. But yeah, we'll definitely, I'll touch base and then we'll figure something out and then we'll do this again. And I appreciate you calling me. So
Yeah,
It's
brother.
awesome.
And it's
I
an honor
appreciate you
to
having me on your podcast. It was awesome.
bro. So check this out, right? This is the alumni of people that have been in this podcast so far with you, right? So I had Anthony Taylor's training partner, Anthony, from down south.
Yeah.
And then I had who else did I have in here? I had another fighter, Jarrell Askew. I had him in here. Idris Askew, who's a bare knuckle BKFC fighter. I had you here now as part of that alumni, and then I had one of my homies who's an author. He's a Crip OG who wrote a book about California prison. So I had him on here for an Alex Pereira fight.
Nice.
The last Alex Pereira fight was the one where he replaced the McGregor card. So I had him in here because I figured I thought it was going to be the McGregor fight, right? So I thought, you know what, this is a great way to promote your book. There's going to be a lot of people that's going to turn up because it's going to be a Conor McGregor fight. So let's take advantage of it. But it ended up being Pereira, but nonetheless, it was a great episode. Just like this was a great episode, and I'm very thankful for you to come in and tap in with me, man.
Awesome. Thanks again, my man. We'll do this again for sure.
Inshallah, brother. Inshallah.
Yeah.
God bless you, and stay safe out there in Las Vegas, my brother.
You too. Take care.
All right, man. All right, guys. So that is my man, FOTIS Lambiris, right there. And we will continue on with the UFC 307. Yeah, so awesome dude, man. Glad to have had him on. Was a really contributing factor of this particular live stream. Broke down a lot of really interesting things. I urge you guys to sort of check that out. He came in at the 4-hour and 46-minute mark of this live stream. Now we are continuing on with the main card. And by the way, so far we've had how many people we've had around the world tapped in right now? 676 people around the world have already tapped in. And here we go. Here's another one that tapped in. Savachi Financial, my man. Savachi Financial, Idris Wasi, not Askew. No. When I mentioned Askew, I was talking about Jarrell and Savachi. Yes, and shout outs to Savachi Financial, a real strong supporter of this show. So yeah, we're gonna get it cracking tonight with some interesting fights here. We got let's see what we got for the main cards right here. Yeah, they're right, man. No one has risen to the top that quickly as the way that Alex Pereira has. He's had 10 fights only in the UFC and is already a double champion. Now, how crazy is that? So the first fight tonight is going to be Kayla Harrison and Caitlin Vieira. Now, this fight right here is going to be a real test for Kayla Harrison to see if she really belongs in the UFC. Speaking of belonging in the UFC, Supwood Wonder Boy, he's a gatekeeper. He really is, though, right? Because like I said, if Buckley was going to get through to him tonight, it would have really showed where Buckley needed to be. But at the same time, it kind of shows the aging of Wonder Boy Thompson. He was just one step too slower and got caught. And that's really what we saw happen right now. Yeah, he's Khalil Rountree is interesting, right? Let me tell you what's interesting about him. He said something to the effect where he wanted to live in Thailand, own a cafe, and just live off of Muay Thai, right? You know what? Sounds like a very simple life, right? This is the kind of life that that Khalil Rountree wants. More than a UFC star, though? But you know what? It's not all cracked up to be being a star, is it? You know, it's not really all about that. It's not really everyone thinks running a cafe is easy. No, it's not. It's not at all. Look, I'm going to tell you guys something, right? I'm going to tell people around the world what is the easiest business to run. It's YouTube. YouTube. If you are in YouTube, you are in business for yourself. It's the easiest business. You want to know why? Because I don't have to go out and buy supplies. I mean, sometimes, right? Let's say if you have a broken microphone, okay, you need to go and fix that. You need to get something done. It's very low cost, but a cafe, you really have to spend a lot of money in order to get a lot of money back. And that's what makes it very challenging. Everyone want to be a star till Diddy showed. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay. I'm going to put that up. Y'all read that. Everyone want to be a star till Diddy shows up with the baby oi and the D. That's it. Yeah, man. Roundtree, right? Roundtree, right? Yeah, it's no, it's Roundtree without the D. That's how to yeah, Roundtree without the D. Roundtree. Okay, so you're adding the D. If he became a star, Mita had to face. Oh man, and he would have probably liked it too. Diddy got Conor and Gervonta. Oh, man, you imagine if Diddy tried to do something to Conor? Mate, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing, Diddy? How about Conor, right? He went and signed Exhibit to his record label. I'll tell you what I don't get about that, right? Why not sign the younger guys that are coming up in the West Coast right now? Why do you have to sign a guy that was hot when you were in your puberty days? I don't understand that. You know what I mean? Like, yo, listen, man, Exhibit was hot when we were teenagers. Now, obviously, I'm 39 years old, right? So, if Exhibit was hot back in the days, I was probably like 14 or 15 years old. And Conor, he's not that much younger than me. He's probably like, what is he now? Like 36, 35, 36? Yeah, man, he's not that old. So Exhibit was hot when we were barely in puberty. Diddy got Ja Rule. X to the Z Exhibit. Yeah, man, he had some hot songs back in the day. Get Your Walk On. That was a pretty hot song from back in the days. He said, shaved off the lettuce, no nice guy. So Alex Pereira, every time he fights, he shaves off his head as sort of a way to symbolize that, hey, I'm going to war. Now, it's crazy that Kayla Harrison makes 135. That is insane, right? Because, look, you got to remember, Harrison, when she fought in the PFL, yo, she was fighting at 155, man. She was fighting a weight class as big as Khabib. Put that in perspective. She was fighting a weight class as big as Khabib. And now she's sucking down to 135. No Diddy. Yeah. You know, everybody's saying now no Diddy all the time, right? Diddy is like, you know, public enemy number one. You know, now everybody doesn't want to claim Diddy. Everybody wants to act like they don't know Diddy. You know, back in the days, everybody wanted to be in Diddy's party. What is this transgender FC? Hey, bro, listen. Kayla Harrison is Ali Abdelaziz's fighter. Kayla versus Khabib. I think they train. No, I don't know. You know what? Khabib doesn't train with women. You know, because it's haram, brother. It's haram. You know, what if Islam was training with a female? What would Khabib do? He like, brother, you cannot do this, brother. Brother, you switch with Umar, brother. Brother, you switch with Umar. They were all wearing Sean John. Yeah, man. You know what? no lie, bro. I had Sean John gear back in the day, straight up. You know what I mean? I had Sean John gear back in the day because you know what? It is what was hot back then. Look, here's a weird thing about this whole Diddy thing, right? Why y'all trying to act like you knew back in the days? If you weren't Pac or Suge or anybody that wasn't beefing with them, you didn't know anything. You know, and you know what? We don't even know if Suge really knows anything, right? We just thought that maybe he was just saying things just to make it up, or maybe he was just saying things and it just happened to be true. You know that old saying where a broken clock is correct twice in one night or twice in one day. You know the expression. You know what I'm talking about. But shout out to everyone around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We got about 715 people around the world that have tapped into the channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we cover UFC 307. We are now in the main cards. Already in the main cards. And already in the main cards, we got about 718 views so far. So not bad. Not a bad live stream. This is why I love going on live streams for fights, because people show up. Sometimes some people comment, sometimes they don't, and sometimes they show up and sometimes they don't, but whatever. They thought Diddy and J-Lo was Diana and Dodie. Man, yes, that's exactly what it was. They were treating Diddy and J-Lo like the hood version of Princess Diana and Dodi Al-Fayed. Hey, by the way, speaking of Dodi Al-Fayed, Savachi Financial, you know they got people coming out now talking about how Muhammad Al-Fayed used to, like, you know, Epstein them and all that. So it's not looking good for the man. But you know what? What are you going to do with Muhammad Al-Fayed? He already passed away. It's kind of weird, right? Like, you're going to, but I guess if he really did it, then yeah, you got to expose it. You got to, you know, put it out there if it's really the truth. And if you got some facts to it, you know, then yeah. Meanwhile, look at Kayla Harrison right now. How much do you guys think she gained going into this fight right now? Because she had to suck down to 135 because the UFC doesn't have a prominent 155 division. They don't even have a real 145 division. And as a result, she has to come in here and suck down to a lineal weight class. And when I mean lineal weight class, I mean a weight class that the UFC pays attention to and has marketed in the past, just like the Ronda Rousey era, the Miesha Tate era, the Amanda Nunes era, and even the Juliana Pena era. All the 145ers want to be 155ers. Do you mean by the women's side or the men's side? Because I'll tell you, in the men's side, a lot of them do want to be 155ers. Ilia Topuria trying to pick fights with 155ers. Even before he got into the championship realm, he was beefing with Patty. And I'm thinking, well, how is this fight ever going to happen? You guys are in a different weight class. By the way, check out the video that I have on the video section. I actually did a video regarding Ilia Topuria and Patty Pimblett as the next the next Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz storyline. Because think about it. Patty is Nate Diaz because he's a popular fighter that can't fight in the championship realm, although we don't really know or understand the ceiling of Patty yet. He's still undefeated in the UFC. But Ilia Topuria is already a world champion. Remember that hand sanitizer situation they had going on? He meant men's. Okay, so we're on the same page, Savachi. Yeah, I do agree. And then Max, he also wants to be a wannabe 155er. 145ers are the amateur league for the 155ers. Well, I tell you what, right? That's what Eddie Alvarez said to Conor McGregor. He said, man, bring your little boy belt. Bring your little boy belt. That's a little boy belt. And then Conor's over there like, what the fuck are you saying? I don't know what the fuck are you saying, you freak. Whatever, you know how Conor gets. I'm not good with my Irish accent tonight. I'll tell you what's funny. What's a funny accent? Imagine if you mix an Indian accent with a Northern Irish accent, because you know the Northern Irish, they have a very, very distinct accent, right? It's different from the Irish and it's different from the British. It sounds something like this, right? Like if you ever heard Carl Frampton talk. Okay, I'm going to try and do a Northern Irish accent right now, but also try to mix it with an Indian accent, because you got to imagine how funny it is to mix those two. I'm going to try to do a Northern Irish accent right now. Hold on. Okay, so Kayla Harrison is right up right now. Kayla Harrison and no, that's too mainstream. Kayla Harrison is up right now against Caitlin Vieira. Okay, I guess I can't mix. It's hard, man. It's hard. Try doing it. Try doing an Indian accent with a Northern Irish accent. It's very hard. It's very hard to do. Conor was, he said Conor was never a real 155er. That's true. That's true. But somewhere down the line, he just wanted to stop making weight. And as a result, this is what got him, right? It got him a fight with Khabib, which was a lot harder. He ended up fighting Nate Diaz, which he did very well in the second time around, not so much in the first time around. Even in the first time around, he rocked Nate Diaz a few times, but ultimately the weight of Nate Diaz showed in that fight and even in the second fight as well. All right, here we go. Kayla Harrison being announced. By the way, everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are tapped into the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. So, here we are. Kayla Harrison. Here we go. Caitlin Vieira. Let's go, Caitlin Vieira. Let's go, Caitlin Vieira. You fucking... Let me stop. Okay, number 2 ranked bantamweight in the world. Okay, so that means that Kayla Harrison gets a win. She gets a title shot straight away. I mean, look at the champion of the 135 division right now, right? Raquel Pennington and Juliana Pena. Do you honestly think Kayla Harrison can't beat Juliana Pena or Raquel Pennington? Come on, man. They are just belt holders for now. They know that they got to face that girl sometime down the road. All right, here we go. Kayla Harrison. And by the way, she's an absolute weight bully. So going down from 155 to 135, you're going to see the strength and the grappling prowess of Harrison here. Here comes Harrison right now in the southpaw position. That usually means that if she's in a southpaw position, maybe she's left-handed or maybe she's looking to shoot, because usually you shoot with your non-dominant hand. And the reason for that is because you want to have all the strength behind you with your dominant side of your body, whether you're right-handed or left-handed. So we go, doing a lot of pump fakes right here. 420, 418, 417, 415, 414 in the first round. Nice low kick by Caitlin Vieira. They're circling around. Kayla got too much testosterone. She definitely does have a lot of testosterone, right? All those years of judo that she had going on. And then, well, I'm going to say this, right? Kayla Harrison is managed by Ali Abdelaziz. I'm going to just say that. And Ali is a strong dude, bro. Hey, shout out to Uncle Ali, bro. Uncle Ali is the man, bro. That dude will mess up the average 40 or 50-year-old. You know, man, Ali will mess up, you know, a young prime dude. You know, what are we talking about? You know, but he's a strong dude, Ali. Ali loves the gory. Oh, man. Come on now. Ali loves everybody, bro. You know what I mean? But, yeah, he does have I mean, look, man. Kayla Harrison and Henry Cejudo, it doesn't get any more American than that, right? In terms of his client list. I mean, you know, like this dude, I want you guys to put this in perspective. And I'm not saying anything that ain't out there, right? This dude has been accused of you know what, and he is a manager to 2 American Olympians. That right there is the Arab American dream, ladies and gentlemen. Ali, man. Ali is the man, bro. Come on, Ali. Tap in with your boy, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, baby. I'll make you even more rich than you are. Tap in with your boy, man. All right, so Kayla Harrison is really maintaining this position, just sort of relaxing in this position. I'm very surprised the referee is not calling for a stallment. And by the way, it's the same referee. It's Mark Goddard. And he's not calling a stalemate like he did in the other fight. That is insane to me, bro. That's insane. That's suspect right there. Sort of, I guess, showing favoritism to Kayla here. What do you think? Boom. He didn't get paid for this fight. No, I think Ali. Ali probably. Hey, brother, listen to me. Listen to me, Mark. Mark would be over there. Listen, Ali. Listen, I cannot take your bribes, Ali. Listen, brother. Listen, you have to understand, okay? Look, here's money, brother. Here, look, I put in your pocket. Right here, brother. I put in your pocket. Ali sent Mark a gory. Ali sent Mark a gory. I'm not going to tell people what that means, but there it is. Boom. Nice takedown by Kayla. And I think this is where Kayla, yeah, I agree with Daniel. She's going to get really dangerous in this position, but there's not a lot of time with 1 minute. The most that she can do within this time frame is maybe transition, but she has to cook a little bit. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she could finish her off right here in less than 30 seconds. Ooh, that was a good elbow. There it is, pounding away right in the back position, and Vieira has no answer for it whatsoever. Wow. Yeah. Vieira has to do something different right now. Bam, there it is. That is the end of it right there. And by the way, guys, don't forget that this live stream has been brought to you by Cali CRASHOUT. Check out all the crazy news that I react to around California, Los Angeles, Sacramento, Fresno, LA. Did I say LA? Of course I said LA. I love LA. San Diego. We got San Francisco, Hunters Point. Shout out to my man, A1, the rapper from the RBL Posse and from the Jacka Mob. Hunters Point. Holler at me, man. I'm down to do some hood vlogs over there. You know, I'm trying to become the Northern California's version of No Jumper, No Diddy, though. No Jumper, No Diddy. This is a No Diddy, No Jumper style. Let's get it. All right. They got a little George St. Pierre documentary going on. All right. Low kick by Kayla Harrison right there. Oil money, no Diddy. That's right. Oil money, no Diddy. Oh, he said oil money, no Diddy. Yeah. Kevin Iole. Harrison takes the first round. I agree with Kevin Iole in that one. Baldwin says she came 10-9 Harrison. Shauna Sheen. Yeah, I agree. I agree with everyone's scorecard on that one. It is Kayla Harrison in that first round. And you know what? It looks like she's really improved a lot in her striking, right? It looks very dynamic in the way that she moves. Very crisp, has very good head movement, very professional. not in a way that, let's say, Ronda Rousey looked really horrible on the feet. I mean, what do you expect, right? Her trainer was Edmund Salvagian. Edmund Salvagian was his name. Edmund Salvagian. The salvage. The salvage, man. Yeah, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Having a little stream issue here. Oh, wait. Hold on now. Let's get it. Let's get this in. Sorry, y'all, a little issue with the stream here. Not the stream, but not the actual stream that I'm streaming, but the stream that I'm watching the fights from. Yeah. Okay. All right. We're getting the stream back. Hold on. All right, here we go. Back at it. I've been Salvagian. Yeah, that's exactly my exact thoughts, my man. Wow, Kayla Harrison's head is busted open. What happened? I may have missed that one. All right, let's see what busted her head open. I think they're gonna show the forehead. Yeah. Yeah, that's good responsible coaching, telling them like, hey, listen, we could be whoa, that elbow right there. That's what did it. All right, so I guess the season of Dana White's Contender Series is coming to a conclusion. Oh, they got a little bout going over there. Ooh, nice. All right, here we go. Kayla Harrison. Boom, another little calf kick right there. There it is. Now that cut is opened up again. That's we're going to see how this is going to affect Kayla Harrison moving forward. I mean, you would imagine, you know what? She really has to be in a fight for her life situation right now, right? Think about it. She's bleeding. Not only that, this fight is very close. And then on top of that, she could potentially get taken down again, you know, or maybe elbowed again. Who knows? But yeah, Kayla Harrison, wake up. Wake up, Kayla. You got to get in there. You got to win this for Uncle Ali. Oh, there we go. She's looking for an entry to get in those takedowns. There we go. Shooting in for that takedown right there. There it is. She's working that close guard right here. So a little better round for Kayla Harrison, obviously. Yeah, Kayla Harrison is definitely strong at top, right? I mean, this is the female Khabib on top of you right now. Warning of the toes in the cage. Now Mark Goddard wants to start warning people. Ooh, nice shots by Kayla Harrison. Ooh. Wow. Okay, these are hard shots that she's hitting her with right here. Wow, there it is. Now she got the mount position. She is in trouble right here. Kayla Harrison is going to put her in a world of trouble. Come on, Kayla, bust her up like she busted you up. Throw those elbows in there. Cut her open. But a great job on Vieira being able to prevent her from posturing up in this position. Oh, wow. Okay. Good. Good on Vieira for recognizing that and then turning right in front of Kayla Harrison. All right, so now Kayla Harrison is right on top. Side control. Still with her face bloodied up, and that is the end of the fight. Let us find out who the winner of this contest is. Yeah, definitely some challenging moments for her. But hey, you know what? This is fighting at the highest level. And you also got to understand, Kayla Harrison lost a gang of weight to be in this fight. This girl is a 155er. Okay, I don't know about females, but most males I know that are 155ers, these guys are as big as 170, 180. And if you're, in Islam's body frame, you're talking about dudes that are like almost 200. Islam could get up to 200, man, and he's a 55er. And Kayla Harrison is a 55er going to 135. Maybe it's a lot easier for women. I don't know the science behind that. I'm not going to try to pretend to know, but obviously, this is a tough weight class for her to compete in. This is not an easy weight class for her to compete in. Look at this. That little clinch position right there. And then right here, Kayla was able to get her down from the trip. Yeah. Not everyone is invincible, man, I tell you what, man, Kayla Harrison is cut up, man. She is cut up. She looks like Jessie on fire, bro. Like, tell me Kayla Harrison doesn't look like Jessie on fire. Because Jessie on fire is, he's a pretty buff little man, too. You know what I mean? Like, so Kayla Harrison in that frame of build, kind of reminds me of Jessie on fire. Kayla on fire. Okay, they're doing a little prayer. All right. So showing a little sign of respect, little prayer. Just like, you make me bleed. Well, you made me bleed too. Yeah, number 2 ranked person. That's one thing you got to take into consideration. That's right. That's right. You got to take that into consideration. Kayla didn't come here for money. She was offered bigger money to fight in the PFL, and the Saudis were gonna pay her off, right? But that's not what happened. She wanted to stay where the toughest competition is at, and here it is. She said, she said, enjoy it while you can because I'm coming for that gold. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Good fight on Kayla. Good fight. And there's Mike Brown right there, the longtime rival of Uriah Faber. There's Rashad Evans. Check out Rashad Evans. Looking like a Rasta. And then there's Corey Sandhagen. There's Marab. Hey, I am Marab. Marab. Yes, I am Marab. Hello. All right, let's go. What's the next one? Roman Deledzi. All right, let's go. The Roman Deledzi fight's going to be awesome. There it is against Kevin Holland. All right, so Kevin Holland is up next. All right, here we go. Kevin Holland up next. Is that Tom Hardy? What is this? They got a little Tom Hardy commercial going on with Dana White. What is that? Oh, no. Tom Hardy is attacking. He's attacking Sean O'Malley. What is this Venom Last Dance? Oh, man. They added Dana White into the Venom movie trailer. How awesome is that? All right. So here we go. Kevin Holland fight. I'm really excited for it. Listen, any fight that Kevin Holland is in, it is absolutely exciting to the max, okay? Anytime Kevin Holland is fighting, it is awesome. Shields and enhances the body's resilience and adaptability to environmental stressors. Wow. All right. Air Tech dealing with environmental stresses. That's crazy. I don't like Holland. Savachi Financial says, why not? What? Tell me what you don't like about Holland. He is kind of a big mouth, though, right? Like, just really, yeah, really a big mouth. Remember when him and Darren Till got into it? They got into that little beef. You know, Kevin Holland was saying something to the effect where, hey, man, you know, I live near Cali, bro. You know, I could call some heads down here and come down here in a second. You know, all your boys, you know, be coming down here from a plane ride 18 hours away. And then Darren Till's like, mate, you don't know, mate. I could bring my boys here anytime and we could cause some issues, some problems. It's Kevin Holland against Roman Dolezzi. I think Roman Dolezzi's going to take this one, but you never know. Look at Roman Dolezzi with his little Greek haircut going on. But he's Georgian, though. All these Georgians. Georgians are just the non-Muslim version of Dagestanis. Because remember, they're mountain people, but they're not obviously of the same religion. So it makes them different. He's more than enough, brother. He's more than enough. More than enough. I destroy this man, Kevin Holland. He's big mouth. He's big mouth. I destroy your boy, Dana. Hey, Dana, I destroy your boy. Okay, Dana, I destroy your boy. Dana, I destroy your boy, Dana. Big mouth. Big mouth. What you say, big mouth? I destroy you, big mouth. Even though Roman Dolezzi probably sounds nothing like that. He talks too much but can't back it up. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And there's Megan O'Leary now introducing the fighters as they are walking into the octagon and sort of giving an explanation of their stats and figures. The Kung Fu and Jiu-Jitsu black belt. There's Kevin Holland right there. Wow, 39 pro fights in Kevin Holland's repertoire right now. Yeah, we're nearing 1,000 views on this live stream right now. Get those views up, guys. Keep on going. Let's get it. Yeah, well, you can't really tell Kevin Holland to not, put jokes on his side. I mean, he's a jokester. It's what he's going to do. All right, here comes Kevin Holland. He now enters the octagon. In all his exuberant confidence that he displays. All right, here we go. Roman Deledzy is walking out right now. All right, Roman Deledzy's about to head into the octagon right now. This fool's Georgian. I believe he is. Yeah, he reps the Georgian flag. So, yeah, I think, yeah, he is Georgian. Although he has a Samoan tribal tattoo going on, so. Yeah, his last fight was against Anthony Smith. Beat him by unanimous decision. And yeah, see, there it is, a Georgian flag right there. All right, 900 views so far. Not bad. So you're behind. Yeah. 20 seconds. 20 seconds or so I'm behind. Yeah. They are in the cage. Yeah, no, they're both in the cage right now. They're in my feed. It's showing Kevin Holland and Roman Deledzy in their stats. Oh, wow. I didn't realize Roman Deledzy was older than Kevin Holland. I just thought Kevin Holland was older because obviously he seems to be more of a longtime UFC veteran, but he's only a veteran because he fights like literally 5 times a year. So. All right, here we go. Kevin Holland's being introduced. Does a little bow. So does every 90s American Caucasian. They all, yeah. They all have a Samoan tribal band tattoo, yeah. Yeah, that's true, man. I know a few Samoan homies that had to go check some goodies for having Samoan tribal tattoos back in Stockton back in the days. You know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. Jason Herzog, the referee. And the fight is about to commence right now. All right, here we go. Low kick starting out by Kevin Holland. 450, 449, 447 of the first round. You guys are probably a little bit ahead, maybe 20 seconds ahead. So, but it's all right. At least I get a clear coverage either way. Nice little step and hook by Kevin Holland there.
You said the elite is a true 85 pound in UFC. Look at the thickness of the upper body between him and Kevin. Kevin is a tall guy, looks big enough to fight 185, but you know his optimal weight is probably 170.
Yeah, I agree with DC on that one. 170 would be a lot more ideal for Holland, considering that he would be a nightmare for a lot of people just based on his height alone. Yeah, Drickus is definitely huge, underratedly huge at 185. Oh. Oh, nice uppercut.
From what he felt in the Michael Page fight before. He wasn't able to find it. He's a little too slow. Doesn't fight in the way again. He wants to always give himself an opportunity to really show off his skill.
Oh, nice. He gets a takedown, just as I would suspect, and what I had predicted in the preview show.
Because there's so much bigger than Holland went 5 rounds with Marvin Vettori and Karen Brunson back in the day. He faced the likes of Hamza Chimaev. A lot of these guys still struggle to put away. Also, he's going to the body triangle here for the bottom, which is really a defensive position. There's not much to do offensively here other than maybe a guillotine and even there.
Wow, there it is. Now he's just putting him in a body lock.
2 minutes now to go round one. The lead hasn't been a volume takedown guy in the UFC, but able to floor Holland here in round one. Holland was throwing heat at him. Think about the fact that the lead stood 15 minutes, no takedown attempts I don't recall against Anthony Smith is one of the more powerful fight. But just know that the current heat that Holland was throwing in his direction made the insane for me to take him down. But also, did say they were submitted? Yes, he did. He had one takedown against Anthony Smith also.
Yeah, he's just holding him down here. Weight bully. Yeah, that's what it is. He's weight bullying. Drickus gets a pass to be a weight bully. Yup. But they talk ish about Habib. Yeah, exactly. African gore. Yeah, he is, man. He is. Straight up. There's Kevin Holland scrambling out. Oh, wow. I think he got hurt in that position. Look at this. Oh, wow. Okay, so he got kneed in the face as he was sort of transitioning. That's sort of what's happening here. But now Roman Dolidze is on top position, ground and pounding away. Kevin Holland not answering, and he's still on top of him. Jason Herzog is warning him right now to do something with just about under 20 seconds left. Oh, that's a good elbow right there. Good elbow. There it is. And that is the end of it. Okay, he says that he busted up his rib. He might have broken a rib in this one. He said He said, no, no. And then he said, I think so. Okay, he's trying to, wow, there's, yeah, I think he need his rib. Yeah, Daniel Cormier is right about that. The coach should be the one making the call, not the fighter, because the fighter is automatically just going to accept. It's over. It's over. Oh, my goodness. It's over. It's over.
Knows acutely what that feels like. It's terrible. So Roman Dolidze, preserving at the very least his number 10 ranking, and he gets it done by TKO. You know, people believe Roman Dolidze created an action that made Kevin react and respond, and his rib came out. Right? You can see Kevin trying to hit armbar, I believe. Yeah, when he went armbar, if Dolidze passes.
Yeah, due to injured ribs, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah, he just twisted. Sometimes it happens in just random situations. He just twisted, and the rib came out.
Yeah, he twisted and the rib came out.
So, a disappointing result to be sure for the fan favorite Kevin Holland, but Roman Dolidze getting it done. With one of the bigger wins of his career, and now being awarded with his jiu-jitsu official decision.
There it is. So he got his jiu-jitsu black belt off of breaking the ribs off of a black belt.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the first round, due to injury, Kevin Holland could not continue. Therefore, referee Jason Herzog has declared the winner by TKO.
All right. Well, big win for Roman Dolidze. Let's hear what he has to say here. He's going to have a Joe Rogan interview. He said he wants to fight in December. Yeah, he's definitely looking for a big fight next. Maybe against Kamzat.
Plus 800. Cash those tickets. Nice job on a $100 wager, if that indeed was your action tonight.
There's Eric Nixick right there.
Welcome back to Salt Lake City for UFC 307. It cannot be denied Utah has become a global sport and entertainment destination, hosting major events like UFC 291, the NBA All-Star Game, Monster Energy AMA Supercross, and Ironman World Championship, while also recently securing the 2034 Olympic Games.
Wow, 2034 Olympic Games. That's crazy. They planned it like 10 years ahead. Kind of shows you the little globalist agenda that they got going on, huh? Well, here we go. Jose Aldo is right up next right now.
There is a new king atop the bantamweight division, and with Willie settling in on his throne, the top contenders have shifted. Tonight, though, first things first, a profile matchup between UFC Hall of Famer Jose Aldo and rising star Mario Bautista.
You know, I think Jose's out of his prime, you know. He's fighting someone young, coming up, and ready to take his spot.
Hoje à noite você vai ver a melhor versão do Aldo. Eu vou provar para todo mundo que a chama está muito acesa.
Well, it looks as though the short-lived retirement was a sage decision for Brazilian mixed martial arts icon Jose Aldo Jr. The former featherweight standard returned to the octagon in prime form earlier this year as he pitched a shutout against up-and-comer Jonathan Martinez in his native Rio de Janeiro. Now he aims to take out Bautista and move yet closer to another crack at gold.
All right, I'm excited to see Jose Aldo next, honestly.
Recently paying his dues en route to the UFC rankings, Mario Bautista made some serious noise in his January win over Ricky Simon, his sixth straight in the octagon. Has set up the biggest fight of his career here against Jose Aldo. With everything he has worked for now within reach, Bautista is prime.
All right, man. Let's see how Jose Aldo does. What's crazy is, man, Jose Aldo got knocked out by Conor McGregor in 13 seconds, but he's still out here fighting. Kind of tells you a lot, man. Kind of tells you a lot. But again, it's the circumstances of Conor McGregor's career, though. Here we go, Mario Batista walking out.
National Guard, serve your nation, serve your state, serve your way. Daniel Cormier, your keys to victory for Mario Bautista.
Mario Bautista needs to control the range of this fight. He cannot be too close to Aldo, or he can't be the middle card. He's got to be all the way in, or he's got to be all the way out. He cannot stay in the middle range where Aldo can pick him apart with leg kicks in.
Yeah, Aldo is definitely going to look to pick him apart with some leg kicks here. Yeah, imagine that. This would be the biggest win of his career, right? Because not everybody's going to knock out Jose Aldo the way that Conor McGregor did. It's just not going to happen. But you know what? You can still have a good fight with Jose Aldo regardless. Oh, wow. Here comes Jose Aldo walking out to Queen. And we'll keep on fighting till the end. Yeah, we've been watching Aldo for a decade. For real, bro. Really. I mean, that's really what it is, bro. We've really been watching him for a decade now. Okay, and here we go. The traditional Rihanna song he has going on right now. There he is with the king crown. You know what? I'm going to timestamp this right here. The reaction to Jose Aldo walking out. This is... All right, Jose Aldo walks out. During the Riyadh season, yeah. I don't think this is sponsored by the Riyadh season, but you would imagine the Saudis would probably want to put him on sometime. Yeah, you know what I mean? They're going to put him on sometime. Yeah, he definitely has the best leg kicks of all time. Been watching him for a decade. Yeah, I remember the Hominick fight. Yeah, definitely, man. That fight was vicious on Hominick during the Riyadh season. Oh, okay. That's what you meant during the Riyadh season. Okay. Aldo looks old. Yeah, he do, bro. Because you know what? Aldo has to suck down a lot in order to get down to 135 right here. You know, kind of like Kayla Harrison. She had to do the same thing. Look at that. The 3 Brazilian fans that are like in the middle of Utah. All right, Jose Aldo turning 38. In the UFC? That's crazy to say Jose Aldo in the bantamweight division. All right, that's Mario Batista. Aldo Jr. Here we go. All right, Mike Beltran. All right, here we go. Jose Aldo Batista. Oh, there we go. There's those leg kicks by Jose Aldo right there in his Muay Thai stance. Yeah, that's a good idea what Batista is doing and the pace that he's going at right now. See, look, he's changing things up. He's looking for some takedowns as well. Yeah, that's the thing with Aldo, right? You know, he always knew that he was a small 135er. 145er. He was a small 145er, and really he was a true 135er. Him and Uriah fought at 145. Yeah, that is crazy that Jose Aldo did get a title shot in this weight class. Wow, here's Batista maintaining this clinch cage right here. Yeah, really good. Really good at taking those legs out. That's what you got to do, man, in order to prevent him from leg kicking you later on. But also just sort of watching his range. See, ooh, look at that. See, Jose Aldo's kicks are still massive, man. They can still really go at you, bro. Ooh, that was a good one. All right, Batista maintaining a clinch position here on Aldo. Batista still going at Aldo. Ooh, that was a nice elbow right there. Ooh, that's a nice 1-2 shot by Batista right there. Nice. Nice inside kick. Nice body kick right there by Batista. 1-2 shot. Now, this is really good movement by Batista. He's really doing the right thing by keeping Jose Aldo at bay like this. Oh, there's Jose Aldo with his 1-2 shot right there. Oh. All right, yeah, definitely things are heating up there. That's good. That's good. All right, second round. Here we go. Ooh. Oh.
Bautista has taken probably 2 leg kicks, and there's already redness on that left leg. Aldo needs to throw more. Bautista spent Aldo. Don't know where the cut came from. It's a bad cut.
Oh, nice hook by Aldo. Oh, wow. Yeah. The wrestling is definitely affecting Jose Aldo. Yeah, people don't understand how taxing wrestling can be. Yeah, that is an interesting technique that he does, right? One foot against the cage, sort of angling himself out of this position, doing these little shoulder shots that Conor McGregor sort of perfected in the Cerrone fight. Yeah, that's true on Joe Rogan's part. Yeah, that is very hard to defend constantly. There it is. Ooh, good shots. Ooh, good one. Well, DC said that he completely abandoned the kicks. Not completely, but for whatever reason, he's sort of hesitating in doing so right now.
Yeah, well, I think he's okay with it, right? Because again, I think he just is wanting to make it work, like you said earlier. It's so brutal. You can tell. He's not moving off the fence as easily.
Yeah, Aldo is definitely tired off of this. Oh, there we go. He's in a barrage right here, throwing some barrages. Ooh, flying knee at Jose Aldo. There it is. End of the second round. All right. So, yeah, don't worry. I've been watching the fights the whole time. I just had to go get food, but I was watching a fight in that round. And yeah, interesting. They said that Jose Aldo is ranked number 10 and Batista's number 11. Very interesting, right? Kind of shows you how far Jose Aldo has gotten. But so far, the whole entire round has just been this. And surprisingly, they never broke him up. All right, 30 seconds left. Let's see what Jose Aldo can do here. Very close fight, honestly. Flying knee right there. And that right there is the end of the fight. Yeah, very competitive fight on that one. Yeah, really good shoulder strikes, as I was mentioning earlier. Something that Conor McGregor picked up against Donald Cerrone. Now, in between these rounds, there wasn't really a lot going on in the third round. But you know what? From Jose Aldo's expression right now, seems like a very satisfactory outlook of himself. So that is what we have right now. And now we just await the decision. And I'm going to give this one to Jose Aldo. No. I'm sorry. Batista. I'm going to give this to Batista. The wrestling on his part was just too good. As for Jose Aldo, you need to give that crown back to Mario Batista. But let's see. Let's see the decision right now.
To move into certifiable title contention, perhaps it would be a 5-round fight to prove his style's work over 25 minutes. For now, official decision is in. It's watched by ROUNTREE. Low range quality to maintain your home, yard, and car available at Walmart with the scorecard different. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the wrestling scorecard.
Okay, we got a split decision here. Mario Batista, there it is. Mario Batista with the decision win. Good job. Yeah, he said he wasn't going to let those failed takedown attempts stop him.
get down with myself if I can get a takedown. I was just gonna keep on attempting, and I knew he wasn't gonna do anything.
You did what you had to do to win this fight. Unfortunately, sometimes fight friendly. Does that bother you at all, or you just completely focus on the challenge?
Yeah, those fights are not really fan friendly. Or you just focus on just a task at hand. There it is, Mario Batista.
Push Aldo inside the octagon. When Aldo got away from him, he was able to land. But the problem is he didn't get away from him very often. All right, we'll see if Mario Bautista is awarded now with his first UFC main event. Well, we're in the home of the Utah Jazz. There is the legend Deron Williams. Raul Neto also in the building. Jordan Clarkson is here. He's been here from the early prelim action. Patty Mills. And Lori Marketing, of course, getting a nice pop here from the Salt Lake City faithful. Former UFC Bantamweight Championship tape is in the building. As is.
All right, there's Donald Cowboy Cerrone. All right, well, here we are for the co-main event of the evening. Here we go. Raquel Pennington versus Juliana Pena. And then the main event, Khalil Rountree versus Alex Pereira. All right, here we go. Co-main event. What is this? Oh, yeah, Max versus Ilya Tapora. That's going to be a good one. Okay, stay tuned, guys. I'm going to get some more food real quick and bring it up here while we await the co-main event. All right, guys, I'm back. Raquel Pennington and Juliana Pena up next.
Living in the same rooms. So I'm just thinking this whole time, like, she's my friend. And then it quickly became, she ate your honey. She ate your guts. Like, she has no loyalty to you whatsoever. She's had a case sometimes. Dumb broads in this house.
Oh, here we go. They're talking smack right now.
This the actual finale that she had dreamt about in her head. What it's really about is settling the score on who the true and real Ultimate Fighter winner is. And I'm willing to bet that that's me, and we're going to put it to bed on a what keeps her relevant. And so she says a whole lot of things, but at the end of the day, she's going to be the one answering to my hands. I am the world champion. And nobody
All right, here we go.
I will beat Raquel at UFC 307 with sheer willpower, hard work, and determination, grit, and desire. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I will get my hand raised. Come hell or high water. At UFC 307, I plan to dominate. I truly feel like something different has unlocked inside of me, and I'm excited to unleash that on her. I'll definitely be the one with my hand raised.
All right, here we go. Got a little techno music playing right now. Here's Juliana Pena walking out. Look at the determination on the face of Juliana Pena right now. Cornered, by the way, by Bilal Muhammad, the 170 champ. I think you should see him. Was he there? No, I don't know. Maybe he was just one of the corners in the back. Because, you know, you can only come out with the 4. But let's see if Bilal Muhammad is one of them. What is this entrance song she's coming out to? It's quite interesting. All right, so now she has officially entered the building. Oh, okay, so Bilal Muhammad is in the corner. Ball back, ball back. It is a night, no more. No. All right, here comes Raquel Pennington coming out. All right, here comes Raquel Pennington walking into the cage right now. Or in the prep point, rather. Who is excited for this fight? Man, I am stoked for this fight, more so than the main event. Because in the main event, we sort of know what's going to happen. With this one, you kind of not. So there is a chance that it's not going to go well for Raquel Pennington. But I think Juliana Pena is going to get this one tonight. Yeah, that's the thing with Raquel Pennington. She definitely knows how to win. All right, here we go. Co-main event of the evening. All right, here we go. They're about to be announced. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Defending. Raquel. Rocky Pennington. All right, here we go.
Like Tisha Pennington, who won a fight earlier tonight, has taken her place on the outside to our immediate left. And now she'll see if her wife can make good on this first title defense against that woman, the former champ Juliana Pennington.
All right, here we go. Round one in this championship fight. Here we go. All right, let's get it on. Round one. Juliana Pena, the challenger. Raquel Pennington, the champion.
Pennington expects Pena to pursue the clinch in the ground game tonight.
Double jab by Pena. Yeah, very patient start to the fight. Because you got to remember, they're going to go all 5 rounds, right? And it's very hard to get a finish in the women's division. Nice jab by Juliana Pena. Oh, I think she rocked her right there. Yeah, real big left hand by Pennington there. Yeah, that's the thing about Pennington's style, right? It is perfect for 5 rounds. She kind of knows when to be aggressive, but also knows when to kind of pull it back a bit and fight technical. One-two shot and cross by Juliana Pena. Double jab, triple jab by Pennington. All right, there we go. Yeah, that is what Pennington is doing, right? Just putting something out there for every time Pena moves forward. She has something for her to take in. And then there's Juliana Pena with some jabs of her own. Let's not forget the judges count these 2, but there's Pennington tripling it up with the jab. Single jab by Pennington here, by Pena here. All right, there we go. They're swinging away right here. Yeah, so far no leg kicks in this fight. Just double jabs, sort of comfortable boxing. Maybe they just want to sort of get a boxing fight going on right now, which is what really round one is. Essentially just a boxing fight. All right, so yeah, really no leg kicks in this round, huh? With just about 40 seconds left. Well, there's one by Pennington right there. Oh, nice left hand right there. Nice uppercut. Wow, 2 p.m. Eastern start time, huh? Wow, that's going to be a nice one. October 26th. Yeah, I can't wait for that one.
She did some good work on the strikes, yeah. She did some good work, but it's hard to feel confident for that. It's so close.
Nice jab by Raquel Pennington right there again.
Pennington mixing up her attacks going low yet again. Nice right here by Julian. Yeah, Pennington is having success whenever she does kick. I'd like to see her do it more with that hook there. Yes. But one and done, nothing really in combination.
Good front kick to the body by Pena right there.
First clinch situation.
Oh, nice takedown on Raquel Pennington. Juliana Pena is now in side control position.
See how quickly Juliana is willing to advance. Raquel's legs are just not doing much. If she wants to, it looks like she can pass. Try to move to a mount position.
Oh, wow. Look at what Conor McGregor here had to say about Kevin Holland live as we are witnessing this right here. Let me just show you guys real quick right here. Look at this right here. All right, so we still have Raquel stuck in side control with Pena maintaining that position.
She was largely crushing her without that arm free. Under 2 minutes here in round 2.
With the use of the body by Julia. Those are excellent.
Yeah, so let's read this, right? While Juliana Pena is on top of Raquel Pennington right now in the second round. Didn't even fucking try. Nah, that is ridiculous. Go out again and see how it is. If folds up again, then you end it with a towel. Nah, that's not it for me, folks. Holland is a solid veteran. He well should have went out and gave it a shot to see how he was. Wrong move. That's Conor McGregor in a nutshell. Oh. Yeah. Okay, now she has her back at the end of the second round right now. There's Raquel hitting from the back right there. Yeah, she does have to do something different here and not just stand here. But Raquel at least is trying to fight back, although still stuck. And it looks like Herzog maybe signaling the end of the 10th round or maybe signaling a stalemate. But yeah, standing head and arm choke, that's not enough for that period of time. All right, that is the end of that round. Going on to the third round. I'm going to give that one to Juliana Pena. Round 1 and 2 is both of hers, and yeah. Round 1, I would argue and give it to Raquel Pennington. Round 2, let's give it to Pena. And then we're going into round 3. That's how we see this fight right here.
She didn't do any damage, and I am for fighters, but when you get somebody on the ground, your instinct should be to hurt them first before you go for submission. And the fact that she spent so much time going for submission, that leaves Pennington in this fight. If she
All right, here we go.
then real reason to be discouraged.
It takes a lot out of you when you're getting beat on. The best case for me.
Ooh! As Raquel Pennington was going to walk in on that, she walks in on an overhand right by Pena. Ooh, good one. Yeah, that's what it is, DC, right? You know what DC said? You got to really put damage on him once you put him in the ground. There it is, double jab by Pena. Yeah, the leg kick is definitely there, and they're not picking up on it. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, Juliana, it really has traditional up, like low crouching, up high boxing stance. Yeah, that's a good point that DC made, right? During the Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz fight. He just saw that he was, really heavy with his front leg, so he just decided to do something about it. Boom, there we go. Another takedown by Juliana Pena, which, once again, if she keeps her down here long enough, she's going to win just based on ground control here. Yeah, really good side control maintenance by Juliana Pena here. But from what I understand here, it doesn't seem like, okay, she maybe not really that interested in trying to transition on the ground. Maybe, maybe not. But anyways, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we cover UFC 307 live for you right here. Oh, wow. She got the body triangle on her now. This is how she finished off Amanda Nunes, remember. Oh, there we go. There we go. She's looking to clasp those arms together. Ooh, she's got those biceps in. Ooh, she's got it. She's got it. She's got it. She's got it. Oh, no, she doesn't have it. That was really close to getting tight right there. She was close to getting that submission. Pena is still maintaining that figure four body lock, which, by the way, for those that don't understand, this really disrupts your breathing. There we go. There it is. Great. Great round for Juliana Pena once again. The corner is telling Raquel Pennington to let it go. Well, what do they mean letting it go? She's already letting everything go. It's a good jab right there. Boom. Ooh, that's a nice one. Yeah, really big round for Juliana Pena on that one. Oh, she just got caught with a head kick. Raquel Pennington needs to go look for a finish right here. Oh, nice calf kick right there by Pennington. Yeah, good one. Yeah. She definitely is down on the scorecards right now, so yeah, so it's round 4 right now with 3 minutes left. And Raquel Pennington just keeps on moving forward at her.
Dean Thomas, what do you have concern? You know, sometimes when you're with kids, the play will consist of something very specific. And for Pennington, it's very clear that what's in her playbook is a boxing heavy oriented style.
Yeah, that is definitely what she's going for, right? A boxing heavy style to which she is just jabbing away and then throwing hooks if she gets close range enough to really throw some bombs at Juliana Pena. Yeah, much better round for Raquel Pennington for sure. Oh, she just knocked her down. As soon as I was saying a good round for her, she just knocked her down right there. Raquel Pennington needs to go for a finish right here. Now she's got a guillotine. Okay, now they're back up into the clinch again, and I think Juliana Pena could use this moment right here to recover from that shot.
Rocky's nose bleeding pretty good. And you gets that right in off. Yes, she did. Juliana doesn't quit, man. We saw her get dropped so many times against the ring. She will not give up on herself. She'll continue to fight. Press and try to win.
There it is, double jab by Raquel Pennington right there. Yeah, it has been really boxing heavy for the part of Raquel Pennington, right? But it's weird that Julia Pena did try to oblige her on that. Although there were a few times where Juliana did take her down to the ground and sort of change the dynamic of the fight through the grappling. And then there's Raquel Pennington still going at the double jab heavy style right here. All right, yeah, boom, right there. That was a nice head kick right there. She rocked Juliana Pena with. And how about that hook? Bang! Puts her down right on the ground on that one. And bang, another one right there. Wow, boom. Takes her down. Well, knocks her down, rather. All right, so fifth and final round on this one. Literally, this is a tie, in my opinion. 2 pieces for both of them. The one round that determines it all. All right, here we go. Fifth and final round, championship rounds. Here we go.
Raquel Pennington not only trains at altitude, but about 1,000 feet higher above sea level than we are here in Salt Lake City. If I'm getting rid of all my big punches right now, I'm fighting
Yeah, so far, the way everybody's been fighting tonight has been really good, considering that this is a high elevation fight in Utah.
just over 4 minutes to decide the world title. Juliana needs to get forward, like her coach told her. She's got good threats. Raquel Pennington. Yeah, and she's standing.
And Raquel still maintaining that boxing range. If I were Juliana Pena right now, I would try something a little bit different. Maybe add some kicks into the mix, which she hasn't really been trying to do. Maybe try to attempt or initiate some kind of takedown. But she's trying to punch back with Raquel Pennington. I don't know if that's a good idea while Raquel Pennington is hitting her with straight shots while she's trying to come in with some hooks, which is what she was doing just a couple of minutes ago. Yeah, that's right. I think that is a reason for her lack of engagement, is just the lack of training in high altitude. And look at Raquel Pennington. It's doing some real good dividends for Raquel Pennington right now. Yeah, Juliana definitely doesn't have the energy right now. Yeah, just a real back and forth boxing match between these two ladies right now. Oh, there it is. Rocked her right there.
She told us she was in seven shape. She is fighting exceedingly well.
1 minute left into this championship fight right here. This could be anybody's fight right here, though. Very exciting in terms of how this decision is going to be called. But Raquel Pennington looks like she's not trying to put it in the hands of the judges. Ooh, that's a good one. All right. Final seconds. 3, 2, 1. And who wins? I'm going to go with Juliana Pena. You know what? Just because Raquel had a few good rounds, I think Juliana Pena may have won this one. Let's find out. All right, here we go. The decision. Okay, it's going to go to a split decision. Here we go, split decision. I knew it. I knew it. It was right down to the wire. And you know what? Those takedowns mattered. They mattered so much that she had to do something about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, here with the winner.
There it is. Savachi Financial, Chicago's own right there. What a legend, man. What a legend in Juliana Pena. H to the Izzo, B to the Izzy, H to the Izzo, H to the OO. Oh, man. Y'all read that comment to yourselves. Well, obviously, none of you have a mic to speak on this channel, but you read that for yourself because this can never be spoken on my channel. Right here. Right here. Comment of the year right here. Oh, wow. Look at this. Instead of her calling out Kayla Harrison, she calls out Amanda Nunes, and she's trying to run away from Kayla Harrison. And look at Kayla Harrison, the Jesse on Fire lookalike. Damn! She absolutely dissed Kayla Harrison on that one by just ignoring her. Yeah, still a good, hard-fought fight for Raquel Pennington. She fought great, but the wrestling was just not there. And ultimately, that's what won it for Juliana Pena. So congrats to her. Congrats to Chicago. And congrats to all the Venezuelans out there banging that Trende Aragua. Yeah. Back to the drawing board. Yep. All right. Well, there it is. Raquel Pennington. Now a two-time UFC bantamweight champion calls out Amanda Nunes rather than calling out Kayla Harrison. Victory for traditional women. Based comments right there. Real women got the belt back. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. And with real families too. But all right, let's not go there. You know how this gets sketchy. Yeah, big ups to Juliana for that one. All right, well, we're on to the main event. There's Justin Gaethje right there. All right. So here we go. Shying away from controversy. Who would have thought this back in 2009? Shying away from controversy. Who would have thought this back in 2009? Yeah, well, the thing is, right? I think that when you have a channel, you kind of have to be limited with what you say, which, by the way, brings me to another topic. I'm planning on opening a Patreon. So if you really want to hear me talk about some real extreme controversial topics, you would have to tap into my Patreon and my member stream. But you can still get snitched on in your member stream, even though those people are paying for themselves to be there. But either way, yeah, I'm going to open a Patreon. I could say whatever I want in there and just charge people to hear me talk about extremely controversial things that I would never dare say on YouTube, because YouTube is not the platform you want to do that in, especially if you want to make money out of it. You need a membership like Costco. That's right. That's right. So that's what I'm planning to do. Opening a Patreon so I can talk about extreme controversial topics that nobody else will talk about. But on any regard, look, I'm really glad for Juliana Pena to win that one, right? And I'm going to give you some life lessons on that. Sometimes when you lose the way that she did against Amanda Nunes, yes, it was a setback, but it didn't allow her to get discouraged in any kind of way. She thought to herself, you know what? I can get back on a horse. I can beat Amanda Nunes, but I can also beat the other girls in the division, which happened to be by default Raquel Pennington. And then here she is once again for the second time around. So big ups to Juliana Pena and everybody on the stream right now. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm here working hard for you guys on an 8-hour stream, covering the sport the best way that I can, while also giving you guys my twist to an MMA channel, which is this, Cali CRASHOUT. So if you want to check out everything that I have of this live stream right here, this 8-hour live stream that you're on right now, this 8-hour stream that you're on, I have Cali CRASHOUT episode 2 and episode 3 in this whole entire stream. Plus covering UFC 307. And also I had my homeboy from Canada, FOTIS LAMBIRIS, fighter out of Canada, trains out here in Randy Couture's gym in Las Vegas, has trained with Nick Ring up in Canada, and wrestled for a college up there in Canada. And yeah, so it was great, man. And then I have all types of dudes in my channel right here. I got some gangster dudes. I got some rapper dudes. I got some other fighters. I got some podcasters. I got some authors. I got some OGs, you know, from the Crip side to the Blood side to the Norteño side to the Soreño to all of that. I got all of that in this channel. Everything. Geopolitics, military analysis, gangbanging, street politics, MMA, everything in between. I got it all in this content. So like and subscribe. That is all that I ask, and it's free. You don't have to really do anything other than press a button. But I tell you what, if you want to hear me talk about the most controversial topics on the world today and some of the most controversial topics in history, let's go in at Patreon. I'm going to open up Patreon one of these days. You got to look out for my YouTube channel here. It's going to be on my description once I open up that Patreon. And I promise you guys, I will drop some of the most insane content that you will ever hear in your life. So now we are into the main event of the evening. And right now, how many people do we have around the world that's tapped in with us? 1.8K people tonight have tapped in with us. I believe we are projecting up to 2,000 tonight, maybe even more. My goal tonight is I want to beat my Kendrick Lamar video. By the way, you guys want to see a snippet of my Kendrick Lamar video? I'll show you right now. Some exclusive while we wait for the main event fighters to walk out into the cage. I'm going to play you my Kendrick Lamar video that is hot on the internet right now, considering the fact that I made this video a week before all these other gang channels were making it. And now guess what happened? Some crazy stuff happened in Compton. People got shot up, unfortunately, but that's the name of the game. Hey, guys, like and subscribe. I'm about to show you why this is the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Let's freaking go, man. Let's do it. All right, where's my where's that Kendrick Lamar video? Here we go. I'm going to play this right here. Gang known as the Torch. And keep in mind, this was 2 weeks ago before the shooting happened. As you can see right behind me, it is a residential neighborhood that is adjacent, right next to this Southport Levee trailhead park that we have. So there's a trail here, and then there's a park that was just recently built right here. And when this was built, this parking lot and this whole entire trail, you would probably imagine that the folks in this residential area right here were probably not very thrilled. And you're probably asking yourself, well, what does this have to do with a Kendrick Lamar video? Well, as a matter of fact, it has a lot to do with it because recently his mural down in Compton was desecrated by a group of what is allegedly a Mexican gang known as the Tortilla Flats, which is not to make pun of the entire situation of a Mexican food and comparing it to a Mexican gang, but that is the name of their neighborhood, sometimes often named after the streets that they live in, such as Grape Street or Piru. In this particular case, Kendrick Lamar grew up with Pirus. And as you know, Los Angeles used to be a very high African-American population. And as years went on, it started declining. And then in came the rise of Mexicans and Latinos and the controversial issue that we have today with illegal immigrants. So it is the classic story of the people that used to live here versus the people that don't anymore, and then people moving in as a result, creating conflict. Nothing different from what you've seen in Palestine and all these other conflicts that are going on around the world. In fact, a lot of them have very much similar traits. Now, a lot of people in the past, during the comment sections, I've read something to the effect of, let's say if I was to talk about lefty gunplay or Tupac issues or whatever issues that are going on in LA in terms of gang culture, they often comment saying something to the effect of, well, you know what? Maybe you should not talk about gang politics. And you know what's crazy about that is that a lot of you really have no idea who I am. And I'll just put this in perspective like this. When I first moved to California, the first city that I had lived in was in Stockton. Obviously, I had, let's say, a known family member that I had lived with during that time. And in that surrounding area, guess what? It was nothing but Samoans and Asians. Let's just put it like this. I know a lot of people in the Asian Boy Crips and all the people that are in Stockton and all the people that are affiliated with that particular section. Okay, so for you to say that I don't know anything about this particular world, well, put it like this. Now living in Sacramento and been a long-time resident here, there's a lot of dudes that are about that life in Sacramento that know who I am. The question is, and I don't need to answer this to you, you got to ask yourself, how is it that they know a person like me, a person who's highly educated, a person who speaks proper, or as a square, as you like to call it? Well, the reality is the reality, and the facts are the facts. I know what I'm talking about, so here we go. Let's talk about Kendrick Lamar and his mural being desecrated in Compton. So as you guys know, speaking of the gang politics of things, this is beyond gang politics, but also a racial issue that, quite frankly, is sometimes very underestimated. All right, so if you want to see the rest of that, check out Kendrick Lamar versus Mexican gangs, racially motivated. And I also talk about Brian Ortega in that as well, as it was leading up to the UFC's Noche card. And hey, you know what? I thought to myself, what a great way to sort of talk about Mexican gang politics during the time of when Canelo was fighting. Shout outs to Chicago. Shout outs to Little Tim, to Little Vaughn, to King Vaughn, and Chief Keef, and all those guys. Chicago's got some real hitters out there. And shout out to O Block. Assalamu alaikum to all the brothers in O Block. All the Muslim boys now run O Block. Y'all better recognize that. Yeah, West Side in this. West Side in this. Yeah, West Side in this. And here comes Powhatan. Here we go. Main event of the evening. All right, guys, we are projected to make it to 2,000 views just right before the main event is about to start. just right before the main event, we're going to have 2,000 views. Shout outs to everybody around the world and Chicago, and my man Savachi Financial from Chicago here. All right, here comes Poetan right now walking out. Let's see him do that little arrow thing that he does. Ha! He does that little ha! Calling out the spirits of his ancestors, all that pagan stuff that he's doing. There's that little slow Muay Thai walk that he does. Yeah, I'm going to do my little limping Muay Thai stance. Yeah, I'm going to walk to the cage. Yeah, and then I'm going to pull my arrow. And Shama! 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 Another Shama! Give me another Shama! 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 All right, there we go. All right, here we go. Got a little hype there for that one. But yeah, man, you know, it's how you got to do it, man. You got to get hyped for these cards, you know? Shout out to everyone around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We just hit 2,000 right now. Yup, we just officially hit 2,000 right now, just right before Shama is going to walk into the cage. Come on, let's get 2,000 right before. 199 and 99. Come on, just one more view. One more person pop up in here. That's all we need. One more. Let's go. Let's get another view. Let's milk these views right here. Yes, there it is. The 2,000 mark. We are officially in the 2,000 mark right now. 2,007 people. 2,007 people. 2,017 people now have been tapped into this channel. Let's go. All right. I don't want to keep counting the views, but you know, it's always good. It's always some good views during this time. I hope this goes 5 rounds. I highly doubt it. I think he's going to finish this dude off in the first round. I'm just going to call it right now. First and second round, Alex Pereira. He's going to put out the Satanist versus the Pagan. The Pagan versus the Satanist. Y'all don't know, but Khalil Rountree is a Satanist. He's got a picture of Anton Levy in his stomach, if you guys haven't seen it. Both just staring at each other down right now. Look at that. Khalil Rountree looks kind of punked in this situation. By the way, a fun fact about Khalil Rountree, his dad was the producer and the manager for Boys to Men. So guess what? Khalil Rountree, it's time for you to go from boys to men. So let's do it. Shama. Shama, 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 shama. Alex Pereira's gonna knock you out. Shama, 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 shama. Alex Pereira's gonna hit you with the arrow. Shama, shama, shama. Khalil Rountree is a Satanist. All right, here we go. This is the main event of the evening. So tonight, let's try to beat my Kendrick Lamar video. I know I've had other videos that had more views than this, but that's going to be my personal goal tonight. I want to beat the Kendrick Lamar video. The Kendrick Lamar video got me at like 2.6. We could make that happen. Right now, it's about to be 2.1 views, so let's get it. And there's Mark Goddard right there. All right, here we go. All right. All right, here we go. All right, here we go for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Oh, there goes Conor McGregor. This is one cracking fight, KO guaranteed. Yeah, Conor McGregor is right about that. There is a KO guaranteed in this fight for sure. Let's go. Shama, 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 shama. All right, I got to stop doing that. Maybe that whole shama stuff has some Jahiliya pagan ritual thing behind it. Even though Pereira is Muslim, you got to understand, right? He's kind of like misguided a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, there's not like real Muslims around him to tell him, no, brother, you can't do this. This is haram, brother. You can't do this. You know, you don't got a Khabib or you Abdul Manap, Nurmagomedov type of figure, you know, to tell him, no, brother, you cannot get tattoo of the UFC belt in your arm, brother. This is haram. You cannot do this. You can't do this, brother. No, 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 no. You can't. You can't. No, no. You just let him do whatever. You know, Glover lets him do whatever. Glover's like, yeah, man, you know what? You want to go shama, 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 shama. Go ahead. Go shama, shama, shama. Man, F all that. You know, they let him do whatever he wants. Aside from the training, of course. Obviously, the training is very good. They don't let Alex Pereira slip like that. They let him train as hard as he could. And yeah, here we go. Shama, shama, shama. He is scared. I hope this does go a little bit extra because I could get some more views out of this. If there it is, we're at 2.2 views right now in the world. Right now, 2.2K views. How about that? Yeah, Poetan didn't even blink. Look how nervous Khalil Roundtree looks. It's time for him to be boys to men up in here. Come on, man. Boys to men. Boys to men. ABC. Did all know, fam. Ooh, there we go. Front kick. Ooh. Yeah, Khalil Roundtree had something going on right there. When he caught the leg, he could have hit him a few times. Kind of like how Izzy caught him. Because, you know, he does tend to kind of put his hands down a little bit in certain instances. And, yeah. There we go. 1-2 shot by Khalil Roundtree. Ooh, good straight right hand right there. Or, yeah, left hand, rather, by Khalil Roundtree. Oh, wow. Real strong coming on from Khalil Roundtree right here. All right, now they're sort of back in a... Ooh, it's good counter by Poetan right there. Nice cap kick. Yeah, he snuck that in there real good. Ooh, nice head kick. Oh, nice head kick by Pereira. Good head kick. Good head kick on that part right there. Yeah, just really relaxed and very subtle with Alex Pereira. And then he's got a good way of moving back every time Khalil tries to lunge in the way that he does. Here we go. Another head kick by Alex Pereira.
So we always talk about taking the center of the cage. Khalil needs to get the center of the cage.
What? Are people yelling USA? That's crazy. I didn't know they had Khalil Roundtree fans in Utah. Ooh, good one. Ooh, good one. He caught that kick, but then he was able to pull his leg back from Khalil Roundtree. Ooh. Okay, we're in for a fun feeling. Alex Pereira is not going to have an easy fight on this one. Now, I wonder why he's only throwing punches. What is it that Khalil sees that he was only throwing punches? Okay, he had a little bit of some front kicks there, but he's really going for it. Like every time Alex is nearby, he's just like really swinging for the fences. Yeah, so he's got to be very careful of how he's exploding like that. $2.3K people right now around the world tapping in. Yeah, so he is backing him up right now in the way that he was throwing those bombs. That could really affect him in a very negative way.
So we can control through those feints. We got to keep those feints going and just keep him twitching.
The corner of Khalil Roundtree is instructing him to keep the feints going. He's telling him to watch out for the straight shots.
John, we're looking for Roundtree Jr. to make him twitchy. Certainly, Roundtree Jr. with some good movement in round one.
All right, here we go. Round two. Yeah, and he's still spending a lot of energy to explode. It'll be really interesting how he's going to cope with this. Yeah, just really aiming for those high kicks right there.
Scorecards out there suggesting that Virginia won that first round at the very least. He's got more done than recent title challengers here in Glasgow and Jamal Hill. Beautiful right hand count from both. Yeah, he's starting with that.
Ooh, nice one.
He intimidates you with his presence also. He's very big in front of you, but never giving you space to try to control the action.
Kicks increasingly starting to become effective. Don't want to kick there.
Yeah. That leg kick is so dangerous. It takes away your movement and you're sitting down.
Wow, man, this is yeah, so I can start to see Khalil Rountree fading right now just based on those explosions. It's not the same amount of explosive activity that he once put on earlier. And you got to think maybe a factor of that is due to the reason of gassing out after just throwing those bombs. And then add to the fact that Alex Pereira is walking him down. It's never a good idea to just back up as this big person in front of you is walking you down. So there it is. There's another front kick right there, right into the body. That should affect Khalil Rountree in some kind of way. And then the mobility of Khalil Rountree's ability to move might be in effect as well. By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are witnessing live right now the light heavyweight championship on the line. Alex Pereira versus Khalil Rountree in round number 2. And so far, 2.4 people around the world have tapped in. Let's go. Nice jab by Alex Pereira as he's walking down Khalil Rountree. Oh my goodness, Alex Pereira just got cracked. I told you, man, don't sleep on Alex Pereira. I'm sorry, on Khalil Rountree. Me actually telling Alex Pereira to not slip on Khalil Rountree.
One thing about Pereira is he can be hurt. And the one thing he does do is if he does get hit with something good, he wants to get it back, even if he is hurt. So he does put himself in danger.
Yeah, that is the type of fighter Alex is, huh? He's a fight fire with fire type of fighter. Oh, there's a 1-2 shot.
The challenger has had moments in both round 1 and now round 2.
Oh, wow. Khalil Rountree is dangerous. Oh, yeah, there's that right hand that caught him right there. He has to be very careful with that. Boom. Yeah, it was more of like a wrist shot, but let's see. Oh, yeah, man. Alex got a hard head, man, for him to take that head kick. But you got to admit, man, that did affect him in some kind of way.
So two consequential strikes at the very least for Roundtree Jr. in that second round. Likely enough. Round three. Herrera's corner's telling him he needs to be more responsible defensively. They recognize the
All right, here we go. Yeah, he definitely has to fight defensively responsible now.
Yeah, other than perhaps some of that damage sustained to that lead leg, John Woods might really like those.
Ooh.
Weird reaction by Alex. They wanted 4 cap kicks in Pereira. He hasn't done it so far. Well, Khalil has most certainly got Alex's respect.
Ooh, nice. Nice body shot by Khalil Roundtree.
And that was so important, getting respect from a guy like Pereira. But a guy knocks people out the way that he has done, they start to feel like they're invincible. You got to make them respect you. Right now, Khalil Roundtree has done exactly that.
Ooh, nice head kick by Alex right there.
What's giving Pereira problems is he can't do a combination. The longer he stays tight, Khalil throws things really hard. It's making
Andres Velasquez says, where the F is the fight? How about this? You open up your own channel and then you broadcast it on your channel and see how long your channel lasts. Coming over here acting like you're all freaking high and mighty and you're entitled to see the fight. Where the F is the fight? Shut your ass up. Roundtree with the upset KO. You think so, 300 NJ? You think so? I could see that happening. I could see that happening. I mean, look, he's fighting hard here, man. You know, there's a possibility for that. There's a room where that could happen. DJ Vlad. Haha. Voice to men tonight. Halal and haram. The fight is on. DJ Vlad. Yeah. Ooh.
Otan remains focused on forward pressure, closing the distance, lands his jab. Partial limit the left hand by Roundtree. You're watching with bated breath as Roundtree Jr. tries to pull off what would be an absolute stunner under 90 seconds, round 3.
Yeah, at any time, this could be anybody's fight right here. We're already at round 3 with just about a minute left, just under a minute or a little over a minute left, rather.
And that's the thing we have to watch, right? These fights, when a guy does it's hard not, you know, thought that Pereira would get him out of there.
Yeah, a lot of people really did think that he was going to get him out of there, but I think it's because of the way Alex was fighting him, thinking that he would just get him out of there easily, but not so fast. Ooh. Ooh, nice knee. Ooh, Muay Thai clinches right there. All right, here we go.
The championship rounds are upon us. Let's has more in the tank. We'll see if Khalil Rountree Jr. can get those hands going. 10 minutes to the side.
Love the corner of John Wood. Told him, get some respect. He's going to come hard. He thinks that if he extends this combination, the third shot will get the PENA.
There you go. Nice one. Ooh, nice one. Nice inside leg kick right there. Ooh.
It seemed like at the end of the third, Alex started to break him down. Yeah, he started to melt him a little bit.
I still can't believe that Khalil Rountree could even make it in the championship rounds with this guy.
And it seemed like in that third round, there was more of those shots to the body. Because Khalil's a southpaw, he can't jab as effectively as he normally does, so he can't go to the body with that jab. He needs to use the front kick up the middle.
Here we go. Nice low kick by Pereira there. Front kick. He's constantly digging those front kicks to the body, very similar to McGregor and Chad Mendes. Oh, he just rocked them right there. Ooh. Yeah, his right eye's busted right now. Real busted up. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. You have just witnessed my highest live stream career high so far.
We just isolated in our monitor a jab that caused that reaction. See, that was nice.
Beautiful jab there by the champ.
And here's for everybody else.
Oh, wow. He hurt Khalil Rountree right there. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's just outboxing him right there, going slick. Oh. Jab. Oh. Now he's letting off on Khalil Rountree right now. Khalil Rountree's about to go out. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, wow. His eye is cut wide open. Oh, ooh. Ooh, real busted up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, wow. He's looking to finish right here. Mark Goddard is looking at the action closely right now. He's looking to finish this off. Battered and exhausted. Oh, there we go. Nice one. Oh, wow. Khalil's fighting back on his own as well. Oh, wow. He's finishing him off right here. But he's hanging tough, though, as he's looking to finish him off right here. Oh, that's it. Mark Goddard's going to call it. Mark Goddard is going to call it. 4th round stoppage by Alex Becerra. That's it. That is it. That is all she wrote right there. Alex Becerra. Good job by Alex Becerra. And that is it right there. That is it. By the way, guys, stay tuned for the post show, because we're going to do a post show right here. It's everything that we had expected, though, right? This was literally everything that we had expected to go down. So, yeah, that is the end of the fight. Let's recap the rest of tonight's fights, okay? Real quick. Let's recap that real quick, okay? Let's take a look at tonight's fights.
Unbelievable finishing sequence by the champion. And there is the reaction from the corner. Clover Teixeira front and center.
All right, there it is. They asked him if they thought this was his most difficult fight.
Ele provou aqui, pô, tá de parabéns. Foi muito dura essa luta.
I can say that this was one of the toughest fights. I watched a lot of Khalil's fights. He's got experience. He trained in the best spots in Thailand, and he showed tonight why he's got so much quality in here.
He certainly does, but it was your technique and it was your power that broke him down at the end. And let's take a look at the final sequence. You started to break him down towards the end of the third, and then into the fourth, you started landing some devastating combinations. Khalil hard carried him as much as he could, but these shots were absolutely brutal.
Você começou a quebrar ele no terceiro round, jogou essas combinações no quarto. Ele sobreviveu ali com o coração dele, mas foi brutal nos golpes que você jogou.
Com certeza, essa era a estratégia, fazer ele cansar. Como eu falei para você, eu dei uma estudada no jogo dele, eu vi a luta dele, chega no segundo round, ele já não era mais o mesmo. E o que aconteceu aqui? Você viu que ele foi caindo, o rendimento dele, ele só foi crescendo, até acontece comigo.
The game plan was to let him tire. I watched a lot of his fights. I studied his fights. I saw that he started increasing his stamina in the second round. And, you know, as you know, my stamina only goes up, so that's exactly what happened.
Now, you defending your title. I know there's been talk of you moving to heavyweight. You even expressed an interest in dropping back down to middleweight to fight Travis Duplessis. Give us your thoughts on what your plans are.
Muita coisa falando de você subir pro peso pesado. Você falou de descer pro triplos, para pegar o triplos. O que você acha? Qual o plano agora?
Bom, a gente tá vendo aí que parece que a luta do Dico já foi cantada do Chase Trigger. O Chase Trigger é um parceiro de treino meu, pô. Não quero atrapalhar o jogo dele, os planos dele, né? Eu quero subir, né? Se for possível, né? Ela tá lutando no peso pesado, né? Mas com essa perda de peso, nessa categoria, eu me senti muito bem e eu consigo descer. Mas agora deixa o Chase Trigger trabalhar.
We saw that Drickus is going to be fighting Sean Strickland. He's a training partner of mine. I don't want to get in his way, you know, but I can move up to heavyweight. But this division is great. I feel great with this weight cut, but this is where I'm at.
Well, congratulations, sir. It's an honor to call you fight.
All right, there it is. Awesome, Alex Pereira. All right, Alex Pereira gets it in. All right. So let's go over the fights tonight, okay? Let's go over them. Okay, wait. Let's listen up to Khalil Rountree first. Yeah, so let's start off top, right, from the main event, obviously, which is what we just witnessed right now. Khalil Rountree did a very good job at the very beginning. He was able to pretty much lay the pressure on Alex Pereira, but eventually Alex Pereira, being the seasoned striker that he is, we saw what we saw, and he was able to uppercut him, finish him with the TKO, and at the end of it, it was all she wrote. Juliana Pena versus Raquel Pennington. Well, Raquel Pennington came on very strong in this fight as well, very similar to Khalil Rountree. The only difference is that Juliana Pena was a step over the grappling department, which ultimately won her this fight and once again became the two-time champion of the 135 division once again. And by the way, she called out Amanda Nunes while they split screen Kayla Harris on the screen. It was almost like the UFC literally wanted her to call out Kayla Harrison. But instead, she calls out Amanda Nunes. And Khalil Rountree right now is expressing that he will never forget this training camp. He had a lot of great memories with this. And then he says he's an amazing person. Well, all right, how about this? Mario Batista versus Jose Aldo, split decision win. I think the activity level of Mario Batista is ultimately what won him this fight. He was very elusive, did not stay flat-footed, and just was a constant threat to Jose Aldo. But Jose Aldo had a few moments where he showed some great boxing prowess, but at the same time was able to show his old classic low kicks, calf kicks that he usually does, that he's notorious for. And by the end of the day, hey, that was all she wrote from there, you know? So
we shall see what the future holds for Peloton. But stamina was the first sort of
Let's see. Okay, so the Roman Deledzi fight. Let's get to that, right? Obviously, with the Roman Deledzi fight, there was a rib injury in the part of Kevin Holland, as I believe Roman Deledzi was trying to transition from either a half guard to side control, and then somewhere in the mount, and then in between the rounds, he wasn't able to continue. And in the second round, he wasn't able to come out. And that was all she wrote. Kayla Harrison did a very good job. This fight, she had to work really hard for, just like Powhatan. The only difference was she got cut open, but was able to use her grappling to really win the unanimous decision in that. Tonight, she was looking forward to getting called out for a championship fight, but for whatever reason, the champion wanted Amanda Nunes instead. But will Amanda Nunes even answer to that? And if she does, is she just going to skip over Kayla Harrison like that? But either way, Kayla Harrison is here for quite a while. She's either going to fight Pena next or maybe fight Amanda Nunes for the #1 contendership. Joaquin Buckley versus Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. So I had FOTIS Lambiris break down the fights with me as this was going on, right? He was talking about how the older you get, the more that your coordination and your sense of reaction time is not always going to be there, right? So the classic analysis that we give to aging fighters, as soon as he said that, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson got hit with a right hook, and that was all she wrote in the third round. Prior to that, Joaquin Buckley was doing a very good job of constantly getting takedowns after takedowns. As he was getting these takedowns, he was also throwing some hard shots. And then in between, he was doing the cartwheel kick that he did, which, by the way, he could not really help himself, considering the fact that he's just the type of guy that lends himself to exciting fights. And as a result, he's going to do things like this. So Yasmin Lucinda gets a split decision over Marina Rodriguez. Alexander Hernandez versus Austin Hubbard. I just think that Alexander Hernandez was just the much faster fighter here. Much faster fighter. Okay, so Austin Hubbard was there too. He showed a lot of good feints, a lot of good head movements, but ultimately, Alex Hernandez was the guy to win this fight. Cesar Almeida gets a unanimous decision win over Ihor Patera. Looked really relaxed, reminded me of a combination of Alex Almeida and Cyril Gahn, the way that he was striking, but nonetheless, he won this one, and that was all she wrote right there. And then how about the Ryan Spann Open St. Preux fight? Let's go with. Hold on a second. He said that the way that he hits, Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. I may have some little issues here with. Hold on just a second.
It's like there's the thing about holding the hands low. It's not good to get your face exposed, but you do not know where those punches are coming from. And he takes advantage of all that. But yet when he's
Hold on, let me just make sure. The mic went off on that one. I just want to make sure I did not miss that one.
Right? So the anti-grappling has been great. The one thing though, Sean O'Malley, right, won the bantamweight title, defended it, but one test he never passed was a wrestling.
Oh, okay. So no, so as I was saying, let me sorry, I don't know if that one caught it or if the audio went out. But yeah, I was talking about hold on just a second.
Does that. He makes himself bigger inside the octagon because he's always like right there. And he's always pressing you. And he's pressing you in this way where his posture becomes so great that you John Jones does that.
it's like there's
Is trying to find out where I had left off here. That was all she wrote right there. And then how about the Ryan Spann Open St. Preux fight? Let's go with. Okay, so as I was saying about the Open St. Preux fight.
Happens in Abu Dhabi, Magomed Ankalaev, Alexander Rakic, but
Okay, so as I was saying about the Ryan Spann fight, obviously he caught him with a shot and then was able to basically get some front kicks in and get a submission in, which was great on Ryan Spann's part. Let's see what else here. Hold on a second. After the Ryan Spann fight, you had the the Tisha Pennington Carla Esparza fight. I really thought that Carla Esparza won that. It was obviously her retirement fight. She even had her kid and her husband come out there in the cage in a way where they made it seem like she was going to win, but she didn't. And that was really horrible for a retirement fight. But either way, she retired knowing that she won that fight. And a lot of people would agree with that as well. Court McGee versus Tim Means gets a neck crank, not even a real choke, gets a neck crank, and Tim Means just taps out, which kind of shows that Court McGee was the one that was a lot more seasoned in being able to deal with this type of environment and high altitude. And that was all she wrote by the end of the day, guys. That right there is officially right now one of the greatest live streams that I've done so far. Like we're talking about 2,800 people tonight tapped in to this channel. So that's awesome, man. Well, all right. I'm going to give some final thoughts on this fight in just a second. Okay. So just stay tuned as we tap into the post-fight show for UFC right here.
Presented by
All right. So in about 9 hours and 11 minutes into this stream, I will talk about my final thoughts for this fight, and we will call it a night. All right, 2 minutes. We're going to get into the final thoughts.
Some big shots, but I've seen a man who's developing in his MMA mindset where he knows he's been here in Salt Lake City almost a month. Leo Rountree showed up here on Monday or Tuesday, so they were they slow rolled the first part of that fight, expecting that at some point he was going to land there. Once he got Khalil tired, Khalil showed in the first round he was already diminishing quicker than Guerrero was. I think that he bided his time a little bit. I think he switched over, decided to be a little bit more defensively sound. And then it was visible in the pressure. The second he turned it on, he said, I'm going to put this pressure on right now. I'm going to start closing the gap, pushing up against the fence. I thought it was a very, very smart fight. He has some adversity, but no one fights Khalil Rountree Jr. without facing some sort of adversity. It reminded me a little bit of the John Gonzalez versus fight in Here's Block, is that I thought Khalil Rountree fought basically 2 rounds. I mean, he's slipping under head kicks and coming back and almost knocking him down with right hands. I mean, he just looked on point. He was landing that left hand. I know he was going to hit the time hand. They hit him such a little bit with the jab.
All right. So we're going to give you my final thoughts in just a couple of seconds from now. So here we go. Obviously, by the time that you have already tapped into this particular timestamp of the live stream, you have already witnessed the breakdown of the entire fight card. So this is what I got to say to that. For one, let's take a look at Carla Esparza first and foremost. And by the way, I've already mentioned all the fights. I'm not going to go through all the fights right now, but I'm going to mention some fights that are a little bit memorable that I think can learn some life stories from. So Carla Esparza, right? She goes out the way that most people do in their MMA careers, which is with a loss. But in reality, did she really go out with a loss? And here's something that you can take from that as a life lesson. Do you really care what other people think of you as opposed to what you think of your own performance and how you did well or didn't do well, or your own personal best or your own personal assessment to things? It's all relative in that case. When it comes to Alex Poetin, well, he learned tonight that he can't always be the bully, and sometimes he has to deal with people fighting him back, dealing with adversity. That's really the overall theme of life, is dealing with adversity to begin with. Court McGee, he's had a great career in terms of fighting at the highest level in mixed martial arts. Now, it may not be in the championship level. It may not be for a title shot. It may not be for multiple title defenses. But guess what? He's had a great career, and tonight he can go out with his own personal best and say, hey, I fought in my own backyard, looked great, and got a submission win, got out early, because you never know how that fight would have affected him going forward in the later rounds. But nonetheless, he got out just in time. So, Juliana Pena, my opinion, MVP of the night. Not because she had the hardest fight. Who knows? Maybe there were others that you could consider from a subjective level that have had a harder fight, or a subjective assessment to say that, okay, maybe this fighter tonight had a harder fight than she did, or this and that. But this is a former champion who was taken away from a title from a person that she had finished, Amanda Nunes, but Amanda Nunes did not finish her. She had to get back on a horse after that decision loss. Amanda Nunes rode out into the sunset, never to come back. And Juliana Pena kept fighting and moved on. And not only that, once again, reached the mountaintop second time around. Many people don't reach the mountaintop not even once in their life, let alone twice. So she has a lot to be proud of in that aspect. As for Alex Pereira, who knows what is next for him? We're never going to know until we have to know, until there's a next fight that gets signed, or a next fight where somebody falls out and he voluntarily slides right in to be the headline of the card that he originally wasn't supposed to be a part of. So that is all that we have for tonight's event. I hope you guys enjoyed Cali CRASHOUT episode 2 and Cali CRASHOUT episode 3, all rolled into one, while also giving you my predictions, the breakdown of the fights, and the post-fight, all rolled into one stream. That is what I have offered for you guys tonight. Do not forget to like and subscribe as I see you guys in the next content to come, inshallah. Oh, they got a little commercial going on right now. All right. So that is the end of the press conference for Juliana Pena. We're going to await Poatan, and then after Poatan, we're going to call it a day. But guess what? I'm going to do my reaction to Alex Pereira. I mean, obviously, I just broke down the whole entire fight right now, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to focus this one on Alex Pereira. You're going to hear a live recording of a video that I'm going to do in the future regarding future matchups for Alex Pereira right here, right now. So you guys are in exclusive right now as I am recording a live video that I am going to upload sometime tomorrow morning or probably tonight. So here we go. All right. So the next matchup, obviously, we're just waiting for Alex Pereira right now to get into the what do you call it? To get into the press conference booth. So for the meantime, I'm going to record my video while I'm going to give you guys an exclusive audio of it. So don't forget to like and subscribe as I give you guys this bonus content with me just basically editing and doing a whole bunch of new videos while I'm going to do this bonus content for you, because this live stream for UFC 307 has already ended. So I'm just going to keep you guys around to do some bonus tracks with me. So here we go. All right, so tonight has just concluded UFC 307 with Alex Pereira as the victor. Obviously, I've gone over the entire card. If you would like to check it out, go to my live stream section on the live section of the live stream, obviously, with UFC 307, also including Cali CRASHOUT, episode 2 and 3, also featuring my homie from Canada, FOTIS LAMBIRIS, part of the panel on the reaction, and we had a great time. He had to obviously leave a little bit early because he had some family gatherings he had to get to, but nonetheless, let us talk about Alex Pereira and his performance tonight, but more importantly, where he goes from here. Now, there's a lot of options that Alex Pereira can go for. One, the number one option that they're looking at is Ankalaev. Obviously, because he is the number one contender tonight, should have been a fight for Ankalaev in many people's eyes, but it wasn't the case. But what if it's not Ankalaev? Because let's be honest and let's be realistic. There is a possibility that Ankalaev may have visa issues. Maybe not. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. Not all Dagestani fighters are equal when it comes to their traveling arrangements. But let's say for whatever reason he can't make it, for one reason or another. Who else would be in mind? Well, let's go into heavyweight division, because obviously the overall theme that Alex Pereira wants to do is greatness. That is his overall theme. What does it mean to be great? Well, he's obviously been the 185 champ. He's been the 205 champ, and now he's looking to become the heavyweight champ. And if there's any time in history that he's able to do this, it is right now. Tom Aspinall is there that he can fight. I'm not saying that he can potentially beat him, because quite frankly, I'm just going to tell you flat out, I don't think that he can. But getting him to fight him, I think, would not be an impossibility. Because when John Jones fights next month in November against Stipe Miocic, John Jones is going to be long gone. And FOTIS LAMBIRIS, by the way, because I mentioned him earlier tonight and he was part of the panel to my live stream, he mentioned that when Daniel Cormier fought John Jones, he was a few steps slower than, let's say, John Jones, because John Jones was a lot younger. He was 25 years old. Well, this is the reason why John Jones wants no part of Tom Aspinall, because guess what? This is him as DC and Tom Aspinall as John Jones when he fought DC. Okay, so in other words, it is now Tom Aspinall, who is a 25-year-old, a 26, 27, 28-year-old, and John Jones is the older man, almost in his 40s. So it's a different time frame. It's a different spectrum of his life, and he understands that. So John Jones is out of the equation, but he's also a possible opponent for just a special fight. Maybe he feels that he can take Alex Pereira. So there's a possibility in that. But of course, that would have to be contested at heavyweight, because I would imagine that John Jones would request to be a little bit bigger to face Alex Pereira and would probably out-wrestle him as a result. Now, what about Tom Aspinall? Because when John Jones is gone, Tom Aspinall is not going to have a dance partner in the heavyweight division. So move up Alex Pereira. That is a great possibility. Right now, let's look at the UFC rankings, okay? UFC rankings. Okay, and we're going to look at the heavyweight division, okay? And by the way, this is not Tuesday of after the fact. Obviously, the Tuesday after 307, you're going to see a different list, but let's look at the current list that is on right now. Alex Pereira, Magomed Ankalaev, Jamal Hill, he's already fought him. Blachowicz, already been there. Alexander Rakic, that's a great possibility. Volkan Oezdemir, he's been there. He's done that, but does he deserve another shot? Who knows? Nikolai Krylov, not quite there yet, but he's ranked number 7. At any given day, he could be given a shot. Khalil Roundtree, we just saw that. Johnny Walker, not a chance. Carlos Ulberg, too green. Osmat, too short. Anthony Smith has already lost. Dominic Reyes, number 13, very badly damaged. Surprised that he's still at number 13, but who knows? Alonzo Menefield at number 15 and Bogdan Gusov. That's what you have in the light heavyweight division. Now let's go from top to bottom. Okay. Alonzo Menefield, not yet ready. Bogdan Gusov, not yet ready. Dominic Reyes, he already had his chance. Anthony Smith already had his chance, but he has no chance with Alex Pereira. Osmat, like I've said, short. Carlos Ulberg, green. Johnny Walker, too vulnerable. Khalil Roundtree, we just saw him. And Nikolai Krylov could be a potential matchup at any time, but who knows? For all we know, some of these guys are a bad matchup for Alex Pereira, and we just don't know it yet. But who knows? That is why they call it the theater of the unknown. I'm really curious to see who he's going to fight next and at what circumstance or what stipulation, whether it's at 205 or whether it's at heavyweight or whether it's a special type of matchup that really means nothing in terms of titles. But either way, congratulations to Alex Pereira, and we're looking forward to your next fight, just like I hope you're looking forward to my next content that I have for you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next content, inshallah. Tonight has just concluded UFC 307 with Alex Pereira as the victor. All right, so there it is. I just recorded my video for the Alex Pereira's Who Is Next. So that's going to be interesting. I'm going to upload it ASAP right now. And okay, so we're still waiting on Alex Pereira. We're going to react to Alex Pereira, and then we're going to call it a day right there. Yeah, we're still waiting on Alex Pereira right now. All right, so let's read off the results of the night right here. So, oh, okay, this is not the, I already read off the results. I thought they meant like the bonuses or something. All right, there it is. Shout out to my man, City Projects right there. All right, so we're just waiting on Alex Pereira right now. All right, so we're just still waiting for Alex Pereira, and then we'll call it a night. Okay, I really just want to wait for Alex Pereira, and then we'll ride it off from there. All right, yeah, we're still waiting on Alex Pereira to show up. So if you guys want to drop some comments down below, you are more than welcome to. But yeah, we will not end the live stream until we get Alex Pereira on the post-fight presser, and then we're going to call it a night. So yes, don't forget to like and subscribe, and also check out all my top contents that we got going on. By the way, you guys are part of my highest live stream so far tonight. So I'm sort of trying to milk it as much as I can right now. Yeah, for those that are tapped in, just letting you know that we're just waiting on Alex Behera to get on the mic right now for the post-fight press conference. Just stay tuned, okay? All right, still no Alex Pereira. We're still waiting on Alex Pereira. What's going on? All right, here we go. Alex is here. He's saying that the fight was really tough, but only his team knows how tough the camp was. Spent about a week in Connecticut and then spent 3 weeks in Utah. He said he had a fever and a bad sore throat. Said that he hurt his ribs while he was in Brazil. Said that it was a tough fight, but it said that he was a very tough lead up to the fight. It's more Portuguese that we're going to translate into. He said if he didn't have to take some rounds of antibiotics, he wouldn't be a little bit off tonight. So he's basically saying antibiotics had something to do with this. The journalist asked what can they do so that he can remain healthy next time and not have these complications going into the fight. Yeah, he said he wants to take advantage of time being 37, and there's not a lot of time left in his career in that. So he wants to respect that and do as much as he can. Yeah, it was the first kick that he missed. He was talking about that kick that he opened up with earlier in the fight. They're asking about his explosiveness and speed of Khalil Roundtree. He's asking, did you feel any of his foot speed while you were in there? He said basically it was everything that he planned, but he wanted to land those kicks. It's just all within the planning. Yeah, that shot that Khalil Roundtree did hit him with, it did look like a clothesline to a certain extent. Yeah, they said they're not really used to seeing him get marked up, but this is just what happens in a fight. Jamal Hill said that the fight was boring. They want to get his reaction on that. He said maybe he just woke up from UFC 300. Dang. They're asking about Sean Strickland brought in his camp. And well, Sean Strickland didn't give Khalil Roundtree any benefit of the doubt going into the fight. He was just saying that him and Sean Strickland went out and trained in Utah. Not a lot of people would really go out there and be willing to train in high altitude like that. He's asking, what is it like to bring all this success to the people of Connecticut? The reporter asked, the sport of UFC has never seen anyone like Alex. How much pride do you take in the name that he's made for himself and doing it at a short amount of time? So now he's answering the question that they just asked previously. Saying that he's really proud of all of that. When you keep your discipline and you keep believing in yourself, just having the same discipline that he's had since an amateur. Saying people are lending him nice cars and brought him to nice places to eat. He's, yeah, very proud of his accomplishments. They asked him about a move up to heavyweight, by the way, all regarding to the video that I have out right now. Yeah, Shama. Yeah, see, I mentioned that earlier. A move up to heavyweight would be a possibility for for Alex Pereira to fight Tom Aspinall. Yeah, he said that a fight in heavyweight would be something that would be fulfilling for him one day. They asked, is it safe to say that you like fighting in Utah? He basically said he likes fighting everywhere. He said that his meniscus was blown. It was a super tough, and he went to a decision. And then when he fought Yuri, yes, he kind of rolled forward to avoid messing up his knee. And he's saying his physical therapist is going around getting to see the world. All right, so I think that is it for Alex Pereira, the light heavyweight champion of the world. Right now, the best fighter in the world right now. And funny how it made this turn of events like that, considering that the guy was the one who lost to Israel Adesanya last. But hey, one can argue that he's had more wins over Israel Adesanya. Either way, guys, thank you. I'm going to leave this right here, and I'm going to finish with some bonus content. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm going to drop some bonus content for you guys right now, live right here, and then we're going to call it a day. All right? So stay around. I'm going to give you guys a bonus content to check out on this live stream that I'm going to play. I hope you guys enjoy this. Oh, what is this? Adam responds to Sharp? What is going on here? Is Adam 22 has something going on here? What is this? All right, here. We're about to drop some bonus content right here.
On the promotional team, you've chosen boxer. Why?
Why boxer? Because every other promoter out here is a scumbag. That's why. You know, you've got Frank Warren behind me, been lying and cheating his way through boxing for the last couple of decades. Sued me for a couple $100,000 a few years ago, so obviously I was never going to go with him. The guy's a scumbag. Cali Sauerland, had me locked up.
Speak up, I can't hear you.
Cali Sauerland had me locked up in a terrible contract for the last 2 years, squeezing money out of me at every opportunity. Scumbag. Eddie Hearn, Frank Smith. They did everything they could to try and make this fight against Conor still go ahead. Still go ahead.
Why do you fight Hamza Red scumbag?
After knowing that they, that he was on steroids. Scumbags, I would say the only.
Why did you ask?
I would say the only promoter that I know for sure isn't a scumbag is His Excellency Turkey Al-Sheikh.
We're going to get back to that in a second. I'm actually going to replay it again just so you can hear it properly and just to make sure that you've heard it. But what's going on here is sort of a dispute between Chris Eubank Jr. and Frank Warren. Now, there's warranted claims against Frank Warren for years where he wasn't able to pay the fighters. And that can go from one reason or another. Obviously, there are budget issues within promotional companies, whether they would be big or small. But when you have someone like Turkey Al-Sheikh, he has absolutely unlimited funds and he can afford to really not be a scumbag. But we're also going to talk about Simon Jordan and his claims of, let's say, being against the Saudis, having this entire show going on, and basically some sort of xenophobic, nationalistic feelings that he has behind it. Oh, we have to preserve the British culture and whatnot. Speaking of preservation, obviously you guys seen the way that I'm dressed today. I got my khakis on with my Nike Cortez. And as you know, that right there is a little bit of an old school West Coast flavor. But it is a style that is being preserved nowadays because, quite frankly, there's a lot of kids in the new generation within the hip-hop urban community right now whose fathers from the previous generation, which is my generation, that sort of took that style and ran with it all the way from the 80s and 90s and now being preserved today. So there is a certain argument that people may have when it comes to, let's say, preserving a certain culture. But I'm going to get to that in a second because I believe Turkey Al-Sheikh has sort of preserved the British culture of boxing. For example, the Sweet Caroline songs that they played just right before the fights. The Liam Gallagher concert that they had going on right before the Dubois and AJ fight. Let me play this again just so that you guys can get full context of this, and we're going to play.
On the promotional team, you've chosen boxer. Why? Why boxer? Because every other promoter out here is a scumbag. That's why. You've got Frank Warren behind me. Just a couple of decades. Sued me for a couple $100,000 years ago, so obviously I was never going to go with him. Because he's a scumbag. Cali Sauerland had me locked up. Speak up, I can't hear you. Cali Sauerland had me locked up in a terrible contract for the last 2 years, squeezing money out of me at every opportunity. Scumbag. Eddie Hearn, Frank Smith, they did everything they could to try and make this fight against Conor still go ahead. Scumbag. Still go ahead. Why do you fight Hamza Red scumbag? Knowing that they, that he was on steroids. Scumbags. I would say the only. Why do you ask? I would say the only promoter that I know for sure isn't a scumbag.
And by the way, right here, this is where he is about to tell you which promoter is not a scumbag, which, by the way, relates to this whole entire Simon Jordan story.
Is His Excellency Turkey Al-Sheikh. This is a man who isn't trying to take money from fighters. He isn't trying to use lawyers and accountants to lock fighters up in slave contracts. He's a man of God. He's a man of religion. That's what's most important to the people of Saudi Arabia. He just wants to put the biggest fights on, the best events on, and pay fighters what they're worth. And as a fighter, it's a blessing to be a fighter at this moment in time because this is the first time we've ever had a promoter like this in the history of boxing.
He's correct about that. Hold on.
Oh, and you know, Ben Shalom's a very cool guy too. Welcome back, Chris. Harmony.
All right, so that is all that we have for Chris Eubank.
Welcome back, Chris. Harmony in the room, as expected. On the promotional team.
Yeah, so that's what we have for Chris Eubank. Now, let's go to the Coogan IFL interview with Frank Warren going off on Simon Jordan. By the way, these two relate with each other, right? What Chris Eubank is saying about Turki Al-Sheikh, literally, Frank Warren is confirming in this interview right here. Now, we can go on about Frank Warren's mishaps over the years. We're going to get to that in a second. But first, this. Because Frank Warren has had a few mishaps all throughout his career when it came to not paying fighters on time. This is a very prevalent issue that Frank Warren has going on, and he has nobody to thank but Turki Al-Sheikh to literally bail him out. The Sheikh, Turki, is literally the guy that bailed everybody out. The $20 million that they had to spend for UFC's Noche, guess who bailed them out? The Saudis, and in particular, Turki Al-Sheikh's command. Okay, so Simon Jordan, let's get into some context here. He doesn't like that the Saudis are taking over boxing because there's political controversies behind the Saudis like any regime in the world. And that goes without saying that there have been people that have gotten hurt due to their, let's say, political turmoil or lack of political support on their side as some sort of reprisal. I'm going to play this to you right now just so you can get context into what is going on. Okay, let's play this right here.
We're on now, and it's going to be great. Right, Frank, I do want to ask you about an article that came online over the last 12 hours or whatever it was from Simon Jordan.
Here we go.
You would have read that. I just wanted your response to that. There's some quite strong opinions in there. Well, yeah. So, a second, read you the headline of this. Second. Right, so this was the headline to the article. Simon Jordan, we must stop selling our sporting soul to the Saudis who have undermined free speech in this country and must respect.
First of all, how did the Saudis undermine free speech in Great Britain? They can't undermine free speech at all because it's not their jurisdiction.
Our history and culture. That was the headline of the article. Before I answer how I feel about it, he has been champion Ben Shalom, to my knowledge, for a long, long time. I know he's been out and helping Ben Shalom raise money for his business. And at one stage was going to be his chairman of his companies. So I understand. You've heard him a few times saying he was coming into boxing. So going out and raising money for somebody who sat on that table and gave praise for Ben Shalom, did like we all did, for the involvement of Riyadh season His Excellency. What's his opinion on that now? And what's he going to be telling those people we're raising money for about that? As for, what's it about selling our soul? Have we sold our soul? Was that not a great night for British boxing then? Or world boxing, British boxing at Wembley? Did the fans get entertained? Did they enjoy their night? Was it fantastic? You know, Liam Gallagher on there, if you're into music, you know, British, massive part of them.
So this is what I mean. All the claims that Simon Jordan has going on, really, I mean, let's be honest, right? Are they really undermining British culture by bringing in Liam Gallagher, who, by the way, with Oasis, was one of the biggest bands out of Britain in the 1990s?
Biggest band was in the 90s and 20s in Britain. You know, British night, an all British heavyweight title fight, which he would have been complaining about if it had been in Saudi.
And that's another thing. It's not in Saudi Arabia. That was one of the claims that many people had when it came to, let's say, the Saudis taking over boxing. They're saying that all the big events are just going to be in Saudi Arabia, though. Well, not so fast, because guess what? The Saudis, their whole entire treasure chest is so extensive that they can't afford to have shows in Los Angeles, have shows in Las Vegas, which is UFC Noche. And by the way, did they do anything to undermine the Mexican culture during their presentation of UFC's Noche? No, they didn't. They didn't add their whole entire culture into it. They didn't go and have a Saudi Arabian historical video package with Lawrence of Arabia or anything like that. They literally focused primarily on Mexican Independence Day, which was the theme of the overall event, which they just happened to have sponsored and helped put money in.
Got to find something and knock it all the time. And it's not like it's coming from his heart about Saudi Arabia, because he was wanting to go and meet His Excellency last week, but he got blown off. Now, if he feels so bad about it, if he's what he's saying and he feels so strong about it, and this big high moral high ground he's got, why does he not go to Talk Sport and say, you know what, I'm resigning because you bought those fights?
Wow. Thank you, Frank Warren. That right there is on point right there. So why don't you resign if one of your co-hosts or your entire network that covered the fight basically were in bed or sold their souls to the Saudis? Now you're doing absolutely the same thing. I'll tell you why you won't do that, because it's a great position that you have in Talk Sports right now. You are literally the white British version of Stephen A. Smith. And as a result of that, well, because of that, the reason why you are the Stephen A. Smith of the UK is because of Talk Sports and the notoriety and the fame that you got out of it, not to mention also your football career or soccer career, as they call it, right? Either way, all of that, yes, it adds on to the show, but the reason why you're successful at being a talk show host or a sports talk show host is not because you're a former footballer. It is because the network that you are in facilitated and helped your career in that venture of media. And that is why you're not going to stick your entire moral high ground into this situation.
So it's not a personal thing, rather than being what he takes it be some sort of nationalistic feeling that he's got. And why does he say to Jim White, you know what, I can't work with you, Jim. You went to Saudi, you went and accepted the husband.
Yeah, so why can't you tell Jim, yeah, I can't work with you because you did this? You're not standing on your moral high grounds. You're not really standing on what you truly believe in. You're not standing on it. And Frank Warren is literally tearing you apart right now, letting you know that.
Why is he working with him? You know, he's working with him because it's money. He does it because it's money. That's why he's doing it. You know, if he'd have owned Crystal Palace and they come in and said, look, you know what, we want to put a lot of money in this, the hair won't be peroxide, but it'd be green. He'd have dyed his hair green. He'd have done anything to have been ahead of him.
That is so true. So what is he talking about with Crystal Palace? Maybe, obviously, look, I'm new to soccer, right? I don't know the history of soccer. I'm probably a casual of soccer. But what I'm gathering out of this is Crystal Palace is probably the team that Simon Jordan either has played for or support or has some kind of investment in to any degree, right? In other words, he has some dog in a fight with Crystal Palace, and he's absolutely correct. If the Saudis were to put money on Crystal Palace the way that they did for Newcastle FC, which, by the way, is a soccer club in Newcastle, by the way, the town that True Geordie is from, guess what? They're going to jump up and down for the Saudis, and they did. These people in Newcastle started wearing these costumes that look like Galabayas with fake Saudi kufias on and everything, just to honor the Saudis for the money that they're bringing into the club. Because guess what? With the more money they have, they can bring in the top players, and guess what? Put their team at a higher standing in the Premier League standings, winnings, and losses column. So nobody really has a problem with it unless it doesn't benefit you in any kind of way. And I think that's just what we're seeing here from Simon Jordan.
He is a hypocrite at the highest order.
He is a hypocrite.
I make money from it. That's what we do. That's what we've invested in our business to deliver the best fights to the fans over the years in our cars. And we're doing it. British boxing. Has it suffered? Do you think it's suffered? It's on the back page. Absolutely not. Do you think you'll find you see them fights there? Saudi, next in October, first ever women's title fight, getting paid a lot of money for it. Do you think for 1 minute that's bad for British boxing? It's just a complete and utter nonsense. And as for the national anthem, I was going to ask about that. You don't have to. I'm going to roll it all off.
So he's going to talk about the national anthem here, which many people were sort of upset about, that Saudi Arabia had decided to put their national anthem up. I say, so what? Every sporting event that has a national anthem is always going to have a national anthem. Who cares? But of course, Simon Jordan has to be all up in arms about it. Oh, the British culture, everything has to be British, this and that. Ha ha. Shut your Nigel Farage ass up.
For the national anthem, every football event I go to, I've been to, international match, boxing events, and normally any other events, the host country's anthem always goes last. That's a fact. Okay? Why was the Saudi anthem played? It's in the clue. It's called Riyadh Season. We see all those banners everywhere. It's promoting Riyadh Season.
So in other words, if they are the ones that are able to afford all of this, and they are the ones that can facilitate the money and everything else, you have no choice but to accept it. And that's just what it is. Okay? Like many people always talk about, oh, it's always has to be the one that has all the money in the world, or this and that. Oh, we're the greatest country ever. Well, guess what? Both of your countries, whether it's the UK or the United States right now, is in serious economic shambles. But guess what? Saudi Arabia is on the rise. These Arab countries are on the rise. And right now it is their turn to do the damn thing. And you have no choice but to accept it. It's just what it is. There are always going to be winners and losers in every generation, in every era. And it just so happens that in this particular case right now, it just so happens that they are the breadwinners of the world and can facilitate these particular matters at hand.
That's what they're paying for. That's what it's about. Are you stupid or something? You do not understand that, people? Simon, you don't get that? You know, why do you have Crystal Palace when you used to have somebody's advertising on their shirt? Because you're selling it. That's what they're doing. It's a commercial venture. And for them, it was about bringing to the attention of Riyadh Season, which he'd done very successfully, and saying to the Brits, listen, we're not taking things away, we're bringing them back here. And that was good for, and I just keep saying it was good for us, but sport. All these people who keep coming out, finding things wrong with it. What on earth is the matter with you? Empty seats? Few empty seats at the top. You know why they're empty? Because there's a canopy over the ring. If we sell them, I'd be getting sued because you'd be looking at the top of a canopy.
Frank, the last one, obviously.
So what Frank is talking about is a low-hanging fruit that Simon Jordan is talking about. How, okay, why is it that this part of this row or whatever was empty or this and that? And Frank Warren just literally explained it because it was a safety issue within the building's safety and regulations parameter. Moving on.
Was a few newspaper reports, etc., online articles regarding the media not being allowed in.
That was their opinion. Yeah, I'll get all that. 370 odd media applications. We had less than 100 places for them. Every single national newspaper was accommodated. I only found out about this, by the way, after. But you're obviously referring to Ollie Brown. Yeah. I found out about that.
So what he's talking about is the accredited media passes that many people were rejected from. And it's surprising that this is news, but I tell you what, I probably would not cover this part if it wasn't for one buddy of mine, by the way, Zain Musa, Boxing Dosage. Obviously, he's tied in with Hamza Shiraz, and they didn't give him accreditation, right? For whatever reason. I don't know what that reason is. I believe that the way Zain puts it is that he has this support for Canelo, and right now Canelo is not the favorite guy for Turki Al-Sheikh because he's so rich, Canelo, right? He's got so much money that I don't think the Sheikh himself could even really shake him in any kind of way. And you got to understand that when it comes to these types of business practices, naturally you're just going to be opposed or against a certain guy. Now, I don't know how true that is, but this is his own accounts, and it could be a reality, it could be not, or it could be just as simple as the limited press that they were able to fulfill in this particular fight. So
that after the event, but every newspaper was accommodated, every radio station was accommodated, everybody who applied,
So in other words, what Frank Warren is trying to say is that they brought in media that plays ball, okay? Because let's face it, this is a Saudi event. They don't want any bad press. They want positivity in the stories and the message that's being conveyed. And so who better than to bring legacy media into that fold? Well, look, if you want to see the rest of that video, obviously check out Kugan Cassius on IFL interviewing Frank Warren. This is all that I have for this particular matter at hand. Oh, wait, before I do go, let's go all 25 minutes of this. I'm going to spend the next 3 minutes talking about Frank Warren and his little mishaps that he's had going on, right? So over the years, Ricky Burns is one of the boxers that you could sort of cite and say that, you know what, this is the guy that Frank Warren did not pay money to when he should have. I have some explanations for that. Perhaps maybe there are budget issues within boxing companies, because remember, a lot of these guys before the Saudis, they were working with limited funds. They weren't able to make the fights that they needed to make due to the fact that it was quite difficult with the budget issues that they may have had individually, depending on what they have going on. So it's not to say that Frank Warren is a bad person or a bad guy or anything like that. I just think that it really falls into the circumstances that he was dealing with at the time. I'll tell you, I've had a few money disputes with friends of mine in the car business. I had one guy who said he wasn't able to pay me because it's rough right now. Well, I said, you still need to pay me my cut. I'm not going to get into the details of how much or what it is or how, but I will say that he owed me a certain amount of money, and his excuse was, well, I can't pay it right now because it's hard. I said, well, that's not my problem. Now, over the years, I've grown resentment against this guy, and it was only a couple of years in later, maybe recent times, where I sort of noticed and realized this is not a bad person. He was just operating under the reality of what his budget has going on right now. It doesn't mean that he was purposely trying to steal from me or anything like that. Now, if it was one of those situations where he has the money and he's able to provide and pay it and still not do it, well, then that's a scumbag move. So in other words, the moral to this story is, if Turki Al-Sheikh is such a scumbag, he would not be paying everybody what they are worth. He overpays everybody, which, by the way, I think to a certain extent may create inflation in the world of boxing, because now many people are expecting a certain amount of money and they can't pay the way that the Saudis can pay. But that's the moral of the story. If he was such a bad guy, he would not pay the money even if he can. You're a bad guy if you have the money and you still refuse to pay. You're not necessarily a bad guy if you don't have the money and you can't pay it for whatever reason. But that all depends on certain circumstances. And that is all that I have for this video today. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next video to come, inshallah. Some really tragic, and not only that, some very interesting content for you right now. Now, obviously, there have been some local news out here in California, in particular in SoCal, talking about, I believe his name is Malik Birdsong from 83rd Street and down in South Central LA, and was allegedly, well, not allegedly, obviously had been shot and killed as a result of a possible gang affiliation. Now, what I want to try to address in this particular topic is the truth, right? And it's going to be uncomfortable for a lot of people for several reasons. And perhaps maybe what I'm saying could be an actual falsehood and not the reality of it all. But I'm going to speak from not only anecdotal experience, but also just trying to understand what is going on here. First, let's play this news clip of this particular instance and what had happened as a result of this tragic event.
Done. The most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver.
All right, a professional boxer shot and killed 31-year-old Malik Birdsong, was known as King Malik in the pro circuit, a really rising star. He was an LA native with an impressive boxing record, and he was rising through the ranks.
KTLA's Jennifer McGraw has the latest on this investigation.
It's here at his gym, Sweet Science, where Malik spent most of his time aside from work and his family. Everyone is in shock, saying Malik was one of the greatest guys. After a Sunday supper with his family, Malik Birdsong gave his mother one last kiss goodbye. The pro boxer never had a fighting chance against an ambush outside. Two men.
Now, look, I got to tell you, the reason why it is rather important to understand that this is an ambush is because clearly when you do a drive-by, you don't necessarily have an up-close and personal vendetta or relationship with the actual unaliving of the person. In other words, it's almost indiscriminate, right? It's not like as intimate as, let's say, performing an execution where you are the butcher, where you are the one doing the beheading or some sort like that, right? This isn't one of those situations. What this is a non-personal situation. Now, look, for those of you that don't understand gang culture, this is the reality of gang culture in a nutshell. It is literally trying to prove yourself to your hood and to the people that you're affiliated with. And not only that, gain status as a result of the actions that you're trying to do. Okay? So in other words, the more violent crimes that you commit, the more that you are a trophy or an important person in the gang. So what does this relate to this person, right? Because this person is obviously a pro boxer. He's worked his whole entire life to become what he is, a 10-1 and 1 draw fighter, I believe, which is a very good record for a prospect right now. And I believe Malik Birdsong has fought in Hollywood Fight Nights, which is one of these local boxing shows, boxing promotions that they have around LA. So he's made quite a name for himself and has worked really hard to do that. And in order for you to do that, you can't go out and obviously gangbang or spend the rest of your life doing that. You obviously have to be focused in. And guess what? If you're from these certain hoods or certain neighborhoods or barrios or whatever, most of these guys who are about that life will try to steer you away from it. However, there are times where even though they try to steer you away from it, the little homies are still going to go there and do what they want to do. They want to be down with the hood or this and that. Now, the other side of it is they don't care if you are affiliated, or I'm sorry, they don't care if you are, let's say, a non-affiliate. Well, non-affiliate is a very vague word. Let's just say that, let's say if you are a person that hangs out or is from a certain neighborhood, and let's say you're not necessarily from the gang, they will still hold you responsible. And I'm talking about the rivals. And I think this is what's going on here. I think that either he was never really involved, but at the same time, sometimes if you grow up in a certain place, you have to be involved. Now look at Kendrick Lamar. This is a great example of that. Kendrick Lamar has never really espoused being a blood, at least not in the outwardly fashioned way that, let's say, Snoop Dogg or Doggy Style, or let's say The Game, who's obviously a known blood affiliate, or Jim Jones or Dipset, or those guys in the East Coast. Right now, those guys are obviously flagging to the max, letting you know that, hey, you know what? This is who I'm down with. This is who I ride with. And Kendrick never really did that. But you look at the T-Flats, the Sureños down in the T-Flats in Compton, they obviously desecrated his wall. Why? Because of who Kendrick grew up with. And Kendrick necessarily never had to get any gang tattoos or show any type of, let's say, strong affiliations, other than, of course, any homies that have gotten out. He took them to world tours around the world. And the first plane that most of these guys have ever been in was a private jet because of him. So the enemies are going to look at that and say, well, you know what? You're down with these guys. And that's just really the reality of it in their mind. So let's go back to this video.
Came out shooting and chased Malik as he ran for cover, then shot him again several times.
They both walk up to him and he said, "I'm not a banger." That's all he said to him. He was already shot twice. "I'm not a banger." And that was it.
His mother, Zanya Birdsong, says she's lost a piece of her heart.
Baby left here with a smile on his face. Bye, Mama. And he always gave me kisses.
He was 31 years old, known as King Malik. He was a local champ with a record of 15 wins, a loss and a draw, and 10 knockouts.
Okay, so I got the record wrong. Obviously, I said 10 wins, but that's actually 10 knockouts. But yeah, so 16 fights already into his career, 17 to be exact. So he was a highly touted prospect at that point.
True rising star.
He trained hard, he worked hard, he loved hard. You know, he was a good guy.
A man with big dreams, both professionally.
And see right here, this is where I had mentioned the Hollywood fights right here, as you see it right here. What I believe he is fighting an Armenian gentleman here. So,
and personally,
plan to have his first child at 35 and get married. That didn't happen.
The boxing community, too, taking a tough loss.
He just shined light on everybody, like everybody in the boxing community and his friends and family, like he was real loved. But especially here at this gym, it's going to be different. His energy will be missed.
His family can't understand why, but believe their son was targeted.
He was a champ, and they knew him. And once he was a champ, then he got more respect. So, I mean, what is it, jealousy? Is it envy?
Now, I got to tell you, the father made a very good point. Okay, is there some sort of jealousy that is going on here? Perhaps there is some reality to that. And if that's the case, you have to understand that the way that these gangs operate, right? If they knock you down and you're from a certain hood, it's like you're a trophy. When you're a trophy, let's say you're a rapper, you're a star fighter, let's say you're an actor or a comedian or somebody really big or a CEO of some sort, right? You're considered a hood trophy. Why? Because let's say you are the opportunity for these guys. You are the guy that could put these guys on, put them in positions of certain jobs and power and things of that nature. So the other gangs are going to look at that, especially the rivals, and say, well, you know what? Maybe perhaps we can do something to this guy to stop their progress from going on. And again, I'm not here to espouse whether this is correct or whether this is the right thing to do or this and that. I'm simply stating facts and what is going on in this particular world. Now, once again, we also can't deny the fact that he is an affiliate of some sort, because here's something you got to understand, right? And I'm about to say something very controversial in a minute. If you live in a certain place like this, you might as well just join a gang, and not because it's cool or because it looks fashionable or because it's the hip hop thing to do. It's simply because of survival. Okay, now are there psychopaths out there that join gangs for just the heck of it, for just trying to gun somebody down or do whatever it is that they want to do? Yeah, of course. But you also got to understand that there are people out there that have to do it for the sake of survival. And I think this is one of those situations because, hey, look, there's an expression, right? If you F with them, you duck with them. And you know what duck rhymes with, because I'm not trying to curse here, but yes, if you F with them, you duck with them. And a lot of gang members, especially in Southern California and all of California, North and South, have that mentality. You ride with them, you're going to get it. And that's where they're at with this. Now, again, I'm not here to disrespect this man in any kind of way. I'm not here to talk down on this guy's situation or anything like that. This is just the unfortunate reality of the hood. Now, you want another example that is very similar to this? How about Boys in the Hood? How about Ricky? Remember him? What was he? Was he really a gangbanger, or was he really affiliated in that kind of way? You could say he is and he isn't, because he lives in a neighborhood, he hangs out with them. And as a result, those Bloods that saw him in that movie decided to gun him down, because guess what? He was either a hood trophy, he was either a guy that was just somebody that could have been a nuisance to them. But either way, he is an affiliate, and therefore they had to do something as a result of it. So here we go. Let's continue on with this video.
Did he have words with somebody one day? I don't know.
And now is desperate to find his killers.
Took our son. You know, he took our son. He took somebody that was really should be here.
The manager here at Sweet Science say Malik's smile was as bright as his future. His next fight, scheduled for next month, would have been his breakout moment. Anyone with information should contact police. We're in Hawthorne. Jennifer McGraw, KTLA 5 News.
All right. So here's something you guys have to understand, right? There have been many guys and girls out there that have had great potential of doing something really big in the world of combat sports. Unfortunately, their lives have cut short because of the circumstances that happen in their neighborhoods or happen in their particular environments. And this is just one of those tragic stories, right? Now, unfortunately, this is one of these situations that will always happen. As I've mentioned earlier about Ricky from Boys in the Hood, even Red Supreme, the YouTuber, you guys know him, Red Supreme TV. He's a known member of the Rolling 20s Bloods, had a lot of rivalries and, let's say, back and forths with the 18th Street Mexican gang, and had one of their neighborhood affiliates, or a guy that lived in their neighborhood that was a football player, get gunned down and wasn't even a gangbanger, right? Just because of the fact that he lived in that neighborhood. That is the reality of the streets. It happens everywhere, not just in LA, not just in New York, not just in Chicago, but it happens in France, it happens in London, it happens in Spain, it happens in Dagestan, you name it. All of these things are a prevalent reality for many people. So it is unfortunate, and this is what it is, but I know that there's a lot of people out there that are going to say, well, they should have done it this way, or maybe he should have just moved out the hood, or maybe he should have just not affiliated himself with a certain people, or this and that. Look, man, sometimes it's easier said than done. And then people are probably going to wonder, well, you know what? You're a professional boxer. Why don't you just go and move out of the hood? Don't you have money? Well, that's very interesting, because in the recent events, and by the way, I'm going to segue this into the next topic at hand, which is obviously Conor McGregor and Terrence Crawford, but also the conversation of fighter pay. because a lot of people are saying that, hey, you go from MMA to boxing, you're automatically going to make more money. Well, not so fast. If you're talking about making more money in boxing, we're talking about the big names, not the guys that are in the prospect list, which unfortunately is where Birdsong was at before he had tragically passed away. That was his trajectory and current status in the world of boxing. So for you to say that, okay, you know what, just move out of the hood and this and that, it's a little easier said than done. And we don't really know the full spectrum of their finances if they were able to do that in any kind of way. But it is rather tragic, and that's what it is. And that's the reality of fighter pay in boxing and the reality of the streets and everything in between. So let's segue this first into the Francis Ngannou comment that Dana White had made, right? So he said that, well, he would have not made more money if he had gone into boxing. In fact, he would have made more if he fought John Jones. Well, look, let me just say that, right? Aside from the fact that I had just mentioned to you that it is the top tier guys that make the most money. And obviously Francis Ngannou is a top tier guy. So he did make money, especially from an oligarch like the Saudis who have unlimited amount of funds that don't really care about, let's say, the returns that they have to invest in. Right? It's not about that. It's literally money that they spend in order to promote the brand of their country and their tourism. And that has been successful because guess what? In 2024, this is the year where the Saudis have collected the most amount of tourism gains in their financial treasure chest. Now, what's the contributing factor of that? Maybe boxing. Maybe all these other entertainment sports, maybe the fact that they brought in Ronaldo to play for one of their local soccer clubs, and then creating the Saudi league as a formidable league by bringing all these top players in. Perhaps maybe that's the reason why. But either way, Francis Ngannou got paid a lot, and it is because they are in the top tier, and that is the reality of it. And when you're in this top tier, because we're going to get into Conor McGregor, right? It's very difficult to get him a fight right now because of his status, because of the fact that you want to make these fights lucrative. You want to have the right amount of audience. You want to be able to, let's say, garner the most amounts of gates that you can, which is the reason why he had a hard time getting a fight during the pandemic. As a result of that, what we have with Conor McGregor right now is in a limbo of his career. So obviously, he was scheduled to fight Michael Chandler. That didn't happen. But then he met Terrence Crawford in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry, not in Saudi Arabia, in London for the Anthony Joshua and Dubois fight. And they were talking about, hey, you know what, let's just get this fight going together. Terrence Crawford said, hey, you know what, man, I'm not about to go into an octagon just so you can kick me and elbow me and laugh at me at the same time. And Conor McGregor said, hey, you know what, that's respect. You know, I probably can't beat you in boxing either, but hey, we're going to make loads of money on it. And I think that that's sort of where this entire trajectory goes with Conor McGregor and what he's trying to do next. Because let's put it like this, right? Is it a risky move for the UFC for him to fight Terrence Crawford in boxing? Yes, it is. But there's no loss that comes out of that because this is Terrence Crawford by the end of the day. He is boxing. So for Conor McGregor to fight the last generation's great boxer and then this generation's great boxer projected to lose, what can he really lose out of this situation? Not much, but they can gain a lot, way more than if, let's say, he was to lose to Michael Chandler. So that is why Terrence Crawford said yes to boxing and no to an MMA fight. And as always, it is always the MMA fighter that will oblige themselves to go into a boxing ring rather than have the MMA fighter come in and fight in the octagon. I'm sorry, the boxer coming in to fight in the octagon. The only person that has done that is Clarissa Shields. Now, why was she able to do that? Well, I can't tell you why. What I can tell you is that it's different for women, and I don't know why it's different for women, but it is. But understand that. So that's all that we have for this video right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And I hope everybody out there stays safe, but also stay vigilant, stay dangerous, and make sure that you watch your P's and Q's because it is a dangerous world out there. And as for Conor McGregor, I got to tell you, it's been great seeing him all throughout his career. We want to continue seeing it. The problem is that he is so famous right now that it is very difficult to put him in fights because it could be risky. And not only is it a risk, it could also hinder the UFC in multiple ways. But if you were to have him go and fight Terrence Crawford, I think you could get a lot out of him. Let me explain why. He gets into this boxing match, he loses, which is what we're projecting is going to happen, right? It's Terrence Crawford, for crying out loud. And then you bring him into the MMA world, maybe an easier fight, maybe way easier than Michael Chandler. And then you can build off from there if he does actually win. But if you were to just throw him against Michael Chandler right now, who, by the way, is looking in great shape, regardless of the past results that you've seen in his fights, he's going to go in there and hurt Conor McGregor, whether Conor McGregor loses against him or not. He's just in a better shape than Conor McGregor right now, just from what we've seen in their training habits. So if he was to lose, that's 3 in a row, 2 from Dustin Poirier and now 1 from Michael Chandler. That's not good. You can't build off of him from there. But if you throw him in the boxing ring, you can build off of Conor McGregor and even build more so right after the boxing fight and then get him into an MMA fight again in the way that he did against Khabib. But that is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next one, inshallah. Is give you a comprehensive explanation on Muhammad Mokaev and why he sucker punched Manel Kape. Many MMA content and YouTube videos that you were watching regarding this matter are going to do the following. They're going to condemn Muhammad Mokaev. They're going to call him the P word and criticizing his fighting skills based on the fact that he did not deliver in the way that he originally had intended. It's not looking good for Muhammad Mokaev, but I wanted to offer, as an advocate of Muhammad Mokaev, a different outlook on the matter. And I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be wrong in this matter. Full warning. But I also feel that I'm right. And in the world that we live in today, what is correct and what is moral in terms of the actions that you're going to take really are subjective. Let's be honest. Not everybody lives an honor culture. What exactly do I mean by an honor culture? Can I give some examples of that? For one, take a look at people who grew up in the hood or grew up in a gang-infested area. They operate in that manner. Khabib and his guys, they operate in that manner, meaning that the minute you disrespect somebody, the ultimate thing that comes to follow is violence, and there's no way around that. So let's try and explain the Muhammad Mokaev scenario. Here it is. Manel Kape got into a street fight with Muhammad Mokaev to where it affected him during his fight. And as a result, he felt that it would have altered his career. In turn, and in payback, with the reprisal choice of Muhammad Mokaev, he had decided to sucker punch him, debilitate him, in order to give himself an advantage in this fight, similar to how Manel Kape gave the previous opponent of Muhammad Mokaev an advantage in that fight, to which many people had criticized his performance, only to cite the fact that I had an injury due to Manel Kape and our street fight in the PI Center. So this is why Manel Kape is operating in this particular matter at hand. And I don't know if you can blame him. A lot of people are going to write on the comment section saying something to the effect that, how can you defend Muhammad Mokaev? Well, the question is, how do you deduct the reasoning of Muhammad Mokaev being altered in his last fight due to Manel Kape? And when Muhammad Mokaev said that, hey, you know what? I'm from the streets. This is the reality of my life. I'm not going to back down from anyone. There were many people in the MMA media space, such as Jeb Meshew of MMA Fighting, that literally called him a child. And I understand this particular way of thinking. You see, in the gang world, when you go off on somebody based on a disrespect, and the disrespect can range from a multitude of things. It can range from disrespecting somebody's hood or barrio or somebody's set, just as small as that. To the average mind, that may not seem like a lot. That may seem like, well, you're disrespecting a particular street. I don't know how I could relate to that, as some would say. But then there are those that can relate to that and understand and say, you know what? This is what we have to operate under within the social contract of the culture that we live in. And that's something a lot of you don't really understand, is that term social contract. Let me give you an example. Growing up, I've had many friends who became gang members, criminals, thugs, and then on the other side, many of them were police, sheriffs, COs, law enforcement, all in total. Okay? And I got to be honest with you, every time I bring them around a specific party or a get-together or this and that, it becomes awkward, but the elephant in the room always goes something to the effect of, oh, man, you know, why you bring a snitch around or this and that. Here's something you got to understand. If you live on one side of the law or if you live on the other, if you're in a gang, your social contract is tied to your neighborhood and everything else that falls under that in terms of how you're going to react with reprisals, how you're going to react in retaliation matters, how you're going to function in terms of a hierarchical ranking order, more so in California than anywhere else in the gang cultures of the world. But when you are a police officer, here's something that a lot of my gangster homies really don't understand, right? When somebody is a cop, they are not a snitch. What they are is operating under the social contract of who they are as somebody that is serving the law and serving the Constitution of the United States, just like you as a gang member or a gangster is tied to the social contract of the street. So in other words, you don't snitch. And when you are a cop, in other words, you don't go and commit a crime. When you're a civilian, you don't do either, or sometimes you have to fall under somewhere in between that one side of the law to the other for whatever reason benefits you to whatever interest your mission is. Nonetheless, the one thing you got to understand is the mindset that Muhammad Mokaev is operating under. So I told you from the very beginning, he operates under the aspect of honor culture. You disrespect me, I'm going to come after you. And again, the gangster world is not the only type of world that is embedded in his way of thinking. Obviously, the Muslim community and its masculine base obviously operate in this particular mindset matter. This is where he is operating under. He felt that you could have cost me my career, some money, and some rankings. So therefore, I have to rehabilitate you for this fight, create advantages for myself, and not only that, give you all the disadvantages as you gave me in my last fight due to the street fight that we had. Do you understand where I am coming from with this statement and why I'm conveying this to you? Nobody in any MMA, YouTube, or content creation space of combat sports is going to tell you this. Everybody's going to follow the status quo, which again goes back to the contrasting ideas of Muhammad Mokaev and how you look at fair play in society today. So in other words, you're looking at it from the side of the law, the side of the UFC and its rules and its policy. And we're not even talking about whether he is worth it or not, right? That's a completely different conversation. Obviously, to what a lot of people are citing, they are saying that Muhammad Mokaev is not really a big money draw at the time, or I don't even know how you can measure that. Nonetheless, that's what they're saying. So that is the reason why they let him go, as opposed to Conor McGregor throwing a dolly in a bus and, yeah, making life difficult for everybody else, but being okay because he's a pay-per-view star. That's a completely different conversation. But the conversation that I want you to focus in right now is understanding why Muhammad Mokaev did it. So put yourself in the shoe of a fighter right now. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do it exactly like this. We're going to ask ourselves if there was somebody out there that would cost us our dream, or maybe even rehabilitate us by the slightest bit, just by going into a fight, don't you feel that you should do the same thing back to this person? And again, you're going to think about this from two different ideas. Remember what I told you about some of my friends that became cops and some of my friends that are straight gangsters and gang affiliates and whatnot, right? Completely two different worlds. But understand that when you're on one side of the aisle, you're going to operate in what you were contracted to. And I don't mean contract as in terms of freelancer or whatnot. I'm talking about the actual contract of the social guard that you are under, whether that would be for the Constitution of the United States, i.e. law enforcement and military, or to your gang and your set if you live that life. As simple as that. So that's what we have going on in the explanation of Muhammad Mokaev's mindset. He is operating under the social contract that many people who live by the, I'm going to play by the rules, I'm going to follow the law to the T, and I'm not going to take any risks or ruffle any feathers, agreeable types, okay, you're going to look at Muhammad Mokaev as an absolute deviant. But to those that live that life, I'm telling you right now, they understand why Muhammad Mokaev did what he did. I'm telling you. Let's play a game, right? Who would condemn Muhammad Mokaev? And while we name names, let's look at their background and history. Okay, let's start with Tim Kennedy. Would he condemn Muhammad Mokaev for what he did, punching up Manel Kape? Yeah, he absolutely would. He would say, dude, that's against the law. You can't do that. Why? He's an Army Ranger, Captain America, believes in the American Constitution. And if he saw you attack Manel Kape, he would probably call the cops on you. So for sure, Tim Kennedy would be against it. All right, how about Bobby Green? Yup, he would absolutely side with Muhammad Mokaev because he's from the streets. He served prison time. He knows what it is. Would Nate Diaz side with him? Nate Diaz would be like, hell yeah, Muhammad Mokaev. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, man, yeah, it's Stockton. Would Conor McGregor agree with him? Yeah, he would absolutely agree with him. And in the most biased way because they are both tied to the same management company. So how about Brian Stan? Absolutely. He would be against it. Marine, believes in the U.S. Constitution. Yeah, he would absolutely do it. Sean Strickland, you know what? He believes in the Constitution, but he's the type to not snitch on you. So you got to give Sean that. But he lives in that same social contract as people that are thugs and gangsters. So think about those names that I just mentioned as an example. People look at the world in two different lenses. Now, I know that this entire video is about Muhammad Mokaev and the explanation of why he did what he did and giving you an alternative outlook that maybe other content creators are not putting out there. But understand, away from Muhammad Mokaev and away from MMA and away from UFC stories, the lesson and the life lesson that you can take from that is that we look at the world in two different lenses. And that's just the way that it is. Even with people who have the same ideology. You see, even the Shias and the Sunnis in our Islamic community, we may be believers of Allah and the Prophet and his messenger, but there are slight differences and variations. So we're going to look at the world in two different lenses. Just like the January 6ers and the pro-government conservatives, as niche as that gets, right? There's those two different contrasting aspects that see the world in two different lenses. Well, just like this, to those that condemn Muhammad Mokaev and to those that understand Muhammad Mokaev, which is the side that I'm firmly taking in this video, everybody looks at the world in two different lenses. Now, how do you see the world? You see the world like this. I'm going to go to my 9 to 5 every day, do what I'm told, do the routine that I know what to do every day in a safe box. That's your life. Well, I choose to live a different life, take different ventures, go out, put myself on a camera, talk to the world in YouTube, share my ideas that may be controversial to others or something that may not be agreed upon by the majority of people. This video may not be the most agreed upon by other people. Maybe other people will see it this way. But understand that if you mess with mine and you try to take what is mine, you need to understand that the reprisals that I'm going to lay upon you are going to be swift, hard, and they're going to be consistent. And I'm not going to stop until you beg for submission. So, did Muhammad Mokaev operate in that same manner? In a way, yes, he did. And the reason why is because he's trying to take away what was taken away from him. This is something a lot of you don't understand, that really are not about that life. And again, you got to understand, right? You may look at it as an immature way of looking at the world, but a lot of people have this weird stereotype that goes, as the saying goes, only broke people start fights or get into fights or get into street fights or this and that. It's kind of weird that you use a socioeconomic qualifier to somehow determine somebody's behavior. Now, you could be whatever you want to be, but I tell you what, even if I were a billionaire, if you disrespect me, I'm rocking your snot box. And there's no way around that. I don't care how much money I have. I don't care what I got going on. I don't care what I could lose. Because the minute that you back down away from anybody, the more that they're going to continuously take from you. So this is the ride that I'm trying to bring you right now, is the mental understanding of why I am willing to take certain positions when someone tries to take what is mine. And this is the mindset that Muhammad Mokaev is operating under. And again, most of you are not going to understand that. Because what most of you understand is playing by the rules, which, by the way, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. You should play by the rules. Go out, get your money through legit jobs and legit investments and risk factors that you're going to take in order to reach the top. But at the same time, try and understand that that life is not, it's not as easy as following the rules. And I hate to say that, but it's true. The rules did not protect Muhammad Mokaev when he walked in there injured. You want to know why? Because he did not want to get Manel